there any objections?
Yes.
Okay. There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, we
Yes,
want to profusely reject that proposal because
Honorable Member.
of two things.
Yeah, no. We don't want explanations for your
Okay, we
objections.
divide the house, then we call for
That's
division.
fine, Honorable
And
Member.
then we're going to ask for declaration on that. It's allowed whenever decision is taken that
Honorable,
we can ask for declaration on why
Honorable-
we reject the motion as
Honorable
proposed.
Member.
Because there's
Honorable-
an interim board which has been
Honorable Member.
appointed outside of the rules here. The
Honorable
Minister and the
Member.
Presidency has appointed an interim
Honorable
board
Member.
and the Act of the NYDA doesn't provide
Honorable
for that.
Member, do your declaration and stop talking when I've told you not to proceed talking.
We reject the motion,
No, come here to do your declaration.
but I can do it from here.
No, Honorable Member, come here, please.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We reject the motion as proposed that the appointment processes of the NYDA board must be postponed to next year, March, end of March next year. Because on many occasions, this parliament was supposed to appoint the NYDA board, but because of internal squabbles in the ANC of deployments of who must be deployed there, this process has been delayed. A new ad hoc committee was constituted a month ago. It has not corrected even once because the ANC treats this process with negligence. And it's a very long time now that we do not have a board of the NYDA. And we've got it in good authority that the minister in the presidency has appointed an interim board. And there is no provision in the NYDA Act for a minister to appoint an interim board, meaning that we've got a National Youth Development Agency which is being run by an illegal entity. And that is not acceptable. So we do not agree with this process that unless if there's a resolution of this parliament that we must have interim measures, then we cannot agree to postponement of a process that is endless because this postponement is being asked for the third time now. That we must postpone for the third time the appointment process of the NYDA board, and it's unacceptable because of the negligence and the neglect of the ANC. So we reject the proposal as has been put here. There must be interim measures that must be put in place which are legal, not what has been done now with regards to the National Youth Development Agency. So we stand to reject the proposed motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the ANC. Thank you very much.
Next declaration. Next declaration.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the first point to note is that on the appointment of the NYDA board, what this process has shown, not just this House, but the country, is that the National Youth Development Agency is nothing else but an employment agency for the ANC Youth League and for their alliance partners. This was made evident when the previous ad hoc committee had appointed individuals based on a certain ANC Youth League faction. We had countless calls from different factions that said this individual didn't make it because they didn't come from the correct faction. And this is a reflection of the ANC. It's what has happened to our public entities, and it's what has happened to the NYDA. And now we sit in a situation where the time of Parliament has been completely wasted, where the resources of Parliament has been exhausted, and where young people and their development and their futures become yet another political football in the game which is patronage dispensation within the ANC government. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the new process, ANC members of the ad hoc committee did not even bother to pitch up to the meetings that were held. For us to create opportunities for our young people, we need to dispense with being motivated for rewarding people that are from the correct faction. We need to ensure that we are able to streamline our government processes, and we need to do away with the countless desperate measures to reward those that are politically loyal to the correct factions in the ruling partners and their alliance partners. And therefore, we must use this as a lesson going forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think what's important here is that we had actually completed the process of interviews. We had even shortlisted the people for submission to this House. And when the report was ready, then things just came to a standstill. And I think, Chief Whip, the duty that you have is to actually crack the whip. Honestly speaking, ngoba lo mjikelezo uzophinda uqale phansi. Siyabona nje sigudla insika njengeZion. Ufika umsebenzi uqale ungapheli. Ngempela lento ayisamukeleki nje lokwangempela ukuthi lokwenziwa lo mdlalo owenzeka la. Because the board expired, we all knew that the board was expiring. And then when the process had to be set into motion, there's just games. And I honestly believe that we have reached a point where the ANC Youth League must either shape up or ship out. Because we are in this state of limbo as far as the board is concerned because of the ongoing tensions there about deployment. We cannot go to an interview process with names in our pocket. The interview must speak on your behalf. You must go there and perform. But for us, this party is envelope. Ukuthi cha kahle kahle abantu ababhekiwe ilaba. Yile nto eyenza ukuthi le process ibe nenkinga. More than that, requirements are now being lowered because we want to cherry pick in accordance of who's been earmarked. No, let's not do this to young people of this country. Let's not do them this disservice of playing cheap politics even where it does not matter. This is a crucial board about youth development and it's not happening. And that is why you'll end up having illegal interim boards because desperate times call for desperate measures which at times are rooted in illegal means. I thank you.
Honorable Mngabe.
Sekela somlomo ngiyabonga. Sithanda nathi ukudlulisa ukudumala kwethu ngalokho sikuzwayo ukuthi kuzophinde kuhlehle futhi inhlolokhono yamalunga aleli body NYDA. Kusiphatha kabi lokusomlomo ngoba leli body libaluleke kakhulu ekusebenzeni kweNYDA. Leli body lona enikeza umkhombandlela ekusebenzeni kwale nhlangano ebhekelele ukuthuthukisa abantu abasha ezweni lakithi. Kuningi okusadingwa ngabantu abasha kakhulukazi ukuthuthukiswa kwamakhono abo, ukuthuthukiswa kwama-talent abo. Isona structure leso uhulumeni asibeka ukuthi sibhekelana lo msebenzi. Kodwa indlela esibona siphathuke ngayo kuyadumaza. Besibone ngazuthi le nhlangano NYDA iza kahle yathola nombiko wezimali ongenagcopho kulonyaka ophelile. Kodwa sisajabuliswa yiloko kuyasidumaza ukuthi le nhlolokhono iloku ihlehla isithathe undendende ukufa kwekati. Sithanda ukuzwakalisa ukudumala kwethu ke ukuthi kuphinde kuhlehlele unyaka ozayo. Besingajabula ukuthi mhlawumbe kuthiwe kuhlehliswa ngesonto noma amasonto amabili. Kodwa lokho esikuzwayo ngempela kuyasidumaza kwenza ukuthi abantu abasha babone ngathi uhulumeni ubabambisa amaqhubu entenesha. Ngoba njengoba sengishilo kukhulu esikulindele kodwa sikubona lokho ekuhlehla kubuyele emva nje kumjika Joe. Ngiyabonga sekela somlomo.
Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We are requesting the House to extend the deadline because of the imperative to allow public participation, to allow the process to be as transparent as possible. We could have concluded this process without allowing South Africans to participate in this process. But we thought that we needed to extend this process so that we can allow our people to participate and for the process to be as transparent as possible. Our information, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that the Honorable Minister has assigned a person on an interim basis to perform the functions that are supposed to be performed by the board so that there should not be any vacuum. This process has not been anticipated to be like this. We could have concluded this process this year, but however, we were faced with a variety of litigation and we thought that we should err on the side of caution. That's why we could not conclude the process as we anticipated the first time around. And this time around, and I'm surprised why members of the opposition are contesting the fact that we want to do everything else in line with the requirements of the Act. This time around, we said we should not come up with any requirements that are outside of what the Act prescribes. That's why that we have decided that the advert should be like that. We are going to run this process in line with what the Act requires, and we are pleading with the House to give us a little bit more time so that we can conclude this process and the process can have integrity. As to all these allegations about the Youth League, we are not aware of that, Honorable Deputy Speaker. If that is happening, we are not aware of that. What we know...
Honorable Member, your term has expired.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Members, the question is that the motion in the name of the Chief Whip for the extension of the deadline for reporting be extended to March. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Chair will call for division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Is it? Honorable members, the question before the House is the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Your whips will notice that and bring it to the attention of the table in front here. The voting session is closed. Abstain, 1. Noes, 17. Yes, 256. The motion is therefore agreed to. The last motion in the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We move again that the House suspends Rule 292AI, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled. For the purpose of conducting second reading debates today on the Finance Bill and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of recommendation of candidates for appointment to Public Service Commission.
The question before the House is that Mr. Richard Kalipile Sizani, Ms. Clara Pumelele Nzimande, and Dr. Tulmuzi Bruno Lutuli be recommended for appointment to the Public Service Commission. Are there any objections to the nomination as read out? There being an objection, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
The DA would like to make a declaration, please. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Constitution expects of the Public Service Commission to see to the establishment of an effective and efficient public service. Many of the frustrations in South Africa, as can be seen through the widespread unrest, violence, demonstrations, etc., relate to the state, the poor state of our public service. The Public Service Commission is therefore an important constitutionally created structure. While the Commission has been trying its utmost to fulfill its mandate, it has had limited impact. It has been troubled by extended periods of vacancies. Not only is this disrupting the work of the Commission, it's also grossly unfair towards those highly skilled and experienced potential commissioners to expect of them to put their careers on hold until possible reappointment. The DA would certainly, once given the opportunity, deal with this and bring much needed efficiency to the selection and appointment processes. Another problem in the public service, and the Commission has been far too quiet about this, is that the best managers in the public service are often not promoted due to the ANC's declared policy of cadre deployment. No wonder government is struggling to improve the culture and work ethics in the public service. Some ANC-aligned labour unions will do everything possible to block productivity measurement and efforts to reward excellence in the public service. We see thousands of staff being on extended leave due to illness or slow disciplinary procedures, senior managers failing to submit their annual declarations of financial interests, etc. There is a lack of accountability and action against those that transgress in the public service. The DA supports the recommendation and wishes the nominated candidates well in their work. In identifying these 3 candidates, the Portfolio Committee clearly showed a preference for continuity and an inside knowledge of the Commission's work. I thank you.
Honourable Member, Mkosi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters, inspired by the anti-corruption spirit of the July 26 movement, led by our departed leader, Fidel Castro, vehemently opposes the names put forward to fill vacancies at the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission is constitutionally empowered to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and administration of the public service. It is also legally obliged to promote measures that will ensure effective and efficient performance within the public sector. To do this, we need individuals of integrity, independent, not politically aligned. Unfortunately, the ANC sees each and every vacancy in the public service as an opportunity to appoint individuals who are aligned to the ANC. The recommendation now is that we must appoint the politically connected Ms. Clara Phumelele Nzimande, Bruno Luthuli, and Richard Sizani. Ms. Nzimande has very scandalous history when it comes to management position. She was fired as a group executive of the SABC in 2011 because, amongst other things, while she was still a group executive there, she has threatened to remove the SABC board. She had tried to force the then board chairperson Ben Gubani unilaterally to appoint Phil Molife to the post of head of news, in violation of the regulation of the employment of a senior management at the SABC. She tried to use her proximity to political power to control the SABC board, to appoint people who were of questionable character, and to provide more airtime at the SABC for the ANC. We therefore cannot trust her with this position. We condemn the ANC caucus for trying to subvert governance process to serve their own narrow agenda and appoint their own people to such high positions.
Honorable Flengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP supports the report. We participated fully in the interviews, and we're quite satisfied that the individuals whom have been recommended performed very well in the interviews, and they demonstrated a wealth of knowledge in terms of public service, which is what we actually need to build up the capacity of the public service to ensure that they inspire confidence. We do want to emphasize the need to differentiate between political interference and the issues of intervention, which came out very strongly in the interviews, because quite a number of issues which were raised were that there does seem to be a difficulty in the working relationship between the political leadership and the administrative leadership. And so it's important that we are able to ensure that people know what it is that they must do, whether they're in the political sphere or whether they're in the administrative sphere. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, of concern to the IFP is the fact that the reports which the commission commissions and the recommendations that they make find themselves wanting, and most often they are not implemented. Therefore, it will be important to ensure that this does not amount to willful and fruitless expenditure when money has been spent on reports, when money has been spent on investigations, and the relevant departments and the relevant sectors actually do not implement what it is that they're supposed to implement. So it is our expectation that the Commission moving forward holds people accountable, and with the support of the Portfolio Committee, we must be able to name and shame so that in the final analysis, we do credit and justice to the work of the Commission. So on behalf of the IFP, would like to wish the three nominated candidates well in the execution of their duties, and for them to understand that on their shoulders they carry a very heavy responsibility to ensure that public service is effective, efficient in the execution of its duties and the provision and service delivery to our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Public Service Commission is an important constitutional structure that has an important function in assisting to build a responsive and capable civil service. The Public Service Commission on an annual basis produces very important reports, which it is our belief that this parliament has not given as sufficient an attention to these reports as it should. We want to recommend that just like we do with the report of the Auditor General, it might be important that various committees of parliament beyond the Public Service and Administration Portfolio Committee may need to look at the reports, the annual reports of the Public Service Commission, and utilize them in far much more better way than has thus far been the case. We have in the Standing Committee on Public Accounts had an engagement with the Public Service Commission to see how we could, in that committee, utilize the reports that they make, but also the information that they have. And we tried this in one hearing with the Correctional Service Department, and it was interesting, the perspectives that they had, which broadened the information that we got from the Auditor General. So we want to say it is an important institution that I think has generally been underutilized, that does need to be utilized much more. But on this occasion, Deputy Speaker, I'm standing to voice the APC's support for the three nominees that we believe will be able to take the Public Service Commission forward, and that under the capable leadership of Advocate Sizani, the Public Service Commission has done better and can actually do even much more. I thank you.
Honorable Mwabe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Public Service Commission derived its mandate from Section 195 and 196 of the Constitution, and it is tasked and empowered to, among other things, investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and administration of the public service. This is a huge task which also entails the evaluation of achievement or lack thereof of government programs. Above all, however, the PSC has an obligation to promote measures that would ensure effective and efficient performance within the public service and to promote values and principles of public administration as set out in the Constitution throughout the public service. The current state of our public service leaves much to be desired, and we can rightly ask whether the PSC is functioning at its optimal capacity. More important, we have to ask whether the PSC is effective. The NFP believes that the effectiveness of the Commission is hampered by its current legal framework, which does not give it sufficient authority to be effective. We propose that the PSC should be accorded the same powers enjoyed by the public protector. The PSC can currently only recommend actions to the executive, but have no remedial powers which are enforceable and only be reviewed by the court of law. With the powers of enforceable remedial action, the PSC could intervene decisively in instances where the level of public service is insufficient or where the conduct of a public servant is unprofessional or unethical. The NFP supports the Portfolio Committee recommendations. We share the same belief with the Portfolio Committee that all three candidates who have been nominated have a clear understanding of the mandate which are to be entrusted with, and that they are fit and proper persons to be appointed as commissioners of the Public Service Commission. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, fellow South Africans. The ANC urged this House to support the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee for adoption and appointment by the President. With these reasons, probably let me just deal with the side issues. I think we should avoid to deal with the personalized issues. There's nothing adverse in terms of the AG report and the likes report in terms of the performance of the Public Service Commission. In particular, it has assisted the committee in terms of the information they provide in terms of declaration of financial interest, 30 days payment, which the Parliament and also the committee has been engaging very robustly on that one. And I take and accept the recommendation made by the PAC. But I must say before this House that it has been a very informative, educative process that has unfolded to appoint this or recommend these three names. One, it has been a smooth process in terms of the advert, in terms of also compliance with the act that governs the Public Service Commission's appointment and NDP and its mandate. Thirdly, it has been also in terms of the processes that unfolded. None of the organizations or political parties sitting in the portfolio committee had anything to say negatively or adverse in terms of the process. During the adoption of the report as well, all political parties present, I won't go to those ones who are not present in the committee, but I'll deal with those ones who are present. All of us agree that these are men and women that are fit and proper, also in terms of their skills and qualifications and their knowledge and the capacity that they have. They will ensure that at least there is more work that is done by the Public Service Commission. And we have also taken into account the gender imperatives and also the demographics as it may. Hence, we are recommending these ones. Also, they are going to ensure that there is a continuity in terms of the appointments and the committees we are making. The ANC and the committee, on behalf of the committee, we ask the House to adopt the report as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, in terms of Section 1968A of the Constitution, persons nominated for appointment to serve on the Public Service Commission must be approved by the majority of members of the Assembly. Although a division has not been demanded, members are required to record their support for the recommendation. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order. The question before the House is that the House approves the nomination of Mr. Richard Kalipile Sizani, Ms. Clara Pumelele Nzimande, and Dr. Tulumuzi Bruno Lutuli for appointment to the Public Service Commission. Are all members in the allocated seats? The process of recording your preference will now commence. Members should press the yes button if they approve, the no if they don't, and abstain if they don't want, whichever way. Have all members registered their preference? The process is closed. There are no abstentions. There are 14 noes, and there are 269 yeses. The nominations are therefore agreed in terms of Section 1968A of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of that report of Rules Committee of National Assembly 2016.
Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There's an indication that there's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Secretary will read the third order. Of course, yeah, the report is therefore accepted. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Finance Bill.
The Chief Whip.
Again, Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA would like to make a declaration, please. Thank you.
Declare, Honorable Fick.
The Democratic Alliance cannot support the finance bill because we do not support unauthorized expenditure. The purpose of this bill is to provide for the authorization of unauthorized expenditure of 2.9 billion rand from the 2006 to 2013 financial years. The authorized expenditure was incurred by the Departments of Home Affairs, 1.088 billion, Transport, 1.816 billion, and Water Affairs, 3.78 million rand. While provision for authorization of unauthorized expenditure is made in the Public Finance Management Act, we cannot condone the overspending while the country is faced with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. People out there are suffering, and these departments see it fit to spend money they do not have. Included in the overspending by Home Affairs is the payment of outstanding claims for expenditure to foreign missions, the payment of consultancy services, security services, legal fees, and leases for office accommodation. The overspending of transport included bus subsidies. In the Auditor General's latest consolidated audit outcomes for the 2015-16 financial year, PRASA was recorded as having incurred close to 14 billion rand in irregular expenditure as a result of significant non-compliance with its own supply chain management policy and legislation. The Department of Water and Sanitation is in crisis. Projects have been delayed, raising concerns about how our country will manage our water supply. Our country is experiencing drought, but this department continues to spend large amounts of wasteful and irregular expenditure every year due to poorly performing contractors, causing extended contract periods and increased costs, late payment of contractors resulting in project delays, and poor project planning. The bill makes provision for unauthorized expenditure to be recovered from responsible officials or former officials. But this government has no respect for the law. How much money has been recovered so far? Nothing. We cannot support the bill.
Honorable Mkosi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rejects the finance bill, and we do so because the ANC looting of our tax money does not only undermine our efforts to deliver much-needed service to millions of our people, but we also reject the finance bill because the ANC continues to undermine government institutions, undermine legislation such as the PMFA that is supposed to safeguard our money. Officials are using the PFMA as their toilet paper, undermine the constitutions of our country's stability and democracy, undermines efforts by the constitutional institutions such as the Public Protector, Auditor General, that is supposed to support our democracy. We will be failing in our duty if we do not object this bill and expose how the ANC have degenerated to a bunch of thieves. A bill that seeks to simply wish away almost 3 billion of unauthorized expenditure as mismanagement, corruption, and wasting our money did not happen, particularly when one considered that in 2005, unauthorized expenditure that was just over 50 billion, but within 5 years, the amount that has skyrocketed to well over 3 billion. Our people do not have water, electricity, housing, roads, schools, toilets, jobs, and dignity. It is for this reason and our obligation to millions who trusted us to represent them in Parliament that we reject the finance bill. There's no consequence management in departments. Director Generals does not sign their performance agreements. So that's why we are rejecting this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Hlengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP has said it before and we say it again. A failure to plan is planning to fail. And we are in this situation now simply for that very reason, that the planning processes and the failure to adhere to the APPs, to adhere to the PFMA and other national treasury regulations, and at worst is the fact that there's a lack of consequence management, particularly for transgressions, is absent. So we would want to say, whilst on one hand, this expenditure, whilst was unauthorized, the fact that it delivered on quite a number of essential services may be applauded, but we cannot approve two wrongs making a right. To say, well, just because it did good, it's okay for it to be unauthorized. So I think this needs to invoke in all of us the spirit to ensure that we adhere to stricter financial controls and stricter financial practices, and ensure that there's a new discipline in terms of financial management, and that where consequences are due, they must be meted out. The IFP expects that the Auditor General continues to do the good work of calling out these shortcomings, and we expect that we hold those people accountable who have been found wanting. The other issue which is of great concern is that some of the expenditure which was not be authorized yet dates as far back as 2004, and that speaks to parliamentary processes moving very, very slowly in dealing with these matters. And then almost 8 years later, the taxpayer is now confronted with a huge bill all at one go to actually sort out these things. So I think that we need to improve the parliamentary machinery in terms of how these issues are taken care of, so that we do not burden the taxpayer with an unfortunate situation where this money is being spent at once. So there is a need, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for us to look at the system in its entirety to ensure that it works smarter and better for the sake of ensuring that we do not waste money. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party accepts that regular adjustments have to be made to authorize previously unauthorized expenditure. Indeed, it is necessary accounting exercise to give an accurate reflection on the balance sheet of the state. However, inasmuch as we accept the necessity of such adjustments, we also have to ask serious questions about why unauthorized and over and underspending occur at all. Our view is that if State Department entities and institutions manage their finances in accordance with the prescribed processes, these incidents of unauthorized and over or underspending will be drastically reduced. The fact that there is insufficient action taken against those who are responsible for such irregular, under and overspending, and the fact that Parliament is called upon to authorize such irregular spending after the fact means that individuals will continue to mismanage the funds of the state. We note that Section 3 of the bill provides that this act does not detract from or limit any power or duty to take appropriate steps to recover unauthorized expenditure from a responsible official or formal official. This provision is encouraging on paper, but are we seeing enough steps to recover unauthorized expenditure? And are we seeing enough disciplinary action taken against responsible individuals? The answer is no. Every year we see damning reports by the Auditor General when we interrogate the reports. And every year the Portfolio Committee requests State Departments to act upon the recommendations of the Auditor General. But nothing happens, and next year we'll be going through the whole exercise again. The National Freedom Party suggests that perhaps the time has come to expand the powers of the Auditor General to act against individuals responsible for unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful and fruitless expenditure, because State Departments seem reluctant to take the necessary step. We need to clean up the financial management of our State Department so that we can give effect to our constitutional demand of transparent and accountable governance. The National Freedom Party will support this.
Honorable
Thank you.
Mabaza, ANC.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we submit as the ANC that the expenditure took place in a manner that delivered services to our people on all of these unauthorized expenditures that we are to approve here today. On the basis of that, therefore, we would like to support the finance bill. However, we agree that unauthorized expenditure, wasteful expenditure, and wasteful expenditure should be avoided through proper planning, proper implementation, and accountability. We also recognize that there is no record that suggests that through these unauthorized expenditures, there were cases of fraud or corruption. We are convinced that these expenditures were done in good faith, albeit not authorized. And therefore, we support the finance bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, all of the speakers have been referring to the finance bill. In fact, they were talking about the report. It's the report that was on the table, so we will assume that your remarks meant the report. And that's the question before the House, that the report be adopted. Any objections?
Deputy Speaker, we're dealing with item 3 as far as I know.
Sorry, with what? With the report.
Item
The question, the Chief Whip requested that the motion, the report be adopted. That's what we were debating. We are going to the 4th report, Honorable Waters. Yes, we are going there now. That's the next item. So the question to you is whether you accept that the report be adopted. Is that okay? Honorable Member, the Chief Whip moved that the report be adopted. That's in your. Give me that thing.
Deputy Speaker, if I may, that's the second item.
Can I give that?
That's the 3rd report on the Rules Committee of the National Assembly. We've done that. We now move to the 3rd item, which is the first reading debate on the finance bill.
Honorable Member, it's consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Finance Bill. Is that clear, honorable members? If it is clear, answer my question. Those of you in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The report is therefore adopted. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the fourth order.
First reading debate, finance bill.
The Secretary will read, sorry? As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the finance bill being read the first time? There is an indication of this. Yes. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
So the order that I've just read, it says the second reading debate. Why is it written as a debate when there's no list of speakers?
First reading.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. But why is it like not having the list of speakers?
Order, members. The member is clarified. Okay, sir. Take your seat. Order, honorable members. There being no objections, you object? Okay, there being an objection, let's put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, please
We'll
note the
call for
objection of the
division.
DA.
We will note the objection of the DA.
We're dividing everything today. All the budgets are divided today.
Honorable Shivambo, you are in the House. Speak only when you are allowed to speak.
Can you allow me to speak?
What do you want to say?
We're calling for division on the second reading debate.
The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order. The question before the House is that the finance bill be read the first time. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. It will work, don't worry. The machines will work, don't worry. Hold your breath. Just hold your breath. Keep it there. Those in favor of the bill being read the first time should press the yes button. And those against a no. And those who do wish to abstain may do so. The voting session is closed. No abstentions, 86 noes, 201 yeses. The Secretary will read the bill the first time.
Finance bill.
The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Second reading debate, finance bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the finance bill being read a second time? There is an objection. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes clearly have it.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the DA.
I will indeed note the objections of the DA.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of EFF.
I will absolutely note the objections of the EFF. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Finance bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on the Financial Sector Regulation Bill.
The Chief Whip of the majority.
Again, Deputy Speaker, we move for the adoption of this report by this House.
The motion is that this report be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, I will put the question. Those in favor say yes. Say aye. You could have said yes. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honourable Member?
when do we call for a division, now or after the debate?
What are you asking, Honourable Member?
When do we call for divisions? Do we call for division now or after the debate?
Honourable Member, we now know that the ayes have it. What do you want to say to
I
us?
want to call for division.
Okay. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Yes. Order. Members, take your seats. The motion before the House is that the sixth order be read a first time. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yeah. Okay, let me read it explicitly, honorable members. The question before the House is that the consideration of report of the Standing Committee on the Financial Sector Regulation Bill be read the first time. Be adopted, rather. Yes. Honorable members, voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read the first time should press the yes button. And those against, no.
Deputy
And those
Speaker,
must abstain.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, may I ask, are you putting the report or are you calling the
Honorable
first reading
members,
debate?
let me repeat this process so that you hear me again. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on the Finance and on the Financial Sector Regulation Bill be adopted. Is that clear, honorable members? Don't tell me what I said. Honorable members, I've just said this now. Are you okay with that one now? If you are happy, register your approval by pressing the yes button. Is the machine working now? Those against has indicated their preference as well, and those who abstained would have done so. All right. Honorable members, all that happened was clarity on what you are doing, and we've offered that. Now let's get the results of the outcome of your registration, of your preference. Honorable members, there are no abstentions. There are 14 noes and 272 approvals. The report is therefore accepted. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Second reading debate, Financial Sector Regulation Bill.
The Honorable Thandi Tobias of the ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, good morning. Honorable members, the piece of legislation before us today was as a result of long engagements with the financial sector and all important stakeholders, including COSATU and the Banking Association of South Africa. And also both the Standing Committee on Finance and the Select Committee on Finance took to study tours to look at different models around the world of the financial sector referred to here as the Twin Peaks legislation. The main objective of the tabling of the Twin Peaks bill is to ensure that, and not limited to, provision of financial and economic stability in South Africa. The global financial crisis has prompted countries to relook their financial sector laws, and South Africa is no exception. And we have undertaken to do so within the domestic framework and has taken into account the fact that we are a developmental state. We have also took note that the South African economy growth is still at an expense of the poor majority, which are taken advantage of by big business and used that for profit maximization. We have also took stock of the fact that the South African financial sector has an important role to play in economic growth, job creation, and sustainable development. But having said this, the key priorities of the South African government has always been consumer protection. Therefore, this legislation's key primary objectives will be to regulate market conduct and to protect consumers. In South Africa, we need to look at how firms treat their customers through fees and charges, and in the same vein, governments need to observe the operations of the banking sector to avert disasters, and these systematically important financial institutions, which we refer to here as SIFIs, need to remain solvent with liquidity at all times. We should also put a watchful eye on crime and corruption by dealing with money laundering and white-collar crime. We also address fragmentation in the regulatory framework by promoting a sound financial framework and to avoid market failure. The committee then recommended the need to have a subcommittee on transformation of the financial sector and also to have financial inclusion. The committee also looked at issues of access, but above all, the model will close the gap between regulatory bodies, and the bill will establish two regulatory bodies, namely the Prudential Authority and the Market Conduct Authority. This will exist, actually, members, within the Reserve Bank and the Market Conduct Authority. We'll look at the conduct of insurance companies at how they, and conglomerates, at how they sell products. This second authority will be responsible for protecting consumers against financial firms and services, and brings about integrity and efficiency in the financial markets, and to provide consumer education on products and services. The bill also looked at significant ownership by conglomerates. Honorable Speaker, David Maynard is very problematic. Honorable Deputy President, it's not fair what David is doing to me today. Honorable members, the bill also looked at significant ownership by conglomerates and listed companies and deposit-taking institutions, and also insurance companies will be looked at. Therefore, the law will ensure that significant owners has sufficient funds to ensure that the CFI remains stable and not fail. This bill will also be aligned with the Insolvency Act, and this will ensure that South Africa complies with international best practice. And having said this, there will be better coordination and cooperation between financial sector regulators, which will take place during the Council of Financial Regulators, the Financial Stability Oversight Committee, the Contingency Forum, and the Interministerial Committee. Moving forward, the regulations will ensure that the financial customer is protected in a balanced manner. Economic growth is realized and regulated.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable Mainir will not like this happening to him as well. Just keep orderly.
The regulations will be able to identify and manage risks. In advance, we'll be more careful in adverse situations related to fiduciary scandal. Fiduciary scandal. And the greater competition in the banking sector will also be realized. And customers will experience lower costs and better access to financial services. The 2008 Lehman Brothers insolvency should have not happened. And again, when you look closer at home, the African bank crisis will be averted. And amongst others, coordination will therefore look at supervision at all times. This model will also usher in a new Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, and the Financial Services Board will cease to exist. I repeat, the Financial Services Board will cease to exist. And also the Financial Services Tribunal will hold the regulators accountable through clear policies and administrative action, and enforcement will take place. And as part of the remedial action, the tribunal will take matters to review. We will also see the establishment of the ombudsperson and the council as a body that will integrate ombud schemes and an external dispute mechanism. And also this will act as an advisory body to the relevant jurisdictions. And having conducted such a rigorous consultation process through National Treasury and the committed public hearings, the implementation of the legislation will be through a phased-in approach. Phase 1 will focus on who regulates, and phase 2 will focus on how regulations will regulate in principle. And honorable members, this will lead to financial service providers being properly licensed, and there will be transparency, and its regulatory body and supervisory bodies will function in a perfect and integrated manner. These reforms will be of universal applicability and comprehensive, and ministers should also enforce legislation, and market conduct must be highly supervised for promotion of confidence in the system, and funding for regulation and should take place. Honorable members, since that I don't have time, let me take this opportunity to thank the team from National Treasury, especially Ishmael Momoniat, Roy Haverman, and Advocate Jenkins for the hard work for us to be able to produce this bill today. The African National Congress supports the bill. I thank you.
Honorable Mainir.
Thank you, Speaker. The Financial Sector Regulation Bill, known to its friends as the Twin Peaks Bill, and known to its enemies as the Death Bill, is a monster comprising of 279 pages, 305 clauses, and consumed nearly 250 hours of work over a period of a year by the Standing Committee on Finance. The bill, we have heard, in a final act of defiance, literally broke the printing press as the final version was printed for Parliament. And so I'm sure that I speak for the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, Mr. Yunus Karim, and many members of the committee when I say that when we finally completed work on the bill, we felt like going on our knees and crying, free, free, free at last. Speaker, we have a world-class financial sector which is growing and is creating jobs in South Africa. We should be focused on growing the financial sector rather than bashing the financial sector. But we also have to ensure that the financial sector is properly regulated in South Africa. That is why we led the charge to crowbar the Myburgh Commission report out of the South African Reserve Bank following the collapse of African Bank. That is why we led the charge to ensure that the Myburgh Commission report was provided to the National Prosecuting Authority by the South African Reserve Bank following the collapse of the African Bank. And that is why my colleague and friend, the Honourable Jordan Hill-Lewis, has led the charge to seek justice for the victims of reckless lending by African Bank. And if you remain unconvinced, then consider the fate of Joyce Daimani, who entrusted her savings to Arthur Brown of the Fidentia Group, and who lost everything, and who now cannot afford a decent tombstone for her son, who was so desperate as a result of the loss of the family's pension that he committed suicide. This bill, Speaker, provides for a major overhaul of the regulation of the financial sector in South Africa. It essentially provides for the establishment of 2 new regulators, including a new prudential authority responsible for the regulation of the soundness of firms, and a new market conduct authority responsible for the regulation of the conduct of firms. The bill is the first in a number of pieces of legislation that will be tabled over the next 5 years, including the Insurance Bill, the Conduct of Financial Institutions Bill, and the Financial Markets Bill. Speaker, we proposed 17 amendments to this bill and were delighted that some of the amendments, particularly the amendments to Clause 86, Clause 273, and Clause 274, were adopted by the Standing Committee on Finance. These amendments went a long way to fixing the clauses in the bill, which we thought had a very strong whiff of Pyongyang. These amendments, however, we have reservations about this bill, which we hope can still be fixed in the National Council of Provinces. Our reservations include constitutionality. On the 30th of November 2016, shortly before voting on the bill, President Jacob Zuma referred the Financial Intelligence Center Amendment Bill back to the National Assembly in terms of Section 79(1) of the Constitution because of reservations about the constitutionality of Clause 45(1)(c), which provides for warrantless searches. As a result, the committee applied its mind to similar provisions contained in this bill, and at the last minute agreed to amend Clause 137 to narrow the scope and clarify the purpose of warrantless searches. The committee received the assurance of a senior parliamentary legal advisor that following the amendments to Clause 173, the bill was constitutional. But in the absence of a formal legal opinion, and in the absence of a legal opinion on similar clauses in the Financial Intelligence Center Amendment Bill, an element of doubt has now arisen as to whether this bill is constitutional. Our reservations also include coordination. The National Credit Regulator, which falls under the Department of Trade and Industry and is responsible for the regulation of the credit industry, will not fall under the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. The only reason informally provided by officials from the Department of Trade and Industry and from representatives of the National Credit Regulator was that a political decision had been taken. The effect of this decision, not to include the National Credit Regulator under the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which is evidently the result of a turf war pure and simple, will be to render the Financial Sector Conduct Authority more or less toothless when it comes to the credit industry. And it will compromise an important objective of the bill, which is to improve the coordination of financial sector regulators in South Africa. The bill without the National Credit Regulator, firmly tucked under the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, is not a Twin Peaks bill. It is a one peak and a one molehill bill. And finally, our reservations include excessive cost. An impact study was conducted and found that the total cost of implementing this bill would be approximately 1.03 billion rand, including inter alia, the Prudential Authority, which would cost 341 million rand, and the Financial Conduct Authority, which would cost 611 million rand. And this excludes the transitional costs, which are estimated to be about 150 million rand per year for 2 years and will be clawed back through a special levy following the introduction of a financial sector levies bill in 2016. The concern here is not only that costs are excessive, but that they will be passed on to customers, which will compromise another important objective of this bill, which is financial inclusion. We therefore cannot support the Financial Sector Regulation Bill and hope that some of these defects will be fixed in the National Council of Provinces. We accept that there's still much work to be done, but for now, we are finally free at last from the Financial Sector Regulation Bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. So this bill, which is called Twin Peaks Bill, is a financial regulatory bill or law that primarily is supposed to introduce two regulatory institutions. One, a prudential regulatory authority, which will be located in the Reserve Bank, and two, a financial services conduct authority that will relatively operate independently and be responsible for market conduct of financial institutions. The PRA, which is the Prudential Authority, is going to be responsible for the insurance, the big banks, and the so-called financial conglomerates, or the so-called systemically important financial institutions, whose collapse can collapse the entire economy. So in light of the 2008 financial crisis, then this bill is supposed to respond to the conduct of all financial institutions. But it's not Twin Peak because there are other institutions which necessarily should continue to exist. The National Credit Regulatory Authority, the regulator, the NCR, and then the Financial Intelligence Center. Throughout this process, when we were participating far much more intimately as the EFF, we always raised the importance of the Financial Intelligence Center and the importance of dealing with financial crimes. Even when we went to the Oversight visit in the UK, when we were in the Bank of England, when we met the Banking Association of England, when we met with all the institutions there, the key highlight to us was how do you deal with financial crimes, because South Africa is defined by a lot of financial crimes, of money laundering, of tax avoidance, of illicit financial flows. We had said that any regulatory environment and legislation that is proposed should fundamentally deal with that aspect. Now, just before the bill was finalized, the president of the ANC brought back the FIC Act, which to some extent was going to deal with financial crimes. This is against the fact, I heard Kosatu said he must be a president, a deputy president. You must listen to this carefully. In May, the parliamentary majority of the ANC passed the FIC bill. In October, the Secretary General of the ANC spoke on behalf of the National Executive Committee and said that the FIC bill must be signed into law or South Africa will be punished by the world markets. So you have got the parliamentary majority of the ANC saying that the FIC bill must be signed into law. And you must remember, this FIC bill is critical for this bill that we're approving today. And then the Secretary General on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the ANC says that it must be made law. But then the platforms that are associated with Saxon World, some so-called Decolonization Foundation and the New Age writes editorials to say that the FIC bills must not be made into law. And 6 months later, just before Parliament closes, a president, whom is supposed to be your president, brings back that bill here for us to entertain it. It frustrates the Financial Services Regulation Bill. It frustrates the efforts that had to be put in place to fight financial crimes. What kind of logic is that? What kind of thinking is happening there? You can realize that it's a planned syndicate platforms and mechanism to frustrate efforts to fight financial crimes here in South Africa because the president and whoever is working with are party to the financial crimes that are happening in South Africa.
Honorable Member.
It's a reality of the matter that we must have to deal with. The EFF doesn't agree with the Financial Services Regulation Bill as proposed because we think that it's toothless. It is not helping us to move forward in terms of how we deal with some of these issues. Thank you very much.
We will return to your remarks. Honorable Sengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, whilst the Inkatha Freedom Party welcomes and supports the objects of the bill, namely the achievement of a financial system that not only works in the interests of financial customers, but also supports balanced and sustainable economic growth in our country through the establishment of a regulatory and supervisory framework promoting financial stability, safety, fairness, efficacy, confidence, and prevention of financial crime, we remain concerned as regards to the following. That the reckless spending through reckless lending remains a critical concern in South Africa, particularly post-2008. In most instances, this is because of the bank granting credit on the basis of the credit applicant understating their expenses, and on the other hand, the credit provider in effect giving credit to an individual who clearly does not have the means to affordably repay the same. This situation, of course, is not assisted then by moving the national credit regulator out of the financial regulatory framework. Whereas before it fell under the market conduct regulation, under this bill it will find itself outside of the framework. More worrisome is the ongoing debate, and might I say the turf war in the fight, the childish kindergarten spat between trade and industry and national treasury as to the regards of the role of the NCR as well as its positioning. We support the view that there should be only one market conduct for financial services, as this will ensure consistency of standards in terms of licensing, disclosure, consumer recourse, and the like. Another inclusion might be that of the medical aid schemes, as they are also not addressed in terms of the Twin Peaks model, despite being financially underwritten by financial conglomerates. Honorable House Chairperson, there are many critics to this bill. It's sometimes referred to as the Twin Daggers and not the Twin Peaks bill. It goes without saying then that it can become a double-edged sword if its challenges are not mitigated against. This bill, Honorable Chairperson, IFP wants to stress, must not lead to the creation of an economy-stifling bureaucracy, unnecessary red tape, multiplication of staff and regulators, as this will only stifle our economy. It must not stifle innovation, destroy jobs. In essence, Honorable Chairperson, what the IFP is saying is that this bill must not become anti-transformation. In conclusion, and subject to the above concern, whilst this bill is supported, the main thrust being in order to make financial markets safer for our consumers. So we do believe that whilst these innovations and the concerns that are there, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let us use this as a building block to ensure that we arrive at a healthy and conducive environment for financial regulation. Of course, moving forward, we must be mindful of the cost factors involved, but let's at the very least agree at the principle and move forward to avoid a repeat of 2008. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shaiki, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, allow me to start off by extending on behalf of the National Freedom Party our condolences to the wife, family, and fans of Sifiso Nkwane, a renowned gospel singer who died of kidney failure. He was quite a distinguished and talented artist. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party welcomes the financial sector regulation bill tabled here today. We believe that the major concerns raised during the public consultation period in respect of the previous tabled version has been adequately addressed to pave the way for adoption of this very important bill, which is aimed at increasing protection of South African consumers and regulate market conduct, while at the same time creating a more stable financial system. The bill has been in the making for a considerable period of time, and once enacted will completely change the landscape of financial control in the South African economy. Honorable Chairperson, despite the introduction of stringent FICA regulations, reckless lending continues to haunt millions of South Africans who are drowning in debt. The National Freedom Party took note of concerns expressed that the bill created the potential for abuse by the statutory authorities created by this legislation. Concerns focus largely on the powers of the Prudential Authority and the Market Conduct Authority. We do not agree with these reservations because we believe that the bill contains more than enough checks and balances to prevent abuse by any authority. One of these checks and balances which we are particularly happy about is the establishment of a financial services tribunal as provided in S214. In terms of these provisions, the function of the tribunal is to hear and decide appeals by persons aggrieved by a decision of a decision maker in terms of a financial sector law. What is most impressive, Honorable Chairperson, is the requirement that the tribunal members must include at least 2 persons who are retired judges or are persons with suitable expertise and experience in law, and at least 2 other persons with experience or expert knowledge of financial products, financial services, financial instruments, market infrastructure, or the financial system. By setting out high standards and criteria such as these, the National Freedom Party believes that the tribunal will be well equipped to discharge its mandate and provide a very necessary service within the financial sector. In conclusion, the National Freedom Party is of the opinion that the bill on the whole is a step in the right direction and aligns South Africa with many leading economies in the world. Whilst financial institutions may be wary of a change, regulatory environment, a more harmonized and a certain regulatory landscape has to benefit all parties. The National Freedom Party supports this.
Honorable Nkwankwa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Menir said he's very happy that we are done with this financial sector regulation bill. And he made me remember the song, if you're happy, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. The implementation of the Twin Peaks Bill to establish 2 regulatory entities. 1, Prudential Authority within the Reserve Bank, the purpose of which is to ensure the safety and soundness of banks and insurance and financial institutions, while on the other hand, the Market Conduct Authority is to protect customers, financial services, customers. This is a necessary step, rather, given the complexity and the increasing level of complexity of operations of financial services industry as a whole, and more in particular and importantly, in the fight against financial crimes. However, as was the case with FICA and FICE and other laws that regulate the financial services industry, there is a strong possibility that financial institutions are going to pass the cost of implementing the Twin Peaks Bill to customers. Who can forget the huge administration fees that have become the order of the day in the financial services industry because of the laws that were passed in the past in order to regulate it? In this regard, we have to ensure that the Financial Sector Authority does indeed supervise institutions more intensely. However, whenever we pass laws or take initiatives, we always make this point and then forget about it. Who can forget, for instance, there was a lot of fanfare when we introduced Mzansi account a number of years ago. And the purpose of that account was obviously to serve the poor and to ensure market access to the poor in the financial services industry. But none of us have actually gone back to check as to whether that account is still affordable. When I checked it last year, it was still one of the most, it's actually become one of the most expensive accounts for people to operate. Now the masses have actually decided to leave it and go to your traditional accounts like your savings and other accounts because of how expensive it is and because of the restrictions that are put in place on those accounts. Now the principle is about obviously making sure that there is vigilance. The other very important issue which we must consider is that when there were complaints, especially from some of the role players within the financial services industry, that the Financial Services Board, which has now ceased to exist or will cease to exist because of the current process and the bill, had gotten to a point where it had become a law unto itself. Now, when we put these measures to try and regulate and control and improve market conduct of financial services, we need to consider and check the powers of the institutions that oversee the financial service industry so that they don't become a law unto themselves or repeat the mistakes that were made by institutions that were trying to discontinue and to replace. The UDM supports the bill. Siyabulela.
Sibulele. Mohlomphehi Makekane.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members of this House. This is one of the most important bills to be considered by this House, and the ANC supports it. But just a quick one, Chair. I want to remind Honorable Floyd that he missed an opportunity last week when we were looking at the FIC Act, but there's still another opportunity earlier next year to look at the unconstitutional element that the Presidency has raised in that FIC Act. Honorable Chair, there has been some colossal failures in the financial services sector, both within our shores and abroad. Who could forget the Fidentia scandal of J. Arthur Brown, who lavishly spent over 500 million rand of the savings of 47,000 widows and orphans? The recent Panama Papers have shown that some of this money was stashed in the offshore tax havens. Recently, we had the African Bank placed under curatorship. In 2008, the so-called global financial crisis ensued, triggered by the insolvency of Lehman Brothers and affecting many countries. There are many other examples of how the markets have failed, spurred by greed of the market players who seek to make profits at all costs. Private markets are based on a goal of maximizing profit, sometimes by hook or by crook. Left to their own devices, they almost always fail to self-correct and to maximize social welfare. They hardly volunteer to do good. They need to be whipped into line through regulations. That is why the primary focus of the Twin Peaks Bill, this is the primary focus of the Twin Peaks Bill, to regulate the financial sector in order to prevent market failure and protect financial customers. It is the failure of markets that South Africans are faced with high transaction costs because of high fees for services and products by our financial sector. The Competition Commission's banking inquiry, led by Judge Tamani Jali, reported in 2008 that there were high levels of concentration and an oligopoly market structure which hindered competition in the banking sector in South Africa. We have had and still have an oligopoly of the big four banks, which controls more than 90% of the assets and market. Besides the entry of Capitec Bank, there has been no significant greenfields operations into the retail banking sector in South Africa. This is not only a big concern for competition, but also for transformation. It reminds us, Honorable Chair, that preventing market failure cannot be the only reason for regulating the financial services, but also transformation and achieving the collective aspirations and desires of the majority of our society. The collective aspirations and desires of this majority, as espoused by the ANC, is to achieve a better life for all South Africans. It is not good enough, Chair, that the South African financial sector is rated among the best in the world, but the majority of society does not enjoy its sophistication. Only a minority do so, as it was in the apartheid days. We in the ANC believe that we need to also regulate for transformation to take place within the financial sector. As a developing country, there are a lot of past deeds that need to be corrected. We have learned that transformation will not occur and cannot be outsourced to the goodwill of the markets. It will take place as a result of a deliberate and sometimes intrusive government intervention. That is why we are making sure that transformation forms part of the Twin Peaks Bill. It forms part of the objectives of this bill. We also inserted a provision for the establishment of a working group or subcommittee on transformation into clause 81 of the bill. Working together with the Financial Sector Council, we want this working group or subcommittee to draw up and implement an action plan on transformation in the financial sector. The Standing Committee on Finance will monitor very closely the work of this working group. South Africans need more new local financial sector players to ensure competition. And while we understand the Reserve Bank's policy on 4 pillars in the banking sector, we also need it to ensure that there are no barriers to entry and the high entry requirements of capital adequacy and liquidity are relaxed to facilitate an entry of new players and more competition. We would like to see women playing a more meaningful role in the sector. Bomme, ke nako ya go beakanya gore re be le banka ya basadi. We understand the need to comply with the global financial regulatory standards, such as Basel and others. However, these standards must be flexible to the imperatives of our own economic development. They should not be implemented at all costs, even when they hinder transformation and financial inclusion. They should be designed to suit our needs as a developing country. Honorable Chair, we know that in our country, the financial sector had failed dismally to extend basic financial services to the majority of South Africans. It took a campaign from government and social movements, including the SACP, to bring the financial sector to the table to develop the financial sector charter at NEDLEC in 2002. And Honorable Karim can attest to that. And I hope this noble cause is still on track from the SACP side. This campaign demanded that financial institutions should stop the discriminatory redlining practices. With the implementation of this bill, we would like to see more financial inclusion and access to formal financial services for the majority of South Africans and small and medium enterprises. Next year, Honorable Chair, we plan to organize public hearings with the Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry on the implementation of the Financial Sector Charter. The Twin Peaks Bill also provides for greater protection for financial customers through financial education and literacy. It is crucial to empower financial customers to make the right decisions
Honorable Member.
about their
Order.
products and services.
Your time
they
has
consume.
expired.
The
Thank you.
ANC support this bill. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Swart. Can I confirm that Honorable Swart is not in the House? Now we call on Honorable Karim.
Chairperson, I think Mr. Swart should apologize to the whip here who's complaining that I'm not there when I'm supposed to be there. But Mr. Swart's not here when he's supposed to be here. So on his behalf, I apologize to you. Having said that, we have explained, in fact, Mr. Mania for once showed some grace, very rare of him. Makes my response here very boring. But there are things, needless to say, he has to be controversial about because it's in his DNA. But let me start by saying that we spent over 200 hours on this bill. Mr. Mania himself says that. He also says he's relieved of the bill. But on the other hand, he says, you know what? There's so much more work to be done. Now, really, there's a flagrant contradiction in that, actually. He himself admitted that we've come to the end, as it were. Needless to say, too, he makes a whole lot of claims, as he must do. I don't know what he's aspiring to, and it's end of the year, and it's Christmas cheer, and does somebody really care? Actually, the DA made some useful, very practical comments on the bill. Really, not as usual, whoever said that. And actually, they were quite trivial, but helpful. As far as the policy issues go, just one, in a bill running into 279 pages. They proposed that we should have much more independent evaluation of the cooperation amongst entities and so on, because this bill will not work. The Twin Peaks model, Mr. Shivambu reminds us ad nauseum, as if we haven't agreed to that, is not really Twin Peaks, but it's used as a sort of like shorthand. All of us accepted from day one that it isn't quite Twin Peaks. Nevertheless, the point is that there was one useful contribution on 200 and somewhat hours. Wow, that's a huge contribution, Mr. Mania. I hope they promote you to whatever it is you're seeking to be promoted to within the DA. But it was a useful comment and contribution, and we accepted it. And you did make some useful comments, but nowhere near what you're claiming. Nevertheless, fine. If that makes you happy and your chief whip happy, fine it is. Let's also say, in fact, there's very little that we did not discuss about the coordination. Now, one of the key aspects of this bill is also the cost. It was the ANC, actually. It was the ANC that raised this on day one. We know exactly. After all, it's we who represent primarily the poor and the disadvantaged. We who said, what will be the costs for the poor? The business community always passes on any wage increases to the consumers and the very workers who are supposed to benefit from those wage increases. So, eclipsing the wage increase they got by the cost they have to bear after having been conceded to on the wage increase. So similarly, here we said it's the financial customers that will bear the costs of what the banks have to pay for implementing the new model. It's we, the ANC, that raised it. It's a key part of our report. If you care to, you can look at it. It was published in the ATC last Thursday, if I'm correct. Also, we demanded from National Treasury, the ANC, and all parties, let's admit, what will be the cost of implementing it? And if you look at the report, as I've just managed to do yet again a moment ago, there's an entire set of graphs, if you look at page 7 and 8, which spell out the costs. And what emerged very, very clearly is that if we don't implement this model, the cost to the financial customers and disproportionately the poor and the low-income earners would be far, far greater. The DA, and Mr. Mania in particular, were unable to contest this when the National Treasury presented these arguments, actually. And so it is that we've said that we must do many other things to ensure that the financial customers, and the poor in particular, don't bear an undue cost for this model. We, for example, have said that it's fine to have all these rules and rights for the financial customer. But what if they don't know about it? So we tighten the role of the ombudsperson. We put various other provisions. For example, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority is now required to spend far more of its energy on doing exactly that, ensuring financial literacy and education of the customer. Now, on the constitutionality that Mr. Mania refers to, yes, indeed, we did look at it. We did get legal advice. We have, in fact, said that this is not the final outcome on that. We have said in our report, indeed, that the NCOP, while this is a Section 75 bill, the NCOP must pay considered attention to this bill. They must look at this bill as if they're looking at it for the first time in Parliament, that the NA hasn't spent so many hours, and want fresh minds to come with new ideas. Even if we had spent another 20 hours or 40 hours on this bill, it would not have made substantial difference. We've exhausted this bill. This is the best we can deliver in the circumstances, and let's hand it over to the NCOP. But one thing we're clear about, the NCOP, we have pleaded with Mr. Charles de Beer, the chairperson, will give this bill very considered attention. And we too, on our side, will not say it's a 75 bill. The NA will not dismiss the amendments. We'll look at them carefully. And one of the issues that we've alerted them to is precisely the provision of constitutionality of the bill. And I agree with some of the things Mr. Shivambu is saying, that without the Financial Intelligence Center Amendment Bill, part of what we've done here doesn't carry weight, Deputy President. We have to act against financial crime. And we have to actually expedite the process, and we've agreed to do so. In fact, we start tomorrow. These are the views we've said in our committee last week, Shivam, we're not there. These are the views of lawyers in the presidency. Other lawyers may come to a different opinion. It doesn't mean because it comes from the presidency's lawyers, therefore Parliament must tremble and buckle. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to get independent legal advice, and if the presidency's lawyers are wrong, they're just wrong. And finally, let the Constitutional Court decide. But on the issue of dealing with illicit financial flows, we are the 10th worst country in the world. We have no doubt this Parliament, across all parties, is going to tackle that. It's the poor and the disadvantaged. It's those who are low-income earners that bear the major cost. And it's the mining industry, in part, Deputy President, that actually, what we've discovered is that mining economies are more vulnerable to base erosion and profit shifting, are more vulnerable to illicit financial flows than elsewhere. Why? Tomorrow there's a conference in London of members of Parliament all over trying to actually set a global agenda for members of Parliament, not governments, but members of Parliament to play a much more active role in this regard. On the issue of the National Credit Regulator, there were two opposing views, actually. The one is Mr. Mania's view that they should be collapsed into the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. Then there's the view of COSATU and the Financial Sector Campaign Coalition and the SACP and others who argue, no, no, no. The NCR is working just fine. Let it continue. So we engaged with the Minister of Trade and Industry, the DG, and in fact the National Credit Regulator. They were there from day one. They were participating fully. And let me say something else. It's not just the number of hours we spent on this bill. We, as we often do with bills, invite the public to participate right up till the last stage, Deputy President. Before we vote on a bill, anybody can come. COSATU, the NGOs and so on. Regrettably, because the business community, because the banking and insurance sector are very highly resourced, they were there till the day we voted on the bill. The other NGOs, Comrade President, Deputy President, when we first came to Parliament...
Please
Parliament
address the Chair, Honorable Karim.
Via you, via the Chair, obviously. What I'm saying to you, Deputy President, is that, and let me address the Chief Whip, which I've done. When we were here from 1994, we used to pay for NGOs to come here. Not COSATU, which is a powerful actor, not NACTU, which is a powerful actor, and so on. We paid for people from the rural areas of Shlumayo, or Ikivukeni, or Eightfall to come. I think we must go back to that, because what you find in these public hearings, it's industry, the private sector, and the powerful trade unions. Where are the ordinary people? Even the NGOs that are there are the well-resourced ones. So what we had was Asisa from the insurance industry and Basa sitting there right till we voted on the bill. I think what peeves Mr. Mania is that his sector, his constituency, his party's constituency were engaging with the ANC. The DA was marginal. The private sector, the banks. And let's start with this. The crisis we've got since 2008 was primarily caused by the greed of the bankers. It was primarily caused by the financial sector in the United States. And who's bearing the ultimate costs? We in this country and the developing world. Again, that's your fate in the private sector, even though it fails. When we introduce a bill to regulate them, to ensure financial inclusion, to ensure financial transformation, you have problems with the bill that you engaged with for 200 hours, and you yourself acknowledge you were exhausted with it. So what new ideas have you got? Nothing.
Your time has expired. Thank you. I now invite the Deputy Minister of Finance to close the debate.
Honorable Chair, honorable members of this House, first I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Finance for an extraordinary effort in processing the bill. The committee sat for many, many hours, convened subcommittee hearings, examined international best practice, and rigorously debated all aspects of the reform. In particular, I should applaud the chair of the committee, Yunus Karim, for his detailed and close attention to all aspects of the bill, his strong work ethic, and his sense of humor throughout the process. All members of the committee made a substantial contribution, as is shown by the committee report on the bill. The financial services sector touches the life of each and every South African. It enables economic growth, job creation, the building of a vital infrastructure, and sustainable development for South Africa and her people. It is therefore crucial that the sector is well regulated and stable. A strong financial sector ensures resilience during periods of market volatility. In its statement on our ratings last week, Standard & Poor's noted in particular the strength of the banking system, highlighting that the sector is strong and resilient. The financial sector is also crucial for a country with low savings rate like South Africa. Our current account deficit means we must access foreign savings to finance investment. On an annual basis, we need to borrow around 150 billion to meet the fiscal deficit. This money is borrowed largely from the domestic financial sector. Reducing the fiscal deficit will allow us to reduce our reliance on borrowing. In 2011, government announced an overhaul of the financial regulatory system. This vision was set out in a document called The Safer Financial Sector to Serve South Africa Better, which became known as the Red Book. The intention was to bring to the fore the goals of market conduct, financial inclusion, and combating of financial crime. The bill implements the Twin Peaks system. It will greatly strengthen the approach for market conduct, make it easier to understand financial products, and allow us to take decisive action to protect consumers, streamlines the ombuds system to make it easier for the ordinary South African to take their financial service providers to task and to ensure that they get the best value for money. It also must not be read in isolation, and I concur with the chair of the committee. The FIC amendment bill is crucial as part of the overall regulation of the system. Stability is not the only policy objective for the financial sector. We should not strive for stability of the graveyard. We need a financial services sector that is growth-oriented, innovative, dynamic, and serves the need of South Africans. The sector should be the servant of the real economy. It should facilitate economic growth. It should help create jobs. It should contribute to a better life for all. The sector has grown by 4% on average over the past decade and added more than 500,000 jobs. Financial sector assets are more than 3 times the size of the GDP. The broader sector, including insurance and real estate, contribute 33% to the total company's tax revenue. That said, the sector can be doing more. It is characterized by high and opaque fees, needs to be more transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Too many South Africans fall prey to unscrupulous financial services firms. Moreover, many South Africans do not have appropriate access to banking, insurance, and savings products. This inhibits economic growth and keeps people trapped in poverty. There are a number of comments that have been made in the course of this debate and elsewhere. The first relates to transformation. A sector that reflects the modern South Africa is critical to support the vision of an inclusive society. Transformation is not just about ownership, but is also about lending. Who do the banks lend to? Do they overcharge? Do they have appropriate products for ordinary South Africans? The bill will certainly help achieve all of these and more. There's also been an argument raised around the cost of regulation. The cost of financial regulation can be enormous, and it is justified that there should be some cost related to creating an effective and efficient supervisory regime. Cost modeling by Treasury has demonstrated that direct costs to the industry are substantially minimal. Of course, there will be indirect costs to firms that are forced to become more consumer-focused. We will be presenting a short money bill later, and this will set out the cost in more detail, and extensive consultation for this bill is underway. Largely, the poor and vulnerable groups of our society stand to benefit more from a better regulated financial system in general, and in particular from the work of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, whose main purpose is to promote fair treatment of financial customers by financial institutions. The social and economic benefits of a stable, better regulated financial system that delivers fair outcomes for the financial customers outweigh the cost of such regulations. The other area that has been raised quite sharply relates to the inclusion or exclusion of the National Credit Regulator. Many people argued that it should be part of the Twin Peaks system. We argued, after a long and substantive discussions with many people, that including the NCR into the new conduct authority may prove too complex at this point in time. However, the bill improves coordination between regulators, creating a mechanism for them to work together in a tighter way than before. The bill carefully balances also operational independence with the role of Parliament in our regulatory system. Parliament has a critical role in providing oversights, but Parliament should not necessarily get involved in detailed decisions, and the committee has thought carefully about this issue. In addition, the bill ensures proper accountability for directors. The wording of the clause strikes the right balance between
Honourable
accountability...
Deputy Minister, your time is now expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Financial Sector Regulation Bill being read a second time? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection will be noted.
And then, please, we call for division.
Honourable members,
We want to vote
a
against
division having been called, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes. Will you take up your allocated seats, honorable members? Thank you. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats, and when requested to do so, must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the Financial Sector Regulation Bill be read a second time. Are all members in their seats? Order, honorable members. Order. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 213, those against 81, and there is no abstentions. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Financial Sector Regulation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the eighth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2016 medium-term budget policy statement.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move that the report be adopted by this House, Honorable Chair.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There's no objections, and it is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the ninth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Again, Chair, I move that the report be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There is an objection. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection will be noted.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
The objection will be noted. And the question is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the 10th and 11th orders together.
Debate on 2016 medium-term budgetary policy statement and first reading debate, Adjustment Appropriations Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Posa, the Chairperson of the Appropriations Committee, who will introduce the debate. Honorable Posa.
The ANC supports the bill. I repeat, the ANC supports the bill. This debate provides an opportunity to engage on an analysis of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill and draw the linkages between the rationale for the proposed adjustments and the financing of ANC-led government policies. This bill is a reflection of financial legislation that is in the proposals designed to, 1, reverse past imbalances, and 2, create a better life for all using the budget as an instrument to change. The approach of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2016 seeks to ensure that the ANC 5-year manifesto priorities and the government's medium-term strategic framework priorities are financed within the context of slow growth, lower revenue, rising inflation, and global financial instability. The bill speaks to the financial management strategy of the state, maximizing and utilizing.
Honorable Posa, honorable members, there's too much noise in the House. Let's allow the speaker to be heard. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was saying the bill speaks to the financial management strategy of the state, maximizing and utilizing available resources in the most proficient manner in order to enhance the potential of the programs that are funded as policy priorities and address the greatest needs of our people. This financial principle is applied to each adjustment between and within votes of funds. Each adjustment is about both policy and economic choices seeking to protect core social and economic programs. Whilst the bill is set against the backdrop of fiscal consolidation as a mechanism to safeguard the National Revenue Fund and more broadly the fiscus, the bill, through its adjustments, commits to sustain the state-led infrastructure build program, active industrial intervention, and support for small and medium productive enterprises so as to ensure growth is built. In reviewing progress in the implementation of resolutions from the ANC's 53rd National Conference of 2012, the 2015 National General Council, in addressing current economic challenges, resolved, I quote, reprioritize the budget across all three spheres of government in order to reduce consumption expenditure, boost investment spending, and raise revenues. The focus of this was in the allocation of resources and taking decisive action against waste and corruption, end quote. Therefore, the bill ensures through its adjustments that basic services continue to be financed, protecting the most vulnerable. The bill reflects contextual needs and adjustments and emerging priorities in specific votes like higher education and training and health, and these are funded in many cases through reprioritization. The Adjustment Appropriation Bill does not repeat mistakes of many countries who, when faced with the type of domestic, economic, and fiscal challenges we have today, opt for shock therapy, for austerity, deep fiscal cuts, and the selling off of state assets, thus weakening the state and its ability to meet the needs of its citizens. Rather, this bill continues the economic path of measured fiscal consolidation that puts in place the building blocks of economic growth for the future, and this is reflected in specific budget votes. The bill must be seen as a political and financial instrument that the ANC-led government uses to ensure that its policy programs continue to be operationalized through any adjustment in allocation across the votes. The adjustments in this bill reflect a reallocation of financial resources to the different spheres of government using an outcomes-centered public spending approach. South Africa's growth prospects remain challenging. Our growth focus of 0.5% in 2016 is a reflection of how much we still have to do to restructure the economy. The IMF's April forecast for 2016 has been lowered to 0.6%, and the 2017 forecast has been revised sharply, lowered to 1.2%, previously 1.8%. Whilst it is true that growth in 27 will be better than 2016, the weak economic conditions reflect a combination of deteriorating global and domestic factors, a lower and a changed growth direction in emerging markets, particularly China, has put further pressure on commodity prices and increased financial market volatility. Domestically, infrastructure constraints have been a major player, whilst business and understandably consumer confidence is down. We are pleased that the Reserve Bank has been wise in their decision not to increase borrowing costs. Investment in the productive sectors of the economy require ability to access finance. The 2016 budget reinforced government's commitment to a prudent and sustainability fiscal path and responded to new spending needs without compromising expenditure limits. What fiscal consolidation has enabled is an expenditure ceiling that has been used to manage the shift in fiscal policy since 2012. Understandably, poor economic growth means lower government revenue. To sustain the social wage and avoid sharp reversals in public spending, a proposed mix of revenue and expenditure measures in the February budget were introduced. The adjustments in this bill are in line with this. Most importantly, whilst these adjustments are in the context of a lowered spending ceiling in the 2 outer years of 2016 MTF, but are designed to minimize the impact on frontline service delivery. In terms of increased focus towards job creation, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill continues to commit funding towards SME development and in support of SMEs as critical facilitator of job creation. These adjustments are designed to provide support to programs in the Enterprise Incubator Program and design support for informal business scheme aimed at growing the informal sector. The quantum of funding required for expanding the post-school education and training sector cannot be accommodated by budget process alone. This requires partnership with the private sector. A number of processes, including the Presidential Commission of Inquiry on Higher Education, Presidential Task Team on Funding Poor Students and the Missing Middle, and Interdepartmental Task Team on Financing Options for the Post-School Education and Training System, are currently underway to determine how higher education expenditure can be sufficiently financed. Government continues to engage the private sector in order to better understand how we can create an enabling environment for private sector to ensure support for this sector and contribute to a turnaround in our ailing economy. The adjustments and their reprioritization underscore a financial principle of achieving greater value for money from funds spent so that there can be greater delivery even with reduced budgets by increasing efficiency. The bill has the effect of also reflecting monies already spent and not just proposed adjustments. This is not uncommon. Please listen to this one. This is not uncommon since the nature of governance requires expenditure in times of unforeseen emergency. One of the criteria of the bill, in this regard, drought relief to farmers amounting to money to budget to the tune of 212 million has already been spent, and the adjustments bill has to reflect this. The drought that we have experienced was the worst in decades, especially for the provinces. This has adversely affected the agricultural sector as well as food prices, which the poor largely depends on. The resources set aside for drought relief by the National Department of Agriculture and provinces have also contributed to drought relief. Most of the funds will be mobilized from the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program grant and the Ilima Litsima Projects grant. The same applies to the adjustment for water and sanitation. Here, forward planning in respect of desalination for coastal areas is already underway. On the unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure, regarding unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure, which amounts to 1.2 billion. Again, this is
Order,
on the
honourable members.
nationally
Order.
agreed priority, which includes the allocations for school rehabilitation, that's good, provision for mobile classrooms, and catch-up camps in basic education. Again, the
Order,
Adjustment
honourable
Appropriation
members.
Bill rises to the medium-term strategic framework priorities. The adjustment for agricultural, forestry, and fisheries is to enhance work on food security and agrarian reform, both critical policy matters. So you don't want to hear the truth. On environments, therefore, shifting of funds between and within votes is a natural progression. The key consideration must be that each environment is about both policy, economic choices, and they must be in compliance with the Treasury regulations, PFMA, and members' facilities handbook prescripts. And environment seeks to protect core social and economic programs. In terms of this bill, the environments do not affect the service delivery targets. On rollovers, indeed, rollovers cannot be encouraged. It is a reflection on planning to reality in that the unforeseen circumstances arise in the completion of the projects and programs. The general view is that rollovers should be application to projects that are near completion. Now, on the medium-term budget policy statement, committee held public hearings on the 2016 medium-term budget policy statement. The MTBPS is reflective of strategic management, economically and politically, of the policy choices that need to be made to deliver the priorities of the medium-term strategic framework and keeping the National Development Plan long-term targets on course. The financing of the policy choices reflecting in the MTBPS is underpinned by the ANC government committing to social and economic transformation. The MTBPS reflects the financial resources of the state being applied in the manner that reflects, listen to this one, commitment to economic sustainability and economic stability and certainty. What the MTBPS also reflects is that there will be no unmanageable debt. How debt is being managed is fundamental to the sustainability of the medium-term framework. Growth is critical for revenue, and MTBPS indicates clearly that work on policies and regulations that have stunted growth have, and in other cases, are being reviewed. I'm sure you are happy with that one. People's needs are reflected in the ANC 2014 5-year manifesto, is being implemented mindful of the fact that there are no straightforward choices. As I conclude, our national project is one, building the nature and character of a national democratic society, one that reflects that we want for the future. This means working together, labor, business, and civil society, infusing our creativeness to make the economy resilient. Collaboration is necessary. Also, collaboration within parties on matters of this nature. Already from these collaborations, we have concrete agreements to address some of our major economic challenges. We have strong economic institutions which, together with the policy choices we make, provide us with a more positive future. The ANC supports the budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mania.
Thank you, Chairperson. That honourable member evidently thinks that she's speaking on a parade ground. Now, I would like to begin by complimenting the Minister, together with the National Treasury and the South African Reserve Bank, on their hard work successfully avoiding a sovereign credit ratings downgrade of South Africa. The fact is that, contrary to what President Jacob Zuma thinks, avoiding a sovereign credit ratings downgrade is a big deal for South Africa. But the fact that we have avoided junk status should not allow us to lose sight of the fact that the economy is in deep trouble in South Africa. We should never forget that there are now a staggering 9 million people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs and who live without dignity, without independence, and without hope in South Africa. Chairperson, the Minister has called on us to tighten our belts and implement cost containment measures as he struggles to implement the expenditure ceiling, which makes it so difficult to understand why the adjustments budget is dripping in more than 1 billion rands of wasteful expenditure. There is an additional 95.67 million rand for the leasing of aircraft for President Jacob Zuma, who now refuses to travel on his own Boeing business jet in Kwazi. And the ministers who are supposed to be implementing the cost containment measures are some of the biggest spenders. Members in the public gallery will be shocked to hear that the Minister of Communication gets a new BMW at the cost of 1.065 million. The Minister of Arts and Culture gets not one, but 2 new BMWs at the cost of 1.48 million. The Minister of Public Service and Administration gets a Ford Everest at the cost of 714,000. The Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation gets a brand new Audi Quattro at the cost of 971,000 rand. Of course, the biggest surprise is the Minister of Trade and Industry, who I'm sure you will agree radiates austerity, largely because he takes fashion advice from Jeremy Corbyn. And he gets not one, but 2 Toyota Fortuners at the cost of 1.25 million rand. And surprisingly, manages to slip in a 200,000 rand donation to the Progressive Youth in Business, which looks suspiciously like a front organization for the ANC. What is so frustrating, Chairperson, is that the economy could be doing so much better in South Africa. We are held back because the root cause of the problem is that we have, as the Deputy President likes to say, a government at war with itself. And in the end, it is the politics that is killing the economics in South Africa. Listen to Fitch. Infighting with the ANC will distract policymakers. Listen to Moody's. Political infighting is impeding the government's ability to implement structural reforms. And listen to SNP. Political events have distracted from growth-enhancing reforms. The most terrifying figures in the medium-term budget statement is not the 0.5%, which is the economic growth rate expected in 2016. The most terrifying number in the medium-term budget policy statement is minus 2.9%, which is the change in gross fixed capital formation expected in 2016, which means that the level of investment is expected to decline this year for the first time in 6 years in South Africa. And the reason for that is that while the private sector is investing, it is just not investing in South Africa. To put it simply, we are killing the cows that produce the milk in South Africa. We have to take decisive steps now to implement the structural reforms necessary to boost economic growth and create jobs. And to do so, we need the kind of leadership on the economy displayed by President Franklin Roosevelt, who understood that the United States required persistent, bold leadership to emerge from the Great Depression. But what we have is President Jacob Zuma, who cannot even remember the 9 points in his own 9-point plan to boost economic growth and create jobs in South Africa. That is why, as long as President Jacob Zuma has a job, 9 million people who do not have a job or who have given up looking for a job and who live without dignity, without independence, and without hope in South Africa, they will never have a job. We must play our role. And for that reason, I will be proposing the establishment of a multi-party ad hoc committee to specifically monitor the implementation of structural reforms necessary to boost economic growth and create jobs in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Lowe.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the onset, Chairperson, I do want to say to the House that the biggest adjustment should have been given to free fee education. Because students have genuine needs. Unlike ministers with their luxury vehicles and their luxury furnitures and luxury computers that are bought for them, students have genuine needs. Chairperson, we stand here as EFF to reject both the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill. And we do so because as long as the principles which underpins our fiscal policies is based on a neoliberal economic policy in a capitalist exploitative system. As a nation, unlike in Cuba, where more than 97% of people can read and write, only those who can afford decent basic and secondary education will read and write. Unlike in Cuba, where higher education is free, only few rich blacks and whites will have access to fee-free quality higher education. This is so because ANC government is anti-black, anti-poor, anti-women and children like Mandla Mandela. And in all, this is evident in the medium-term expenditure framework. And this is all in the name of structural adjustment program forced by the rating agencies on behalf of the IMF and the World Bank. Honorable Chair, the adjustment on the appropriation bill is yet another illustration of a government that is incapable of planning and equally incompetent. A clear example is the rollover the money that the department have failed to spend in the previous year of more than 275 million of provincial roads maintenance. Yet some of the most dangerous and run-down roads continue to kill our people, costing lives and the economy billions. Another clear example is the allocation of more than 180 million of school repairs and rehabilitation. Yet, we have schools in the rural Eastern Cape, in Limpopo province, and everywhere else in the country where we have known for the last 15 years of all old mud schools without toilets. We have such allocations, therefore, how can such allocations therefore be considered unforeseen and unavoidable? What is equally concerning, Honorable Chair, is the consistent disregard of Minister of Finance measures to reduce wasteful and unnecessary expenditure. Ministers continue to spend millions of rands to buy luxury cars and fancy computers. It is such expenditures that the Honorable Minister Mutambi will have spent 1 million rand on a new X5. That is ridiculous. It is because of these reasons, Honorable Chair, we reject the adjustment of the appropriation bill. Go and buy your own vehicle, stop looting of government money, redivert that money to free fee education. You will talk like that because your son-in-law is benefiting from Amatola corruption toilets.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member, what's the point of order?
I'm standing in accordance with Rule 85. If a member has got allegations, she understands very well that she needs to put a substantive motion.
Honourable Lowe, that is correct. If you have allegations against a certain member, you must do so by means of a substantive motion. And failure to do so will render your remarks then as unparliamentary. So if you do have, as you have said, you've made certain allegations against the Honourable Minister, then you must do so by means of a substantive motion, right? I thus request you, you know exactly who you are pointing to and who you're referring to. I will request you to withdraw that remark, please.
Chair, I would like you to say to me which minister.
You pointed
Which
at the
one?
Minister of Small Business Development,
Which one?
the Honorable Minister of Small Business. Will you withdraw the remark, please?
House Chairperson.
No, Honorable Member,
On a point of order.
I'm dealing now with this point of
On
order.
a point of order.
Afterwards, I will give you an opportunity.
There was no accusation made against Minister of Small Businesses.
Honorable
She said
Member.
her children, her child is not protected by the
Honorable
rules of
Member,
Parliament.
Honorable Member,
But we can't
will you take your
instruct
seat?
our member to withdraw
Please take
on
your
an
seat.
issue that is given on a child of a minister.
Honorable Member,
We're not here to
I'm going to
protect corrupt
switch
children of
off your
ministers
mic.
here.
I'm dealing with your Honorable Member. Honorable Low,
But we're not here to protect corrupt children of ministers. There's no rule
Honorable
that says
Member,
that
please take your
corrupt
seat.
children like Duduzane Zuma and the children of the minister there.
Take your
are
seat, Honorable
protected.
Member. Honorable Low,
But Chair.
I'm not recognizing you, Honorable Member. I don't know why you're standing. Take your seat.
Can you recognize me?
Take your seat, Honorable Member. I'm not recognizing you.
No, Chair, can
I'm
you
addressing the
recognize me?
Honorable Low.
But I'm the whip.
No,
I must
I'm
defend
addressing
her.
the Honorable
No, I
Low.
want to defend her.
I am addressing the Honorable Low. Honorable Low.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Member.
I will request you to refer this issue to Hansard, but I'm not going to withdraw corruption. We're not going to rubber stamp corruption and wasteful expenditure
Honourable Member.
here. I will request you to refer this matter to Hansard and then take a further look to what
Honourable
I have
Member.
said. Because that member that we know she's an
Honourable
attention
Member.
seeker of raising points of orders in this house.
Honourable Member.
And she likes TV too much. That
Honourable Member, you can still
she
carry
must
on.
Sit down.
I've requested you, Honourable Member. You know exactly what you were doing and who you were addressing. If that is the case, then you don't know what you said at the podium, Honourable Member. Then you don't know what you said at the... Honourable Members, Honourable Members, Honourable Members. I will check and I will come back after lunch. However, may I say that, Honourable Members, if you do make very serious allegations against another member and reflect on their families, that are not in this house, then in fact you are referring to that member. So let us refrain from doing so, because then it means that you're not absolutely sure what you're saying at the podium. The next speaker is the Honorable
Chairperson.
Lengwa. Yes,
On a
Honourable
point of
Member.
order, I honestly, you can't make that summary, which is not according to the
What
rules of
is the
National
point of
Assembly.
order, Honourable
The
Member?
point of order is because you are announcing a new rule, which is not in the rule book, that says that we must protect the families and children, corrupt children and corrupt families. of
Honourable Member,
people who are
take
in
your seat.
Parliament. The rules protect members
Honourable
of
Member,
Parliament,
take your seat.
not the
I'm
corrupt
switching off your
children.
mic now. I've dealt with the matter. Take your seat.
But it's wrong. Your
Take
reading
your
is
seat,
wrong.
Honourable Member. Take your seat.
It's
Continue,
wrong.
Honourable
We're going
Schlengwa.
to expose all the corrupt children of ministers here and their proxies who continue to commit corruption.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, I've dealt with this
No,
matter.
wait.
Is it on the same matter that you're raising?
No, it's a different matter.
What makes it different,
I
Honourable
want
Member?
to call a point on order on you. Stop threatening us about switching off these mics.
Honourable
Because
Member,
we're going to come and use
that's
that
not
mic
a point
next
of
time.
order. Take your seat.
These mics are for us to work. We're
Take
going to
your
come and
seat.
use that mic.
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
Threatening us, you think you are friends.
The Honourable Member at the podium, the Honourable Schlengwa, you will continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. On the 26th of October, South Africa and the world focused on the Finance Minister, Pravin Gordhan, as he deftly navigated the medium-term budget policy statement. The minister had not to only juggle and balance the country's competing socio-economic priorities, but also deal with an unwarranted and vexatious political attack on his good name at a time. The minister was frank and honest about our current reality, and it is not going to be an easy economic road ahead. Unemployment has peaked at 27%, which translates into 9 million jobless people. The drought has compounded our food security dilemma. The fees must fall movement continues to challenge the status quo of our higher education sector. Global uncertainty, which has since November 8th become even more uncertain, must be taken into account and risks assessed and mitigating processes enacted. The realities and the uncertainty we continue to experience dictates that all South Africans need to step up and join hands in promoting and protecting our prospects. The decision by Fitch Ratings to affirm its sovereign credit rating at BBB- and revise down its outlook to negative indicates that South Africa is not out of the woods and tough times lie ahead and difficult decisions await. The signs of our economy recovering and the efforts of the minister undermined by the power struggle to capture national treasury, state-owned enterprises and other key strategic economic areas through undue influence and party political factional interference. In this regard, the ANC must shape up or ship out. The infighting within the ANC and the government is likely to continue over the next year, and Fitch has said, and I quote, "This will distract policymakers and lead to mixed messages that will continue to undermine the investment climate, thereby constraining GDP growth." Therefore, the IFP maintains the view that when these political theatrics within the ANC are at play, we must call them out because the government has wolves cloaked in sheepskin in general, and more specifically, gangsters and criminals masquerading as leaders cloaked in freedom fighter credentials who have stolen all that is good about freedom and democracy and replaced it with the glaring abuse of state power. Of grave concern to the IFP is South Africa's increasing debt, which currently stands at over 2 trillion rands and currently generates a debt repayment of 147 billion rands a year. How will the country afford increasing debt services should we not be fortunate enough to avoid another review which may lead to a downgrade? The IFP believes that it will be pointless to praise the minister for a job well done and then carry on with our daily lives and everyday politicking as if these realities before us do not exist. Therefore, in conclusion, we believe that the right things and confidence has been restored, but the real work starts now. This national priority requires the ANC to listen to other voices and for the opposition to criticize constructively with sound and practical alternatives. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports the adjustment bill. At the same time, we wish to place on record our concerns. First and foremost, Parliament, through the Standing Committee on Finance, is mandated to investigate and interrogate the appropriation adjustments environments only once the committee is satisfied that this has had insight to all relevant information and that sufficient time has been spent analyzing and interrogating the information should it decide to approve, amend, or reject the appropriation adjustment. The way we do things now falls far short of the ideal, Chairperson. We are operating on unrealistic timeframes, rushing our oversight function, and ultimately reducing our mandate. Honorable Chairperson, during the deliberations yesterday, for example, it was found that environment for the purchase of furniture had been approved on the vote for the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Upon further inquiry, it was transpired that the furniture is not in fact for the office, but as was initially reported, but household furniture designated for labor attachment. Honorable Chairperson, my colleague on this side seems to want to grandstand, so let's give her that opportunity. We also share the concern of the committee with the declared unspent funds of 1.31 billion and government projected underspending of a further 3 billion rand in the 2016 adjustments. Chairperson, every rand unspent or underspent means that government is delivering less services. We hear our communities crying out daily for basic services, often resorting to violence to get government to pay attention. Yet we have these astronomical amounts in unspent or underspending in key service deliveries such as social development, water and sanitation. This does not bode well for our communities. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party wants to address the issue of unemployment in the country, and I think if we all heard the other day, Rainbow Chickens are talking about retrenching about 50% of its staff in KwaZulu-Natal, specifically as a result of the poultry imports from the United States and the effect it is having on the local market. Now, on the one hand, Honorable Chairperson, we're talking about creating jobs, but here we are going to be losing a great amount of jobs. We're asking for acceleration on processes like housing. I think we've alluded to the issue of the poor quality of some of the RDP houses, But I think what we should be doing is encouraging service sites. So people together with the banks should assist homeowners in being able to provide their own house. In terms of land reform, and I think I've alluded the other day to the community of the Amandebele tribe, who have for the 100 years are still waiting for their land, which they are being deprived. So we would like to see the department accelerate the process in terms of that, in trying to create. In terms of free education, we think it should be a reality for those that are deserving, but we need to improve at the TVET colleges in terms of the lecturers, where we've heard that they were very poor, unqualified people, and that is actually
Honourable
impacting.
Member, your time is expired.
Thank you. The National Freedom Party will support this. Thank you.
The Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. If you look at Njabulelama, if you look at the overview of the 2016 budget adjustments, the very first item says Presidency, 2.1 million for legal fees and costs, and it's under unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure. Now you begin then to ask yourself the question, is it put under the correct category, given the fact that everything that has to do with law and legal fees with President Zuma is both foreseeable and avoidable? We must ask that question. Yes, of course, the president, not just the presidency, because then that would include the deputy president. South Africa faces a compendium of complex challenges. We are battling with excessive debt levels, low economic growth levels, an inflation rate that regularly breaches the upper band of the inflation target, among other things. As we already know, our debt now exceeds 2 trillion rands, and debt service costs, which still continue to be the fastest growing expenditure item for government, continue to crowd out expenditure on social expenditure. That said, we must acknowledge that debt service costs, to some extent, have been increasing at an increasing rate over the past few years. There are, however, no shortcuts to taking our economy out of this quagmire. We need inclusive growth, which will come from sound policies, policy certainty, and good leadership that creates a climate that is conducive for market role players to flourish. In order to manage our runaway debt, steps should be taken to ensure that SOEs do not willy-nilly receive bailouts. For instance, we have in many instances seen where SOEs continue to be given bailouts even though financially they are not in good standing. However, they and must not be allowed to do that so willy-nilly, as this increases our contingent liabilities and exposes our country to a lot of risks. In fact, recently, a PBO report showed that our debt to GDP ratio increases to about 70% of GDP once contingent liabilities have been taken into account. Colleagues, in light of the bleak picture we've painted here, it is important for government to undertake measures to ensure further tightening of expenditure and reprioritization. It concerns us, therefore, that departments still spend millions of rands of taxpayers' money on consultants. For instance, according to the same report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations, you will see that the Department of Education alone spent about 133 million rands on consultants, while the Department of Health spent about 400 million rands on consultants. To make matters worse, the Public Sector Commission has indicated or highlighted that there is a significant decline in the number of finalized cases for financial misconduct, which creates a culture of impunity in the system. Say supporter for now. Zabule.
The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP broadly supports the medium-term budget policy statement with certain reservations. The Minister of Finance, in our view, adhered to a prudent fiscal consolidation path announced in February, and he has also remained resolute in the face of intense political pressure and intimidation from those involved in state capture and who are trying to gain access to National Treasury to enrich themselves. Now, whilst Minister Gordon and Team South Africa must be commended for averting a sovereign ratings downgrade, the country is clearly not out of the woods yet. Ratings agencies have indicated that the country's economic growth has been too slow for too long, and I'm sure we are all in agreement with that. And this confines the country to a middle-income trap, worsening its debt position and causing real GDP per capita to drop significantly over the past few years. Now, it is imperative that the country is able to reignite growth, and that is something we are also in agreement with, failing which our economic problems will continue and rating downgrades will follow. And regrettably, confidence in government's ability to solve economic challenges have taken a hammering with a political campaign to oust Finance Minister Gordhan and the extent of state capture that has now been exposed. Ratings agency Fitch said that the political risks to standards of governance and policy making have increased and remain high, with infighting within the majority party and government likely to continue and even get worse next year. And this has also undermined efforts to improve governance of SOEs. Now, we know that SOEs present the biggest risk to the fiscal consolidation path, which is set out in the policy statement. The state is exposed to 258 billion of a total of 467 billion in issued guarantees. Minister Gordhan has promised to reform these enterprises, which have experienced poor governance issues and high debt levels. Yet his attempts have met with a lot of political opposition, such as in the case of the South African Airways. However, on the positive side, there does appear to be an improvement in the country's growth outlook and shrinking current account deficit, ongoing fiscal discipline, and of course there's a nascent reform momentum in the labor and energy markets. And we see the projected budget deficit of 3.4% is relatively close to February's announced 3.2%, with the international benchmark of the budget deficit being 3%. However, as matters now stand, and other speakers alluded to that, the fastest growing budget item is debt service costs, 147.7 billion. However, one needs to address this as far as possible. It is something that is significant concern, but from the ACDP side, we believe that notwithstanding our reservations, we will support the medium-term budget policy statement. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I will now suspend business until 2 p.m. For the lunch break, bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
please be seated? Order, honorable members. We are continuing with the debate and we'll now have the next speaker, Honorable Fig.
Honourable Speaker, the Adjustments Appropriation Bill before this House serves to effect adjustments to the appropriation of money from the National Revenue Fund for the requirements of the state in respect of the 2016-17 financial year. Firstly, a major problem faced by South Africans is irregular, fruitless, wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. Irregular expenditure has increased by almost 40% since the 2014 financial year to 46.3 billion rand. The increase from the previous year was nearly 80%. The main reason for the increase in irregular expenditure was the continued lack of effective controls and proper procurement processes. While the total amount of irregular expenditure does not necessarily represent the total losses, substantial losses do occur where there are weaknesses in internal control. 89% of irregular expenditure arose in the procurement of goods and services. A common practice in procurement is that prices are inflated as service providers are quite often family and friends of officials and politicians. This goes undetected due to poor leadership in government. According to the Auditor General, 6 entities were responsible for just over 50% of irregular expenditure in 2016, including PRASA and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 2016 was 14% higher than 2014 at 1.37 billion rand. 6 entities were responsible for just over 70% of this expenditure, and again, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa and the Department of Water and Sanitation are included in this list. Some of the identified reasons for the failure are management is unwilling and unable to identify and address risks and improve internal controls. Vacancies and instability in key positions affect the financial and performance management. Due to lack of consequences, while financial management is reported in some cases, the desired impact of discouraging unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and fraud and improper conduct has been achieved. Secondly, the mid-year performance of a number of departments receiving adjusted funding is appalling. So we are giving more money to departments who have underperformed so that they can achieve less with more. Some examples are Home Affairs. The number of smart identity cards produced are 719,178 against a target of 2,200,000. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation, who are receiving 950 million. The number of promotional events hosted were 5 against a target of 67. The number of economic diplomacy activities to attract investments, the target achieved was 43 against, the actual received was 43 against a target of 237. With regards to the Department of Basic Education, who's receiving 144 million extra, they only built 7 ACDP schools out of a target of 136. And the number of schools provided with sanitation facilities were only 9 out of a target of 265. With respect to the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, who are receiving 182 million, the number of subsistence and smallholder producers that were supported was 0 out of a target of 145,000. The number of jobs created through the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program were 1,213 out of a target of 20,000. And then lastly, the Department of Water and Sanitation, who are receiving 279 million, the number of small water and wastewater services construction projects, they achieved 19 out of a target of 427. There is a saying that if you don't know where you are going, any road will take you there. In terms of the ANC's vision for the economy, do they know where they're going? We don't think so, because South Africa has an economy that is growing at 0.1%, with a long-term growth average of about 3.5% lower than the 5.4% requiring to create 11 million jobs. Here's the problem. We have a president who is unable to steer South Africa into calmer economic waters. This is mainly due to his persistent corrupt behavior, his relationship with the controversial Gupta family, and his overall stupidity. Reliable sources tell us that about 5 members of his cabinet have at least seen the light and called for him to step down to save our country from this corrupt and incompetent man. But the majority of the cabinet disagreed.
Order,
So instead of
Honourable
choosing
Member,
to save
your
South
time is up.
Africa, you chose to save Zuma.
Order, Honorable Shopper.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this august house. Dimatsehari, batho ba Afrika Chipembe. Namusi, ANC, ido pasisa mugaganya ngwana, naho vano dzulela uhanedza vasazwifuni. Namuntlha leri, ANC yi ta pasisa budget leyi. Hambi lava ku tshama va karhi va kaneta va nga swi lavi, swi ta endleka namuntlha. The Adjustment Appropriation Bill puts in place key adjustments that are required to ensure the progressive realization of the medium-term strategic framework. The principal document that guides appropriations from the fiscus over the 5-year cycle. At the end of the last administration in 2014, the Presidency published a 20-year review outlining progress made since 1994 and identifying the challenges that still need to be overcome. It outlined that political and social rights are protected and the lives of millions of South Africans have improved through the new laws, better public service, expansion of economic opportunities, and improved living conditions. However, the challenges still facing our country are immense. As the 20-year review and the National Planning Commission 2011 diagnostic report highlighted, poverty, inequality, and unemployment continue to negatively affect the lives of many people. Too few people have work, investment is too slow, and educational lags behind our requirements. The weak state of the economy impedes our efforts to reach our development goals. The ANC defined this at the 53rd National Conference in 2012 as the second phase of our democratic transition, calling for bold and decisive steps to place the economy on an qualitatively different path that eliminate poverty, create jobs and sustainable livelihoods, and sustainability reduces inequality. This requires radical economic transformation and a sustainable focus on addressing the uneven quality of service delivery. It means things like land redistribution. The ANC-led government's program of radical economic transformation is about placing the economy on a qualitatively different path that ensures more rapid, sustainable growth, higher investment, increased employment, reduced inequality, and de-racialization of the economy. I am grateful, Honorable Speaker, to the business community, labor and government, who work together, who puts the interest of the country, despite many prophets of doom in this house. I am very grateful that they are working together, and this shows itself by their ability to avert the downgrading. So I want to say the adjustment and overall reductions of the level of spending in government, which is facilitated by this adjustment appropriation, is a reflection of the introduction of fiscal consolidation. Fiscal consolidation is a pragmatic response to slowing growth and rising inflation, and response to dealing with the cost of debt levels in the budget. Logically, therefore, downward adjustment across the votes of funds will be an obvious answer to fiscal consolidation, whilst responding to emergencies and unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure. This has meant that a ceiling on expenditure increases has been in place since 2012, limiting growth to pre-announced medium-term plans. This year, MTBPS again limits planned expenditure for the period ahead. In recognition of lower growth and the decline in forward estimates of revenue, cost savings have been achieved in spending on goods and services. Given the present economic challenges and ever-growing priorities that government has to respond to, fiscal rebalancing has been a priority. Fiscal rebalancing in this context involves a shift from expansionary fiscal policy to effecting cost containment measures and intensified efforts to improve expenditure efficiencies, as well as increasing taxes in order to boost the fiscus without negatively impacting upon government's programs. Two specific matters that are raised in this context is the ability of the state to raise greater variation in revenue generation and the quality of government spending for greater impact. Honorable Speaker, I want to pause here and express our concern about the quality of spend. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, like we have seen in PRASA, underspending and overspending. These things need to come to an end. And I want to appeal to every member of this honorable house to realize that this is the result of our ineffective oversight. Because if we were doing what we were supposed to do in an effective manner, there would be no underspending, overspending. I think we need to revisit the way we do oversight. This thing of us sitting in committees forever and ever, I think we've got to adjust. I'm suggesting that 3/4 of the time, we should be going on the projects and check. We have got every right, honorable members, to believe on Sunday, because that is the date for faith. But Monday to Saturday, we must go and check. We can't distribute money, then sit in air-conditioned boardrooms and listen to essays written by people who are able to write good essays. We need to go and check. We need to verify. And that is what the Constitution requires of us. And we must lead by example. We must be very economic with the airtime that the country affords us. We mustn't take 5 hours in the House when we are supposed to take 2 hours. I think we must lead by example. The people, the civil servants, must copy from us. They must learn from us. And people who don't come to committees, I have a problem. Why are they paid? They are members who forever don't come to committees, but they receive their salaries. Like yesterday, we worked until 20 to 11. Yesterday, it's a demonstration that we can walk a mile longer. But I want to inform you that one of our members was so tired and hungry that he left us in the battlefield. And that is Honorable Manir. He left the committee. He was tired. He left the committee.
Honorable member, the time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I hope in preparation for next year, we would, all of us, read that oversight mechanism document that will enable us to see whether what Honorable Shop and other members have raised will be covered in ensuring that we undertake our oversight work properly. Honorable Mark Lolin.
Honorable Chairperson, if any document has ever evidenced the failure of this ANC government, the 2016 AENE is that document. It reads like a litany of failure. One department after the next, failing to achieve its targets, using up precious money that we now have to readjust and reimburse to give them more money to do less work with. It just never stops. Last week, Dr. Khoza told us that the struggle is not over. I agree with Dr. Khoza. The struggle is right here. I mean, in your own caucus, in your own NEC, that's where the struggle is. You need to resolve that struggle. She further told us that the DA represents those who put profit before people and that we wish to maintain the status quo. House Chair, allow me to correct her. The DA puts people before patronage and has every intention of changing the status quo. We want this country to be governed by the Democratic Alliance. That is the status quo that we want to change. Honourable Kalako told us that a proper opposition should be serious about the issues it brings to the House. Well, Honourable Member, if you don't think the 2.9 billion rand in unauthorised expenditure is serious, then you have a serious problem, because we certainly do think it's serious. That is why we oppose the finance bill. And if you don't think that to reappropriate 1.98 billion to departments that have failed dismally is not serious, then I suggest you're not taking the DA seriously. We continually hear that the reason for our economic failure is because of the global problem. I can tell you that of the 45 sub-Saharan countries, 37 of them have better performing GDPs than we have, many over 4% and one even achieving 8%. That is in the same economic climate that we operate in, and we can only achieve 0.1% GDP growth. That is the result of the ANC government's failure, as evidenced by this year's AENE. Honourable Minister Nzimande proudly boasted...
Member, your time is up. Thank you very much. Honorable Twabaza.
Sihlalo wendlu ohloniphekile. Bongqongqoshe nosekela ngqongqoshe kanye namalunga eParliament. Njengo-ANC sizobeka lo mthetho i-Adjustments Appropriations Bill ka-2016 ukwenzela ukuthi iminyango kahulumeni ikwazi ukuqhubeka nokunikeza abantu bakithi izidingo zezempilo, amanzi nogesi, izindlu, kakhulukazi kanye nemfundo kuwo wonke amazinga kusuka emazingeni aphansi kuya emazingeni aphezulu ema-university nama-TVET college. Ingakho nje nemali eyabelwa iminyango yombili yemfundo yenyukile kakhulukazi imali ebhekelela abafundi abahlwempu abasema university nasema college oqeqeshelwa imisebenzi. Whilst the Adjustment Appropriations Bill, the African National Congress presents to this House today and recommends that it be passed to meet the immediate government spending requirements, the ANC is mindful of the urgent need to take decisive medium and long-term actions whose aim is to stimulate growth, to create decent work, to address inequality and strengthen the national fiscus in order to invest more funds in the productive economy. If we agree, as I think we all do in this democratic dispensation, that the exclusion of the black majority from ownership, management, and control of the means of production was not assigned by birth, nor divinely ordained, but that it was engineered by men during the colonial apartheid era through legislation with diabolic and dehumanizing intentions, then we must equally accept that a total transformation of our economy can no longer be delayed. South Africa's wealth is split along racial and gender lines. The wealth of the richest 1%, most of whom are white males, has doubled in the past 20 years. It has recently been reported that the two richest white males, I shall not mention their names for now, own wealth equal to that owned by almost 27 million poor South Africans, the majority of whom are black. In the corporate sector, the Employment Equity Commission reports that 10% of the economically active white population occupies 70% of the top management positions, and only 30% is held by black people. The proportion of chief executives has declined from 15% in 2012 to 10% in 2015. People with disability are hardly ever considered for executive positions. Niyamemeza ngoba nifuna ukuphika ukuthi isimo esikusona lesi sokuthi abantu abamnyama bangakwazi ukuphatha izikhundla eziphezulu emnothweni, kunjalo nje kade bacindezelwa ukuthi bakwazi ukungena kahle emthethweni. Kuphikeni, you do that at your own peril. Thus, race and gender exclusion remains impediments to socio-economic transformation. Radical transformation of our economy must include acceleration of reindustrialization and diversification of the economy. We must strengthen the competitiveness of the mineral resources for domestic consumption and for export markets, increase production in the automotives, chemicals, oil and gas, and expand the tourism and agro-processing sectors. Reindustrialization and diversification must be accompanied by increased access to the growing export market in the African continent. Fanele uhulumeni kaKhongolose aqinise imithetho eyenza kube lula ukuthi osomabhizinisi abasebancane nama-cooperatives bangene ekuphatheni umnotho, basimame futhi bakhule, kakhulukazi labo abasemalokishini nasezindaweni zasemakhaya. Futhi kufanele siqiniseke ukuthi labo somabhizinisi abancane abakhutshazwa noma bagwinywe yilezi ikhondla zezinkampani ezingoshishilizi emnothweni wakulelizwe. Ngokunjalo, kufanele izikhungo zikahulumeni eziphethe izimali zokuthuthukisa osomabhizinisi nama-cooperatives abantu zibhukule, zishintshe indlela yokusebenza, futhi ziqinisekise ukuthi uxhasozimali luyafinyelela ngokusabalele nangokuphuthumayo kosomabhizinisi abamnyama. Kodwa kumele senze konke okusemthethweni ukuthi kunqandwe ukuxhashazwa nokuntshontshwa kwemali kahulumeni. Ngokunjalo, abaphathi bezimboni zikahulumeni ake bayeke ukusebenzisa ubudedengu imali kahulumeni ngoba bethembe ukuthi umnyango wezezimali uzobatakula njalo uma bephelelwa imali yokusebenza. Izimboni zikahulumeni ezinjengo-Eskom, o-SAA no-PRASA sezikhathazile kakhulu ngalomkhuba wazo omubi. Kanti yizo kanye lezi nkampani zikahulumeni ekufanele zifake isandla kakhulu ekusizeni ukuthuthuka komnotho. Honorable Chairperson, it is equally critical for the ANC government to facilitate and accelerate investment into the historically neglected regions, especially former homelands, through special economic zones, rural agri-parks, and hubs to ensure rural economic development. Collaboration investment by government and the private sector is vital for the success of these initiatives. A capable developmental state, rapid economic growth, and inclusive transformation depend on improving and increasing skills for all South Africans. And therefore, an urgent conversation of government, the private sector, and the post-school education and training institutions must take place about the production of skills and competencies that are required in the public service and in industry, so that all institutions tasked with producing the country's human resources agree on the quality and the throughput. This should include the SETAs, the National Skills Development Fund, and all the other skills development schemes which are funded and subsidized by government and the corporate sector. The transformation of this post-school education and training and other skills development structures cannot be left to these institutions. And therefore, the legislative framework which governs all of these institutions needs to be revisited. There must be more transparency and accountability in these institutions. The National Development Plan says that the skills profile of the public service must mirror the national skills profile. This suggests that the same quality and quantity of skills available to the public sector must equally be available to the private sector, because shared skills would enhance growth and innovation and ensure a better life for all. What does the ocean economy and aquaculture mean to the poor communities populating the South African coastline and the big rivers and dams? Surely, access to fishing licenses, equitable distribution of fishing quotas, and inclusive participation in the fishing and aquaculture industry must mean a better life for these communities. It cannot be correct, therefore, that a rich business person in Johannesburg has a fishing license in Cape Town or Saldanha Bay, but a local has no access to fishing. It cannot be correct that foreign fishing companies harvest our ocean resources, but the local communities cannot actively participate in this industry. And I use the example of fishing, understanding that the ocean economy is a lot bigger than simply fishing. The digital revolution is upon us. Government is rolling out Wi-Fi and broadband. In order to benefit from the digital economy, we need to focus on creating more digital jobs. Because no economy will remain competitive if it does not focus on developing a digital workforce. Technology is becoming a tool to modernize the economy, improve the ease and affordability of doing business. Technology must be seen by the employers and accepted by the workers alike as a tool to increase productivity and encourage multi-skilling, not as a tool to retrench the workers. To get out of a bad economic condition, such as we have, we need growth, and that depends on accelerated reindustrialization. We need diversity. We must beneficiate our mineral resources. We must expand the agricultural value chain. We must strengthen trade promotion and make access for our and market access for our exports. There's an urgent need, therefore, to accelerate the construction of social and economic infrastructure, critical to the success of which is public and private investment. Inclusive growth and inclusive transformation has to aim to widen the tax base to strengthen the national fiscus so that the country is able to transit from a welfare to a developmental state capable of achieving
Honourable Member, your time is up.
A prosperous nation. The ANC supports the
Deputy
bill.
Minister
Thank
of
you.
Finance.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, firstly, let me thank the committee for their constructive feedback on both the Adjustment Appropriation Bill as well as the MTPPS. The recommendations contained in the reports of both committees are extensive and detailed and reflect a thoughtful consideration of the challenges we face. The 2016 MTPPS aimed to bring a message of hope to the nation at a time of profound international and domestic uncertainty. Necessary adjustments have been painful, but a recession has been avoided and the recovery is beginning to take root. We should take pride at the fact that we've managed a real and sustained depreciation of the exchange rate, which will put exports on a stronger footing. Drought conditions are beginning to ease, electricity supply is beginning to improve, a new consensus on labor reform seems to be emerging. We have retained our investment grade, and despite all difficulties, our democracy remains robust and resilient. But without decisive action, the recovery will remain very weak. Deep structural problems remain: poverty, inequality, and joblessness. All our energy and creativity is needed to overcome these challenges. We therefore call on all sectors of society to join government, business, and labor in working to trying to resolve some of the challenges and promote faster growth, boost confidence and investment and employment. 20 years ago, government spending amounted to 10,000 for each South African in today's prices. Now the budget is close to 20,000 per citizen. But for now, too much of the spending is funded through debt. We now owe more than 2 trillion. South Africans must come together to face the difficult decisions. We must recognize that as vast as the challenges are, our resources are limited. We need to live within our means, our own means. We must rely on ourselves. If we do not, we will discover that our sovereignty has been mortgaged. We'll find the national interest increasingly held ransom to rising debt. We will see our resources diminishing to fight poverty and inequality. This is why the MTPPS puts forward measured proposals to narrow the budget deficit and stabilize debt. This is not an easy path to follow, but we think that it is the correct path to follow. The 2017 budget will sustain spending on core priorities and shift existing resources to meet critical needs. Apart from interest payments, the fastest growing areas of expenditure are post-school education, social protection, health and human settlement, as well as municipal infrastructure. We've also seen the effects of tight expenditure management in lowering growth in areas like spending on consultants, travel, and catering, which have fallen sharply in real terms. And we believe and confirm that they will continue to drop in the years ahead. Rising compensation costs have put acute pressures on the budgets of government departments. Over the past year, Cabinet has introduced strict limits on the compensation budgets and associated planning of national departments. It is essential that government and public sector workers reach balanced agreements on wages and productivity, because we cannot continue to have the pressure from this direction. These steps will help improve to steady the ship, but significant risks remain. We take note of the committee's recommendations that National Treasury consider expanding its risk reporting to Parliament, as well as the proposal to prepare a long-term fiscal report linked to the timeframes of the National Development Plan. South Africa's major collective challenge remains inequality and joblessness. The fiscal policy, in part, improved conditions of investment. But we understand that this is not enough. Economic growth needs to be revived so that these challenges can be addressed. This explains why in the MTPPS we outlined a number of measures to boost the economy and grow it. We must all work to strengthen the ability of our state to lead development and transform society. Economic transformation means action that open new avenues for investment, employment, and growth. This requires an effective state focused on the core challenges. It needs a society united around a clear program of action. We will continue to work with the Parliament to forge this road ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. That concludes the debate on the 2016 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Are there any objections to the Adjustment Appropriation Bill being read a first time? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When required to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. Are all members in their allocated seats? Paulson? Honorable Paulson, please take your seat. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable person, can you please take your seat? The question before the House is that the Adjustment Appropriation Bill be read a first time. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a first time should press the yes button. Those against will press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The doors must remain closed until the votes are announced. Order, honorable members. There seems to be a technical glitch which the members are sorting out. The results of the votes are as follows. The yes, 220, no, 85, and there is no abstention. The Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. The 12th order. The Secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule. Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Order, honorable members. I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process for this session. Honorable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. The first session will be the question and answer session, after which we've finished all of that. We will then again put the vote by one for voting now. I shall put each vote.
Chairperson.
Order.
Honorable Chairperson, we just need some clarity on that because my understanding is that the allocated time could be used either for a question or making a statement. But there will be no declarations later on. So that's the way we have prepared.
Yes, I'll come to that. Thank you, honorable member. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made, and in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant ministers in respect of these adjustments. Each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes to respond to the question. Honorable members, there have been requests from some parties that in some instances they will use their allocated time to make declaration instead of asking questions, as Honorable Singh has just indicated. This would be allowed. Naturally, where a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, they will not be allowed to put further questions. Members must please press the talk button if they wish to ask a question. Honorable members should please wait until I recognize them before I put their question. Honorable member, in the beginning, I just want to indicate that the Speaker has received a letter from Honorable Advocate Mwakura Matlodi, the Minister for Public Service. He is having a bereavement and as such has asked Honorable the Minister Advocate Michael Masuta to stand in for him. He wishes to convey apologies to the Speaker as well as the National Assembly for the inability to attend. I also want to advise honorable members, particularly parties on the global time that they have. The ANC, 49 minutes, DA, 20 only, EFF, 10, and all other parties, 777. We will monitor the time. Ask the table to sort out the issue they want to consult me about. IFP has got 8. So it's 49 ANC, 20 DA, EFF 10, IFP 8, NFP 7, UDM 7, FF plus 7, COPE 7, ACDP 7, AIC 7, AHANG 7, PAC 7, APC 7. Honorable members will monitor the time. So once a party has exhausted its time, the party will not be allowed to to pose any question to the members of the executive. This was the agreement amongst parties. I also want to order, honorable members, I also want to advise members that vote 2 is not part of the adjustment, which is Parliament, so there won't be any necessity to put the vote to you. So we'll start from vote 1 and then vote 3. Because Parliament has got no adjustment in this respect. Yebo. I now put vote 1 to the Presidency. Are there any questions? Honorable member of the DA?
Where's that thing? Honorable members, there are many reasons why the Democratic Alliance cannot support the adjusted budget for the Presidency. The lack of a dedicated portfolio committee for the Presidency is a singular failure on the part of Parliament.
Honorable member, can you please hold on? The time has not been put. I just want them to put the time so that you can see how much time you have. And can parties indicate whether they're making a declaration or are they asking a question? It's important for us to know what it is that parties are doing.
Chair, to help you, we're making declarations throughout. No questions to the executive. Thank you.
Okay. Order, honorable members. Honorable member, you can please proceed.
Honorable members, there are many reasons why the Democratic Alliance cannot support the adjusted budget for the Presidency. The lack of a dedicated portfolio committee to the Presidency is a singular failure on the part of this Parliament to discharge its constitutional mandate to hold the President and the Deputy President to account. This adjusted budget also calls for an additional 2.1 million rands for increased legal fees and related costs. We cannot contribute further to the cynical abuse of state funds for more wanton litigation by President Zuma. To support this budget would be to accept that it is just fine that nearly 9 million South Africans should be out of work and poor while the president squanders state funds on endless court cases to defend the indefensible. The DA does not support this budget vote.
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. The EFF rejects budget adjustments to the presidency. We do so fundamentally for two reasons. Firstly, due to the character of the person occupying the seat of presidency, they have been pathetically lethargic in their management of its budget. They have declared unspent funds to the amount of 12 million because of their inability to fill posts. Secondly, and more worryingly for us, an amount of 2.1 million was used for unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure to pay unforeseen legal costs. It's not rocket science that those legal costs relate to the endless legal troubles that Mr. Zuma is always finding himself in. The state cannot be expected to pay for his deliberate violation of the Constitution when he refused to abide by the remedial action and by the public protector of Nkandla. The state cannot be expected to pay for his decade-long ducking and diving from the courts, escaping to account for his 783 counts of corruption, money laundering, and racketeering against him. And for these reasons, the EFF cannot support this budget vote.
IFP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP has repeatedly called for the establishment of a portfolio committee or a standing committee on the presidency. This has never happened. The fact that this parliament does not have an opportunity to scrutinize the finances of the presidency is in itself the dereliction of duty. Parliament has got a budget office, the Chief Justice has got an office in which you can look at his finances, but here time and time again it is not happening. If this parliament does not step up, the presidency becomes a runaway train in the apps and there's no accountability and no responsibility. This is a question this parliament needs to answer if it is true to itself as an accounting body of this country. I thank you.
Are there any other parties wishing to ask questions or make declaration? There being none, I wish to advise that from listening to the presentations and also from what the Democratic Alliance have indicated, they are making declarations and therefore there are no questions asked. I now move to vote 3, communications. The line by line will come back to it afterwards, Honorable Minister. Are there parties wishing to make questions on vote 3 or a declaration?
House Chair.
Order. Yes, Honorable.
Maybe I misunderstood you in terms of the process that I've outlined. Aren't we supposed to decide whether we're voting or not on vote 1, and then we'll go to vote 3, or
Order.
vote together at once, or because
Thank you.
That the process that was followed before was that we must vote on each and every budget vote. So we would want to divide on vote 1 because we can't approve.
You
a
will
budget
do
for
that
a person.
later. Honorable Member.
One by one.
Thank you. As I indicated earlier, we are putting, Honorable Shibambo, we are putting each vote for question and answer. And can I explain the reason we do so is because we are dealing with the adjustment estimates. If a minister wants to clarify on a question that has been raised by a member on the amount that has been adjusted, he or she has got 2 minutes to respond to that question. But if a party does not wish to make a question, but rather make a declaration, the party is free to do so. The minister may respond, but is not obliged to respond either. Is it okay? Thank you very much. The vote, after we finish, we come back again
Yes? 111. You said you wanted to work? There it is. Honorable Van Dam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The DA will most certainly not be supporting this budget as it contains an item for the purchase of a fancy new BMW for the Minister of Communications, who I see is not here. This BMW X5, valued at 1.06 million, boasts luxury features such as top quality leather, atmospheric lighting, spacious, luxurious interior with specially selected, perfectly crafted materials of the very highest quality, LSC lighting outside the door handles, and front cigar lighting. If the minister would like to drive a car like this, she is more than welcome to purchase herself such a car, seeing that she earns more than enough money. It absolutely makes no sense, given the poverty in South Africa, for a minister to use public money to buy a car like that. Minister, if you had come to us and said, here's 1 million, I'll spend this money on a forensic audit at the SABC in order to fix the mess. Instead, you are spending this money to show off. The DA will not be supporting this budget. I thank you.
Order, honorable members, the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, the biggest crisis at the Department of Communications over the past financial year has been the total lack of leadership displayed by the Honorable Faith Mutambi. This is the very same minister who has now spent our taxpayer money on a luxury BMW during difficult economic times. Her department has rolled over 1.24 million pertaining to its digital television awareness campaign program. Even though this is not a large sum of money, it is hardly surprising considering the fact that the project has been plagued by controversy and poor decision-making right from the start. But this has not been Minister Faith Mutambi's biggest failure. While the SABC continues to limp from one management and financial crisis to another, the Honourable Minister has remained mum. Instead, she has continued to aid and abet all those who mismanage the public broadcaster. While the gross financial management of the SABC continues under Minister Mutambi's watch, the IFP cannot support Budget Vote 3.
Are there any parties wishing to ask questions? I don't see any. These, again, are declarations, but I will give the ministry if they want to respond. With no response, I now put vote 4, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Are there any questions? Declaration by the DA.
Chairperson, this minister and this department have failed South Africa. They have failed to intervene where necessary and have been heavy-handed where a lighter touch would have been more appropriate. This has left municipalities floundering when they most needed leadership. The minister has been in the news for all the wrong reasons, not least of which is his continued affiliation to and support of the Guptas. In fact, the most recent revelations have exposed how the minister and his advisors allegedly plotted the use of municipal assets as security for private loan financing. Chairperson, this is little more than state capture at a local level. In the traditional affairs environment, the department continues to make little progress in minimalizing the risk to initiates and has been particularly reticent in clarifying the roles and responsibilities of traditional leaders. This is playing out in the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Bill public hearings, which are currently underway. Minister van Rooyen and his department can at best be described as ineffectual and unable to manage the budget they have been allocated. The DA will not support this vote.
EFF.
Thanks, Chair. The budget of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is adjustable up by almost 25 million. We also know for the fact that Mr. Van Rooyen is a regular visitor to Saxonwold, that maker of corruption, to take orders on how to spend the money allocated to his department. We cannot trust Mr. Van Rooyen with this very important portfolio for the service delivery. He has sold out his soul for a plate of curry and has proven himself to be a very corruptive human being. We reject this adjustment.
Order, the NFP.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. The NFP is worried about skills development within this department.
And we've persistently said that the department must have the right people in the right position, especially in the technical and the financial the departments, because municipalities are not performing well because of lack of skills, especially in those departments. And we're also worried that the department has underspent and has not reached some of its targets, and thus then depriving the people, especially in the rural areas, of the much needed resources that they need. But then the NFP will support this budget.
Are there any parties wishing to make declarations or ask questions? Is there any response from the Minister? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I tried to look quite considerably to the provision of this budget vote. I didn't see anything or any program that says anything about sex and wealth or the Guptas. But nevertheless, let me indicate to members that this budget, among other things, is meant to allocate financial resources to 257 municipalities in our country. And I must indicate that just recently, on the 3rd of August, all of us crisscrossed the length and breadth of our country, telling the people that they must vote for us because we want to bring a working local government. Now, if we don't support this vote, then we are rendering a system of local government that has been serving our people for the past 15 years useless. So I think this is hypocritical of opposition parties to come here and say this budget vote must not be supported after they have said to our people, the people must vote for them. Now I'm saying to our South Africans, look at what we have voted for. This is exactly the type of people you vote them today, then tomorrow they can't even support the budget that is meant to improve your lives. I urge members to really support this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I now put vote 5, Home Affairs. Are there any questions? EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF rejects the adjustment of the Gupta Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Gigaba. Mr. Gigaba has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that he works for his tummy. He defends the Saxon world curry with passion. Furthermore, he said he failed to see the expansion of services to rural areas and to township. As a result, there are old people who cannot access such services, such as SASSA, because they do not have identity documents. We also do not understand why poor people must pay for their identity documents. And we call on the department to immediately scrap the need for people to pay to get access to identity documents. We therefore reject the budget of the Gupta minister.
Order. Honourable member, are there any other parties wishing to ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order. Can we allow Honourable Mashile? Order. Honourable members from both houses, can you please allow Honourable Mashile to make his point?
Thank you, Chairperson. I really don't understand why Honourable Mkause is saying what she's saying, because she has never seen any meeting of Home Affairs, and she's not even a member. Now, Chair, we really know Honourable Shope as a member that we attend the meetings with, but I don't understand why she's making noise. But Chair, as ANC, we support this department for many reasons. This department is supported to continue with modernization of the department, with the rollout of smart ID cards, with the management of the immigration regulations that we have just passed, and with the formulation of the immigration policy that we want to implement in the country. And this department is making significant progress. It needs to be supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to ask questions? If none, both of those were declarations, but the Minister has an opportunity to respond if he wishes to do so. Minister.
Thank you very much,
House Chair, the department has made it very clear that our focus in terms of our services is towards the poor in our country. As a result, we have indicated that we are working on new mobile units that we are going to roll out to ensure that we can reach out to rural areas to serve the rural poor. Secondly, we've indicated that we are currently in discussions with the banks so that we can roll out the e-Home Affairs program even in rural areas to be able to reach out our people who live in those areas. The department, thirdly, is working with the Department of Public Works to establish additional service points so that we can be able to reach out to as many of our people as possible. And therefore, it comes as a surprise to us to say that we are neglecting rural areas. Quite clearly, as the Honorable Mashile has indicated, the Honorable member who spoke about this is not a member of this portfolio committee. She has no clue what she was talking about except that which she was fed by those who fill her stomach up. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Order. Honorable member, what's the point of order?
Yeah, I'm standing on a point of order that we have members of parliament here, irrespective of which committee they sit in, they have a right to speak here.
Order, honorable member. I note your point. Can we now move to vote 6?
Sorry, House Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
On a point of procedure.
Yes.
Clearly, we didn't receive the invitation to the parliamentary year-end function at Shimmy Beach. Clearly, the minister did.
Order, honorable member. That cannot be a point of order. Invitations are private to members. Order, honorable member.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Any member of parliament can raise any issue. It doesn't have to be a member of that particular committee. Our members can raise any issue about
Order, honorable member.
So people must not come
Honorable
wearing white
Shibambo.
pants here and want to
Honorable
now
Shibambo,
rubbish
the
what our
point
members
has
are
been
saying.
taken, which has been raised by honorable member. I'm sure you might not have heard. Can we now move to vote 6, international relations and cooperation? Are there any questions, honorable member? Honorable Shopper, what is the point of order? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. DIRCO received an adjustment of 950 million rand on the basis of the fluctuating rand value. Now, we all know whose fault that is. DIRCO has also received 3 consecutive qualified audit opinions, a lack of consequential management skills, and a lack of political will to rationalize missions as advised by Treasury. The question to ask to the Minister, is it necessary to have 126 missions? We just heard the ANC advocate digital transformation. By combining missions and using digital technology, we can reduce the number of missions and thereby reduce our budget. I thank you.
EFF.
But Chair, where's the minister to respond on my question? I shut up when I'm not talking to
Order,
you.
honorable Sope. Order. Withdraw that language. You can't say so in the House.
Which rule, Chair?
Order. Order, honorable Sope. You know what you said and it's unparliamentary.
Chair, is a clarity. Where's the minister?
The deputy minister will respond when she answers. Do you have a substantive question on the budget?
Yes,
Can you please
Chair.
ask? It will be
4.4
answered.
million was wasted on unoccupied offices at Luanda and Angola, as well as Switzerland. So I don't know, the deputy ministers, just tell the country about 4.4 million which we are paying for just a stand-alone offices. What are you going to do? Are you going to pay back the money? When?
Are there any parties wishing to make declarations or ask questions? IFP.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The IFP is concerned about the fact that there is still no intention.
Order, there is an honorable member on the House. Honorable Sope, Honorable Ngoniso, can we please allow the member? Order, Members on both sides of the House, can we please allow the member who has a question to ask? Honorable Ngwang.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I was saying that the IFP is concerned about the fact that there is still no intention on the part of the department to reduce the number of foreign missions to a financially manageable number. Some of these missions we are maintaining do not actually make any political or economic sense. And another concern, Madam Chairperson, is that the minister has become a truly foreign minister, foreign even to the portfolio committee. She has actually dishonored invitations to appear before the International Relations Portfolio Committee on a number of times to answer some questions. So we as IFP actually would appeal to the minister to please come to the committee so that we can exercise our oversight role.
Are there any parties wishing to make declarations or questions? Honorable Member of the ANC, Masango.
Ngiyathokoza mphathini Rambo. I-ANC ijame iveke namalanga nalesi sabelo semali siphiwa umnyango lo ngoba isenzela umberego omhle kakhulu inarha ezizonke nje njengoba ngikhuluma nje inarha ekhethu ihlonishwa kakhulu ngomberego ewenzako angizungena kokhunye ngingakhuluma tot bekujinga ilanga ngiyathokoza.
Siyathokoza. There are no other parties that have noted wishing to take up their slot for questions or declaration. Can we now have the ministry to respond? Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the question of reducing the missions, honorable members, we have few missions as it is. We said we want to be part of the global community. And that's what it is. If you want to be part of the global community, you must have missions everywhere in the world for you to be able to influence. It's going to happen in this administration and any other administration in South Africa. If you don't do that, you're not part of the global community. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, I put vote 7, National Treasury. Are there any questions? No questions. Can we move to vote 8, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation? Are there any questions? The DA.
Thank you very much. In the adjusted budget for the DPME, there is an amount of 1.9 million rand that has been shifted from Program 1 to purchase some furniture and equipment and an official vehicle for the Deputy Minister. As you heard earlier, this vehicle is an Audi Quattro 7, 3-liter TDI with a price tag of, wait for it, 971,432 rand and 76 cents. This vehicle seems to have been sneaked in through environment, and that cannot be. The department is also taking 100,000 rand from National Planning to donate to the South African Planning Institute. The DPME should not have money to give away. The Democratic Alliance does not support budget vote adjustment.
EFF.
Thanks, Chair. Minister Hadebe, where do you get powers to appoint the board on NYDA? Where do you get the powers from? Beside Parliament, because it's only Parliament have powers. Where do you get powers, Chief?
Very interesting. I'm not sure whether the powers are part of the adjustment. Are there any other parties? The ANC?
Siyabonga Sihlalo. Singukhongolo sesiyayisupporta le vote. Ngoba le vote iyawenza umsebenzi wayo. Sibonile le vote isebenza inikeza i-monitoring instrument ukuthi kufanele ama-department afollowishe ini esibiza ngokuthi impact. Iyabonakala futhi ivote ephuma kuyona lena ihamba iyosiza NYDA laphaya ukuthi i-provide i-service delivery. Ngiyabonga.
Are there any other parties? If none, can I ask whether the minister would like to respond? Or the Deputy Minister? No one. Can we move? Order, honorable members. Can I now put vote 9, public enterprises? Order, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. A question to the department or the Deputy Minister. This department has declared 6 million rand unspent vacancies, but what is important is vacancies in strategic areas, legal and governance, portfolio management, and strategic partnerships. Given the fact that the department has oversight over state-owned enterprises and all the shenanigans taking place at Eskom, as evidenced in the state capture report, I would like to know whether the department will use the 6 million rand to conduct an urgent inquiry into what's happening at Eskom so that its credit rating downgrade can be offset, Standard & Poor's, and that we can bring stability to Eskom.
DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Public Enterprises should be renamed the Department of State Capture. While we understand that the department itself does not control the funding of the entities, it is the stakeholder and ultimately the watchdog over the behavior and conduct of the state-owned entities. Following the Public Protector's report entitled State of Capture, our state-owned entities have a lot to answer for. But equally, the Department of Public Enterprises needs to take responsibility for not acting against those and allowing for things to progress as far as they have. The buck must stop somewhere. It defies belief for it to be possible for DPE officials not to have known about the issues of state capture. It is quite simple. This ministry should not exist, and even if their existence was arguable, they have failed dismally in keeping our state coffers safe. Minister Brown, if she were here, should hang her head in shame and tender both her apologies and resignation to the people of South Africa. The DA will not support this budget.
EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. So part of the findings of the State of Capture report, which was released by the Progressive Public Protector, made a finding which is not challenged, is not under judicial review, that the Eskom board was wrongly appointed. What is the Department of Public Enterprises doing to make sure that we've got a proper and legal board in Eskom so that it runs its affairs properly? Because that aspect of the Public Protector's report is not under challenge. What are they doing to make sure that things are properly managed in Eskom?
ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the National Treasury has commendably and government has commendably avoided a sovereign ratings downgrade. But clearly this is a bit of breathing space that we have received, with rating agencies saying that the governance of SOEs is incredibly important. We know that SOEs present the biggest risk to the fiscal consolidation path, with the guarantees, the state being exposed to 258 billion of a total of 467 billion in issued guarantees. Chairperson, our concern from the ACDP side is obviously the exposures in the state capture report. So whilst this is a declaration, at the same time, our question is whether the department or whether the minister is looking into those observations that were made in the Public Protector's report and what we can expect in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Any other party wishing to make a question or declaration? ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget of public enterprises because it's the right thing to do. Our state-owned companies, it's the right thing to do. State-owned companies, Comrade, Honorable Chairperson, is that the state-owned companies are socio-economic development.
Order, honorable members, was a slip of tongue.
They do work they work within their mandate, and it is true that they are working well to economically develop the country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Order. Deputy Minister for the response.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the vacancies, the Department of Public Enterprises is working under a difficult environment because it is competing with well-resourced state-owned companies. Most of the employees that are employed by the Department of Public Enterprises, they resign and go to most of these state-owned companies that pay double, even triple. That is a challenge that we are faced with. On the issue of the state capture, ESCOM board and observations, I think...
Order, Chairperson. Wait.
Order, what's the point of order we're rising on?
I'm just checking that you said the responses are from ministers and deputy ministers.
No, Honourable Member, the Deputy Minister is giving a response.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Can you please take your seat? Honourable Mangwanisha. Order, Honourable Member. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the state of capture report, the ESCOM board and the observations, we are going to respond to the processes once they are completed. I think the processes are still subjected to further processes. Once all those processes are completed, then we will respond comprehensively. I think I must bring it to the attention of the House that the Department of Public Enterprises has achieved 85% against its target, a 5% increase from the previous financial year. The SOCs reporting to the Department of Public Enterprises have posted a profit of 5.3 billion rands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put vote number 10, Public Service and Administration. Are there any questions or declarations? Honourable Member.
Against the background where Treasury is urging government to save, this department wants to move millions to items that will not contribute one iota to enhanced service delivery. 2.2 million for ministerial vehicles, 4.5 million for new furniture. And South Africa's membership of the Open Government Partnership now requires an additional 2.5 million, much of which will be spent on flights to New York, while we see very little benefit of this partnership. Throwing an additional 16 million into the National School of Government will improve neither the cost effectiveness nor the quality of its cadre training programs. The Democratic Alliance objects to the adjustments in the budget for the Department of Public Service and Administration, particularly in the light of these vanity projects. Thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to ask questions? ANC.
Siyabonga Sihlalo, ANC uyayisupporta le vote. Ngoba sibonile le department isebenza, abantu sebekhonakala ukuthi bakhokhelwe abaningi abanikeza abasiza aba-service providers akhokhelwa within 30 days. So ke ANC sayibona imisebenzi yayo, sayibona futhi nomehluko omkhulu eyenzile lapha yana ukufilishwa kwama vacancies ekade sicomplaina ngawo. Sichike ke sizoyisupport.
Honourable Masuta, those were declarations, but you may respond if you wish to do so. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm advised that the 3 vehicles purchased, 1 for the Minister and 2 for the Deputy Minister, were as a result of the previous vehicles having reached their lifespan. And that was done in terms of the ministerial handbook. So all the regularity requirements were complied with. I think it's just politicking and grandstanding that is taking place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to vote 11. Public Works. Are there any questions or declarations? DA?
Construction and property industries are neither well regulated nor transformed.
Order.
The PMTE bank overdraft has doubled to 1.4 billion. 158 government assets have been
Order.
reported.
Honourable members, we can converse, we can interject, but we must do so in a manner that the speaker can be heard. Over to you, member.
Thank you, but thousands of properties are missing. Government assets owe billions in rates and services, crippling municipalities. 13 billion rand went back to Treasury unspent on infrastructure construction. You're abandoning buildings all over the country, providing havens for drug lords. SIU's investigating 649 crooked leases. 1 in 3 leases are dodgy. IDT is at rock bottom with an audit disclaimer. Aluta Continua with no sign of the forensic audit promised to the committee, 20% of your invoices aren't paid on time, bankrupting small firms. You only built 18 of 30 planned schools, and not one of 774 schools allegedly built has been signed off. There's a shortfall of 4,000 EPW work opportunities, and not one of the 3,870 opportunities planned for school beautification was created. No cigar yet, Minister.
Order. Are there any parties wishing to make declarations or questions? Honorable Njaisa, AIC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As AIC, we took a decision that we always support whatever is meant to benefit the people. But I've got a question now to put to the Minister. Honorable Minister.
Can I ask the question?
I just want to check now, what is the position with the EPWP workers who always complain that they have not received their stipends? So are they now properly budgeted? So what is going to happen? Thank you very much.
Any other question from any other party? Honorable Member Martins.
The ANC supports the turnaround strategy effected by the Department of Public Works. There are challenges, but the department has taken measures to meet those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
On the EPWP, you must remember that this program is implemented by the other levels of government and the various departments. And the issue of the stipend has been discussed in the recent conference, and we're trying to regularize that. But we give certain grants, but expect other departments and even the municipalities to augment on that. So sometimes it is up to those other levels who are not playing their part, but we've had enough discussions to deal with this matter. On the issue of the PMTE, if you have been following this department for the past 10 years, you can see that our property management trade entity is really rolling and is dealing with all the issues which you are raising. And those who have been part of the committees, they have always been commending the work which you are doing, which is a surprise, maybe for politicking on what is said today. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put vote 1236 South Africa. Are there any questions? No questions. We pass to vote 13 women. Are there any questions? No. I put vote 14 basic education. Are there any questions? EFF?
It's a declaration, Chair.
Okay.
The Department of Basic Education has made adjustment unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure to the value of 170 million. The repair of school infrastructure should be a planned activity, as the department should know their deficiencies in infrastructure provision. Why was this activity not planned for well ahead of time, and it's done this way? It's mind-boggling. If this was to cater for emergencies, what were these emergencies, and were proper procurement processes followed? 170 million should be a plan, not an unforeseeable.
DA?
Chairperson, the Basic Education Minister is in denial about the state of education in our country. The Trends in International Mathematics and Science study released last week ranks South Africa second last out of 60 countries. Yet Minister Motshekga said that we must be proud of this achievement because we improved from 2007 when we came stone last. This is a minister in denial. The Jobs for Cash report shows that SATU has captured our education system in 6 out of the 9 provinces, and SATU is mentioned 694 times in the report. Yet Minister Motshekga says the report has nothing to do with SATU, and therefore no intervention against SATU is necessary. This is a minister in denial. Chairperson, we cannot support an adjusted budget that fails to acknowledge the negative impact of SATU and the crisis of schooling in our poorest communities. I thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC welcomes and supports the adjusted budget because it will improve and maintain the South African education system. Even though there are challenges, we are confident about the turnaround that the department has planned to carry out. We support it. Thank you.
Minister, if you'd like to respond, there's some questions and declarations.
Chair, let me explain to the Freedom Front because the money...
Order, let's allow the minister. Order, Honorable Paulson.
To the
Honorable
EFF
Paulson.
members.
Order. Order. Honorable Deputy Chief
Whip. To the member.
Order, Honorable Minister.
Order,
Chair. Order, Honorable Minister can take a seat. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the EFF, can you please ask Honorable Paulson to allow the minister to proceed?
But Chair, Minister Oti Uyagulu Paulson, is it parliamentary?
Order, Honorable Member, can you please ask, because he was interjecting and I kept on
but
asking.
But you can't correct wrong,
Order.
Chair. No, Chair, you must ask her to withdraw.
Honorable Member.
Chair.
Honorable Member.
I'm humbly submitting to you that you must ask her to withdraw that
Can
one.
I also submit to you
She's
that
not
please,
a doctor. She can't be saying to our member.
Can I switch
She's
off
mad.
your mic?
That's what she said. She said he's mad. Chair, no, he must withdraw.
Chairperson, OC Angie withdraws or she doesn't speak here today.
Honorable Member Paulson.
She can't even manage
Honorable
education.
Member.
You can't even pretend to be a
Honorable
doctor.
Paulson.
Useless.
Honorable Paulson. You started interjecting loudly, repeatedly when I asked you to keep quiet, you didn't. Can you take your seat? I'm still speaking to you. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable members, parties were given an opportunity to ask questions or make declarations. And when parties have been asked to listen to ministerial responses, you may not like what the minister said, but you asked a question. No, Honorable Hlope. Honorable Hlope, can you please take your seat? I'm still addressing Paulson. I did hear, and can we please not have a discussion or a debate with both of you? Honorable Paulson, can you please be in order? Otherwise, I will ask you to leave the House. Honorable members of the EFF, those of you who are interjecting with me while I'm speaking, I have listened to you. You can't want a member to withdraw when you are continuing to do the same thing. You can't direct me what to do, Honorable Member. You did not assist me with your member when he was out of order. Order, Honorable Member, can you please keep quiet? If you want to respond on this matter outside, we will do so. I will now allow the minister to respond. And now, order, Honorable Members. Minister, can you please respond?
Thank you very much, Chair. On the question that was raised about the money that we had asked for, Chair, the money we have asked for is not for your regular
she's got
budget,
the right to tell us
but it is money for banned schools, for storm-damaged schools. So it was indeed unforeseen circumstances. The member of the DA, perhaps, I really don't know what he wants me to, because this money we're talking about, it's not the money meant for SATU or anything or teams. It's money we're requesting for schools banned in Vuwani, Malamulela, and storm-damaged schools, which were unplanned for. That's what we're asking for. Not SATU, not teams, not anything. So you can deal with the obsession about SATU, but that's not the money for SATU.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will request after the session to have a discussion with Honorable Paulson. I'll also talk to the minister because this cannot be allowed. Honorable Paulson, I said you will speak to me after the session. We now move to vote 15 higher education and training. Are there any questions? Honorable Member of the DA, Pozzoli.
Thank you, Chair. Approximately 17 billion rands worth of funding has been allocated in this budget to students over the next 3 years. The 17 billion will be used to pay the bills of various categories of students, but none of it is to go to institutions themselves. Government, therefore, has helped students, which is a good thing, but has completely misunderstood the reasons why we've had the protests in the first place. According to the Department of Higher Education, it is underfunded to the tune of 120 billion rand over the next 3 years. Universities have therefore, because of this gross underfunding, been forced to charge higher fees in order to pay their bills. If this is not stopped through funding going to the Department of Higher Education and its institutions, fees will continue to go up every year by unmanageable amounts in the absence of any remedy. And students, therefore, will every year find themselves short of funds because of that. The protests, therefore, will go on until this is addressed. We cannot see the end of these protests until universities and other institutions get sufficient funding to keep them solvent. For this reason, we cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. For the past 2 years, the department has struggled to deal with student uprisings demanding universal access to fee-free quality education for all. The minister, instead of hearing out students, recommended that universities increase their fees by 8%. Leading to further chaos at our universities. Why have you not taken into account Minister Blade, who is as usual absent, probably at Saxonville Tribune? What will be the implications on the budget of this department should the students decide to intensify their protests in January 2017 after institutions such as WITS have made provocative announcements that they will be increasing fees? The EFF rejects these adjustments and calls for Blade to resign from his position as minister. Thank you very much.
Are there any other parties? ACDP?
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP is concerned that subsidies to universities, TVET and CET colleges are grossly inadequate, with the number of students accessing higher education increasing and the cost of running these institutions escalating, a situation which contributed significantly to university fee increases, which triggered protests demanding fee-free higher education. For the ACDP, the greatest concern remains the ongoing disruptions in higher education and the intimidation and criminal acts which disrupted the academic program and resulted in a destruction of university property. Sadly, many valid concerns have not been well articulated or represented by student leaders who have led by intimidation, violence, and imposing their views and agendas on others. The ACDP calls on the department to initiate research into the role of curriculum in generating inequality and disregard for those who hold views that do not mirror the popular or politically correct view, and to find ways that this can be effectively done where found to be necessary. Change and transformation are costly, especially in the short term, but the long-term benefits must be considered. The percentage of GDP spending on higher education is 0.7%, which is low in comparison with OECD and other African countries. The ACDP does not support this inadequate budget. Thank you.
NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a question. The government has undertaken to provide 2.46 billion required for grants to all students from families whose income is below 600,000 per annum. That is the poor and the missing middle. These students will experience a 0% increase in 2017. Now the question is, Deputy Minister, how far has the department's engagement with universities gone with regards to developing mechanisms for applications for gap funding? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, honorable members, despite all the challenges that we have been experiencing especially at the universities, both in 2015 and 2016, we must congratulate the majority of students who, despite all the odds against them, have decided to complete the academic year. Between Wits University and Stellenbosch University, about 10,000 students will this year be graduating, and we must congratulate those and many of the other students who have decided to march on and complete their academic year, and they too will be graduating. This budget indeed, honorable members, addresses especially the poor, addresses especially towards the missing middle, and indeed we will not rest until we ensure that we do not leave out the TVETs and that we don't leave out the community colleges also. They too are important as far as the post-school education. As the ANC, we certainly support this budget because it certainly realizes the constitutional obligations of realizing a better life for the poor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, Chair, there are certainly funding challenges in higher education, but there is a process that is underway, the Presidential Commission that is looking at the overall funding of higher education in South Africa. We do appeal not only to members of parliament, but to all South Africans, that we give this process a chance. We give the Presidential Commission some time to do its work and present a thorough report to government. Professor Kubisa, yes, we are engaging universities. We met registrars of universities last week, and we will be engaging all stakeholders in January, early January, so that we continue with these engagements, which will then culminate into a smooth start of the 2017 academic year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I now put vote 16, health. Are there any questions? The DA and NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. South Africa needs universal health coverage, or UHC. We do. But the decision to use NHI as a vehicle to try to accomplish UHC needs to be reconsidered. Look at Program 2, Under Health, under which NHI falls. Here, 90% of the budget was spent, but only 63% of the service delivery targets were met. That's less than 2/3. And despite this clear mismatch between performance and expenditure, a request is now made for an additional 35 million rands environments for contracting under NHI. We therefore simply cannot support this adjustment. The DA's policy alternative, entitled Our Health Plan, is a far better approach to UHC for fairer, faster, and affordable health delivery. Thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Question to the Deputy Minister. I don't see any provision in this budget for the temporary workers that ought to have been converted to permanent. The Minister and the President announced this previously. KwaZulu-Natal has taken the lead, and it's the only province that is accelerating this process. Others are just dragging their feet. Maybe if you can just comment on that and what is the process you have in mind.
Are there any other parties wishing to make declarations or question? Honorable Mahlalela.
No, thanks, Chair. As the African National Congress, we wish to indicate that we support the budget. Firstly, because we are in a process of making sure that we achieve the universal health coverage through the implementation of the first phase of the National Health Insurance. We are currently finalizing the first phase and will be entering into the second phase, where we'll be able to put a legislation in place which will make sure that we start implementing in full swing the National Health Insurance. But secondly, we are able this far to make sure that 3.45 million patients continue to receive antiretroviral treatment without any failure. And we are going to increase that number as soon as we begin to introduce and implement the universal test and treatment approach. And this will make a significant impact into the ordinary lives of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Starting with the DA, I think the DA is obsessed about their opposition to the National Health Insurance and universal health coverage. In the deepest of their dreams, they've come with an alternative plan, which indeed, I must say, is just a dream, because the National Health Insurance is a thoroughly thought-through plan based on evidence-based research, and therefore we are indeed very confident about completing the groundwork through the pilots, but also through the work teams, which are completing their work in terms of detailed plans for the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Concerning the community health workers, we are in discussion with all the provinces in terms of finalizing the absorption of those who qualify to can be absorbed within the work of community health workers. But in the process, of course, there are many who are employed by NGOs who would not qualify to be fully employed. So we are discussing this with the various provinces to make sure that we can reach finality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I now put vote 17, social development. Are there any questions? DA?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. 1 billion rand irregular expenditure, an alarming uncertainty about SASSA's planned takeover of social grants to 17 million South Africans, with just over 3.5 months till the expiry of the current service provider's contract, and a shocking increase in environments from 5 million rand last year to 18.5 million rand this year for ministerial travel, when the minister has still not accounted for last year's 12 million international travel. All these issues do not instill confidence in a department whose mandate is providing comprehensive social services to the poor and vulnerable. This at a time when the country is gripped by unprecedented levels of drought, economic constraints, and the highest unemployment rate. Add to this a dismal failure by the minister to account to the portfolio committee when legitimate questions are being raised about her department's spending on non-core programs while underperforming in the very programs for which her department and entities were created. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF.
Thanks, Chair. It's a question. Minister of Social Development, your department, in particular SASSA, is sitting with 1.5 irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where 1.2 million is your responsibility. You double booked yourself during the Imikonzo event, which was supposed to have been held in Cape Town in March. You went elsewhere and you did not pitch. They had to cancel the event, and it has costed us 1.2 million. When are you going to pay back that money?
Order, honorable members. Order. ANC.
No, Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson.
Oh, sorry, IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, it goes without saying that the Department of Social Development continues to fail the most vulnerable sectors of our society. Nowhere is this more evident than the fact that the department failed to spend 1 billion, which was set aside for child support grants and disability grants. But this was not this department's biggest failure. Minister Dlamini recently had absolutely no answers when she appeared in front of SCOPA as to why SASSA incurred 1 billion in irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Also, a national crisis now looms with SASSA not being able to take over the grant payment system itself. But these are not the only shenanigans at the Department of Social Development. Just recently, Minister Dlamini cost the taxpayer 1.1 million when she ditched an event last minute to go and support President Zuma in her capacity as the ANC Women's League chairperson. In this instance, President Zuma once again came first and our country came last. And we need to know from the minister, when is she planning to pay back this 1.1 million? The minister in the department talks big, but it doesn't deliver. The dismal performance of this department in its endeavors to protect the rights of women and children are just simply not good enough. And if only the minister worked as hard as she does protecting President Zuma, then all of these challenges would have been resolved a long time ago.
ANC.
Sihlalo wendlu namalungu ahloniphekileyo. I-African National Congress iyayixhasa kakhulu le budget. Izizathu zoko kungokuba ngabantu abangaphaya kwezigidi ezimashumi enesixhenxe abafumana impilo usuku nosuku nyanga zonke minyaka yonke kule budget. Kungoko kufanelekile ukuba amalungu ahloniphekileyo abeke phambili imfuno zabantu ababathumileyo ngokuthi bapasise esi sabelo ukuze kuthi kwimizi yonke kulale kutyiwe. Ndithi ke mathola nyongande ngokudlelana kanincede isizwe soMzantsi Afrika nipasise le voti. Eminye imibuzo le ayifanelekanga ukuba ime phakathi kwenu nabantu abahluphekileyo. Singabantu apha asizelanga ukuba sizokwenza ezi zinto. Isibongo bantu abemzini, yivoteleni yeyakwini balambile abantu abanithumileyo. Isibongo.
Enkosi, honorable members, order. Can I once remind members that we are dealing with the adjustments? So can we please try both in our declarations and questions, come to the point on the issue that is on the table of the vote adjustment estimates. We're not dealing with the whole budget. We're dealing with those adjustments. So I just want to remind members, both in their questions and their declarations. Minister Dlamini.
Ngiyabonga mphathi sihlalo. Okokuqala mangabe kuukuthi uSocial Development uhlulekile ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe. Osho lokho kufanele abe particular. Asho ukuthi kuziphi zona indawo. Ngoba on a daily basis uSocial Development ubheka abantwana abawu 300,000 abakuma child-headed households. Okwesibili imali esayisebenzisa okokuqala sandisa isikhathi se-registration ngoba sasingazange sikwazi ukubona ukuthi sizodinga isikhathi esingaphezulu kwalesi futhi senza i-announcement futhi sa-reporta ekomitini futhi wonke umuntu ngaleso sikhathi wayejabula ukuthi sesiholela abantu aba-right kodwa manje seku-wrong ngoba sesenza political point scoring. Okwesithathu u1 billion uyi-estimate extra ngibhilivele intweni ezinhle because sometimes ziba zimbi. Kuya ngamehlo akho ukuthi kanjani.
Ngqongqoshe isikhathi sakho sesokuphelele.
Okay. So uma ngabe kuukuthi i-treasury yenze i-estimation yokuthi bangaka abantu abazobhalisa for i-grant bese kubuya ushintshi uyabuyela e-treasury lowo shintshi. So akuyona imali esuke singayisebenzisanga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu,
Ungangikhombi ngomunye.
Sesidlulela ke manje ku vote 16 correctional service. Are there any questions or declarations? Sorry, vote 18 correctional services. DA? DA is not taking their slot. ACDP?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Chairperson, this department is facing many challenges. And as we discuss the adjustments, my question to the Deputy Minister is in view of yesterday's High Court decision in the Western Cape, where the Pollsmoor prison was found to be unsafe for awaiting trial prisoners. Judge Vincent Sodona declared the conditions as unconstitutional, and he gave the department 15 days to reduce the overcrowding. What impact will this have? Obviously, a budget has to be found to meet what the High Court has ordered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Do you still have another party wishing to make a declaration or a question? If, in the absence of that, can I
Honorable
ask?
Chair,
Go
the
on.
ANC wishes to support the vote. We continue to support programs that are actually run by the department in terms of care, incarceration, rehabilitation, and reintegration of inmates. And also, in terms of the conditions of the correctional centers, we are aware of the efforts that the department is actually putting into improving the correctional services. We have noted what has been mentioned by the media in terms of the conditions of Pollsmoor Correctional Center, and we are quite hopeful that the department will actually be doing whatever is within its power to improve on the services. One other thing that is just a challenge that we are aware of that requires concerted effort of the JCPS cluster is a number of demand returnees that the department has tried to reduce, and we are looking forward to having those numbers drastically again reduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a response from the Minister for the question by Honorable Swart?
I'm not sure, Chairperson, the question was apparently directed at the Deputy Minister. Should I still proceed and answer, or should the Deputy Minister answer? Because the person who asked
If
the
it
question
was directed to
specifically-
the Deputy Minister, I would suggest that the Deputy Minister respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. The judgment of the High Court yesterday is indeed a very important development in the management of our penal system. The decision by Judge Saldana is a burdensome responsibility on the department. But fortunately, with respect to the problem of the overcrowding at the remand detention facility at Pollsmoor, that judgment comes just after the department had established a special task team to manage overcrowding nationally and in all the 6 regions of the department, to make sure that on a continuous basis, and I'm talking almost within weeks, there is exchange of information about levels of overcrowding at different centers, so that there is moving of inmates around to keep a relatively acceptable balance. So in that respect, the department had already moved because the report of Justice Cameron, when it was tabled, was acted upon immediately, and there was a whole response plan that included dealing with overcrowding at Portsmouth. There is, of course, as part of that judgment, an obligation that by the end of January next year, the department must table a plan with specific timelines in response to all of the areas that were pointed out in the report of Justice Cameron. I can confirm.
Unfortunately, your time has now expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, I now put vote 19, defense and military veterans. Are there any questions or declaration? Declaration, yes. GA.
We are glad the Minister arrived safely this morning from Cuba in that private chartered Gulfstream jet. The Department of Military Veterans is a regular transgressor and recipient of qualified audits. It is dysfunctional in most of its core activities. The Department of Defense is facing an ever-decreasing budget which cannot support the Defense Review objectives and the lavish spending patterns of the ANC. The department is neglecting its core constitutional obligations, as the Minister is more concerned with chartering Angolan-owned Gulfstream jets to fly both her and the President to Cuba than utilizing our own fully functional Inquasi. The extra 96 million rand in the adjustment budget to lease aircraft is a slap in the face of the 9 million unemployed. Reprioritization of this budget must take place urgently as per the National Treasury directives. As with this, we don't get value for money. The DA cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other party? No party. That was.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
IFP, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Siyafisa njengenkatha ukusho ukuthi nexhala kancane kumhlonishwa lapha mayelana nodaba lwama project angaqediwe kakhulukazi ukulungiswa kwesibhedlela esilapha ePretoria esibona sengathi sekuthatha isikhathi eside kungapheli osekuze kwadala nokuba izindleko zokulungisa isibhedlela ziye phezulu ngakho ke besicela ukuzwa kuMinister ukuthi ngabe ukhona uhlela nalo lokugqugquzela ukuthi kusheshe kuphele ukulungiswa kabusha kwesibhedlela esePretoria.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress support this budget vote. We support this budget vote on the basis that through the programs that are in the department, particularly Operation Tusano, we have managed to repair over 1,429 operation vehicles. The department has also managed to deal with the aviation armament to a tune of 287,000. We support, Chair, this budget vote through the Operation Tucson on the basis that the Cuban officials that are in the department have now managed to save a lot of budget for the department. It is projected that 2019 would have saved an amount over 2 billion. But we did raise a serious issue, Chair, about the self-sustainability of the Department of Defense. We have, as Parliament, also sponsored views that we need to look at the allocation in terms of the GDP. We also need to look at the endowment properties that are there so that we make sure that the defense is able to be self-sustainable and comply with the requirement as proposed by the Constitution, that of protecting the territorial sovereignty and promoting peace both in the country and the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, if you can respond to the question raised by the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. On the unfinished projects, in particular the 1 mil renovation project, I'm sure the Honorable Member, as a member of the committee who has also visited the 1 mil, is aware of the fact that there was a time when there was no movement on this project, precisely because we've been using consultants, and at the time we were dependent on the Department of Public Works. Now, the Department of Public Works, together with the Department of Defense, have since signed a memorandum of understanding where now the Department of Defense has taken over the actual renovation of all projects relating to the department. Of course, it's not easy, because as you sign the memorandum of understanding, one of the things you have to consider is that there were already consultants who had been contracted by the Department of Public Works, and now there is agreement that we are taking over everything, including those consultants. So we're working very, very closely with the Department of Public Works to ensure that indeed the projects which we started some years ago should now be completed. I can't say people are moving with speed, but I think that it would be fair to say that there is a lot of goodwill and good work which is being done. Now, the Honorable Member from the ANC raises the matter of self-sustainability of the department. You'll recall that initially, before we had Operation Tusano, all of these repairs were done by the private sector. All of these were outsourced. Now we are doing our own repairs, and of course, in the course of that, there's skills transfer, which is taking place between the Cuban experts who are working together with our people.
Unfortunately, your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put vote number 20, the Independent Police Investigation Directorate. The DA is doing, do we have any party that wants to ask a question or do a declaration? There is none, so we pass. I now put vote number 21, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any declarations or questions? The DA.
Thank you, Chair. The DA cannot support the proposed adjustment to the budget of vote 21. Firstly, some of the adjustments are done on the back of the unspent budget of nearly 200 million earmarked for building of new courts and improvements to court buildings. This environment is unacceptable in the absence of any interventions to accelerate the build and refurbishment program by the department and its minister, which will no doubt result in further delays and cost escalation in respect of the Mpumalanga High Court, the South Gauteng High Court, and numerous magistrates' courts. Secondly, we note with shock that no attempts have been made to finance any of the upward adjustments in this budget through savings on non-essential items. Thirdly, we cannot support a budget which completely fails to address the ever-increasing performance problems in our criminal justice system. Growing court backlogs and a further decrease in the number of cases finalized with verdicts are set to continue as a result of the priorities in this adjustment budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other party? ACDP. Mr. Swart.
Thank you, thank you. Chairperson, the ACDP appreciates that in terms of financial constraints, this department and the entities that account to us is suffering severe financial constraints. And when we need to deliver justice in our nation, we need to ensure that this department has sufficient funds. We also need to ensure that the public protector has sufficient funds, particularly in view of the fact that its findings now are being taken more and more on review, requiring more funding to defend court cases. Legal Aid South Africa also indicated that if they do not receive more funds, they will not be able to provide legal representation to accused persons. And this will then have a knock-on effect of cases being delayed and, of course, then leading to more people being kept awaiting trial in our prisons. So, Chairperson, there are severe constraints when we consider this department that needs to be addressed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Any other party? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC supports the budget adjustment vote and supports the work that is done by all the entities, especially LASA, Legal Aid South Africa, just to ensure that the promises that we made to the people of South Africa in terms of legal representation for all in South Africa when people have got to stand trial. We think that it is appropriate that we actually improve on the budget, especially of Legal Aid South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Would the minister want to make any contribution to the comments made?
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, Legal Aid has raised concerns relating to the budget cuts, especially on personnel expenditure, which will have a knock-on effect in supporting courts by way of providing legal representation to persons, especially accused persons. We have requested the department and Legal Aid to start a process of engagement with Treasury to look at ways, despite the austerity circumstances, of addressing that situation so that the knock-on effect can be minimized. On the issue of support and cooperation with the public protector, I just wanted to indicate that at the public protector's request, I had a meeting with her yesterday. First, of course, to officially congratulate her on her appointment. But no, it was not at Lutuli House. It was at the offices of the public protector. But among the matters that we discussed was the need for us to support the institution by way of making available some of our infrastructure, in particular court infrastructure. I guess that's a more neutral venue to be providing, receiving the services of the public protector than perhaps at offices of the EFF or the DA. But we are looking at a possible expanding of the footprint of the public protector through making available some of the resources at our disposal. But we also talked about the need to develop a proper comprehensive framework of cooperation between government and the Office of the Public Protector to smooth the speedy implementation of remedial action that the public protector may
Thank
direct
you. Your time
and all other
has
areas
expired.
of cooperation with the office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put vote 22, Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration. Are there any declarations or questions? Honorable Swart, ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, members of the Justice Portfolio Committee had a very good discussion with the Chief Justice and members of the Judiciary last week, and we noticed that the budget in this adjustment has been adjusted upwards by 9 million from 864 million to 873 million, and that the direct charge, which is salaries, has been adjusted upward by 30 million. Clearly, what came out of our discussion was that there are still severe financial constraints for this new Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration, and that we believe that whilst this adjustment is welcome, additional funds are necessary. But at the same time, we do appreciate the fiscal consolidation path from National Treasury. So we are in a bit of a difficult position, but we need to ensure that sufficient funds are given to the Office of the Chief Justice, given the new Limpopo High Court, to ensure that justice is speedily served to all people. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. NFP.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo lapho ngaphambili. Nathi sifuna ukudlulisa kona ukuthi
isabelo mali okhuywa ngaso saleli ofisi lenhloko yamajaji. Siyasamukela kodwa sibona ukuthi kuningi okusafanele kwenziwe ilela office. Njengoba uza kwetheshila ukuthi sikhuluma nenhloko yamajaji ngomsombuluko wedlule. Laveza umsebenzi omningi osafuna wenziwe lela office. So khumbula ukuthi ngaphansi kwale office khona amajaji, kukhona izimantshi, umsebenzi eminingi kakhulu. Siyacela ukuthi ungqongqoshe mayebuyekeza lesabelo zimali zakhe. Ithi xaxa imali efakwayo ngoba kukhulu esakubhekile kwi-ofisi lenhloko yamajaji yalelizwe. Kodwa siyixhasa siyiqembu le-National Freedom Party. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Sibonge. ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The African National Congress support this budget adjustment. We support this budget adjustment, appreciating very well that this office has just been turned into a national department in the past 2 financial years. Having been turned into a national department, there are quite a number of challenges. Key amongst is the issue of funding, which we appreciate. But secondly, we want to say, as the African National Congress, we are at work, we are busy working around these issues. We have now seen the department passing the audits. Other than the audits, Chair, all the critical posts that have been advertised in the department are fully in place. And I also want to confirm that we have met with the Chief Justice and we have had a fruitful meeting. We hope that meeting will go a long way towards ensuring that we protect the Constitution of the Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Minister, will you want to comment?
Thank you for those complimentary comments. Let me start by expressing appreciation to the Chief Justice for continued cooperation between ourselves in ensuring that we have an efficient justice system in South Africa. Indeed, the Chief Justice has provided leadership even in relation to ensuring that the austerity environment under which we all operate permeates through the manner in which the Office of the Chief Justice in particular conduct its administration. The members of the judiciary have been very cooperative when it comes to curtailing some of the expenditure items to the bare minimum to ensure that the meager resources that are available given the budgetary and financial constraints that we're currently going through go a longer way towards supporting. And of course, we appreciate the additional funding of 30 million to support the personnel costs with regards to the direct charge for supporting the salaries and benefits of members of the judiciary. We note that there are indeed budgetary limitations that will make it difficult, especially in the area of personnel, etc. But we are hopeful that as we all try to survive under austerity, everything will be done to ensure that service of our courts is not compromised. And in particular, I'd like to express appreciation to the Chief Justice through the National Efficiency Enhancement Committee that ensures that performance of courts is improved on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put vote 23, police. Are there any questions, declaration? G8.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. The failure of the ANC national government to ensure an effective police service is acutely shown in the skewed priorities of the SAP's budgets and adjustments. In the current financial year, VIP protection received 2.6 billion rand, amounting to an almost 50% increase in this allocation over the past 3 years, way above inflation. This means that while ordinary citizens live in fear of violent crime, The pampered elite can live and travel in their security bubbles, disconnected from the reality of most South Africans. To add insult to injury, the adjustments being tabled today propose to add 11.3 million rand more to VIP protection, while the count of crime victims ticks up on a daily basis. The DA will not support this adjustment and promises that under a government led by us, we will put the safety of the people first instead of feathering the nests of politicians.
NFP?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Question to the Deputy Minister there. There appears not to be any provision to fight crime, specifically in the Western Cape. Given the serious challenges of car hijacking in the area, the now current situation of kidnapping of business leaders in the area, drive-by shooting, where our people in areas like Bonteheuwel and in the Cape Flats are living lives of hostage in their own homes. They cannot go out freely. Can the Deputy Minister tell us what plan has the department got to provide some resources and clean out the Western Cape once and for all so that our people could live free and safe? Thank you.
IFP? IFP?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Tetra coverage project, which has been under construction in Port Elizabeth for the last 7 years, is still not fully operational. The budget on this project is spiraling out of control because of the delays, and we are advised that there is still no expected date of full operation. I would like to ask the question from the Minister, what is holding this project up? When will it be at full operation? What are the additional costs because of the delays? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Murute Mishra? ACDP?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the positive things that were done by suspended Police Commissioner Riapieha was to order the setting up of the National Trial Investigative Unit to speedily investigate and deal with rogue police officers. As a result, a protracted and thorough audit of police ranks found that about 1,448 serving police officers were convicted criminals. Is the adjusted budget allocated to the SAPS sufficient to clean up the police department to ensure that we do not have criminals who are protecting criminals within the service? Because if they are not cleaned up, then crime in South Africa is not going to be reduced. So is the budget sufficient, and what is being done to ensure that all the corrupt policemen are removed from the service? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? ANC?
House Chairperson, thank you very much. The African National Congress supports the adjustments estimates. We believe that the adjustments will ensure that crime will be getting the necessary priority, but also that the Back to Basics campaign that was initiated last year will get the necessary attention. Also, the issue of the turnaround strategy for detectives must get the necessary support to ensure that that unit can be specifically have the necessary ability. Furthermore, we want also to ensure that the South African Police Service got the necessary capability also to deal with organized crime, and we welcome the fact that Operation Lockdown was also now brought into the Western Cape during this last week. Furthermore, the South African Police Service also ensured that students were able to write exams at most of the universities, and of course, funds was also used for that, so we welcome that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, sithathelele ingqalelo zonke iziphakanyiso. Ndiyathembisa ukuthi umphathiswa uzawathenda kuzo ezinye zeziphathiswa eziphakanyiswe apha namhlanje. With regard to the Western Cape, indeed, member, the Western Cape has been prioritized and identified as one of our hotspots province when it comes to fighting crime. As a result of that, we have then decided to give more resources to the province in a way of giving police officers for issues of visibility, to address issues of visibility. The rest I will forward to the minister, then he will definitely attend to those issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put vote number 24, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. We do have declarations. Yes, thank you.
Chairperson, while South Africa is gripped by the worst drought since recorded history and the agricultural sector is in a recession, this department budget was cut by 158 million rand. Minister Pravin Gordhan made mention of the drought during his budget debate in February, but sadly only 212 million rand was made available with the adjustment budget. Minister Jonas, this drought is far from over and it's estimated that 15% of farmers would not survive. The DA will therefore not support this adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to pose a question. With the drought that has affected the country as a whole, this department has been given an additional amount of 212 million rand. I just want to ask how it will be used. In what areas will this 212 million be used? Whether it is enough to deal with the issues of drought and other issues that are affecting the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other party? Oh, ANC?
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports the adjustment budget because this budget is going to support our smallholder farmers which have been affected by droughts, and we know that this money would actually assist them for them to produce food for our people in this country. We support the budget. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister, Deputy Minister.
Siyabonga Qinisihlalo. Ungafunga ukuthi isimo sezulu sadalwa uhulumeni. Ngathi inkinga nje uhulumeni wafika nesimo sezulu. Twice the government has tried to resolve the matter. Initially it was through provinces where almost a billion was put together between or among several departments. Secondly, 212 million has been put there, but both Department of Agriculture and Department of Rural Development, they are negotiating if they can find another 100 million, especially that 100 million to help the Northwest farmers who, even those that are commercial, cannot be able to plant because they are quite devastated and it's quite severe up there. But how is it going to be utilized? There are meetings going on between the farming organizations like AFASA, like Agri-SA, where finally it will be agreed how do we think this needs to be, how this money should be utilized, and after that, all plan will be implemented. But it's not to support this budget because there is drought. Please blame somebody else, not the government this time.
Thank you. I now put vote 25, economic development.
Order, Chair. I was just proposing that Honorable Deputy Minister must go and
What is your order, Honorable Member?
19.
No, what is 19, Honorable Member?
92, Chair. I was proposing that...
Honorable Member, wait.
92.
Yes, I
Order.
know. I just want to clarify something before you continue. Rule 92.
Yes, Chair.
Allows every member of this House to stand on a point of order.
Yes.
But the same Rule 92(3)(a) says you must specify on which rule you're gonna speak.
Okay.
Yes.
I was proposing that Honorable Ndosi must go and sit next to Nathi Mthetho there.
Honorable member, that's
Just
not
that
a
one.
point of order. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put vote 25, economic development. Are there any declarations or questions? I want to remind the ACDP and IFP that you only have 2 minutes left. So there are no declarations or questions on this one. We pass. I now put vote 26, energy. Are there any declarations or questions? EFF?
Thanks, Chairperson. The question is that the Minister and the President have been moving up and down the country telling all South Africans that the nuclear program, it will continue only if it's viable. Now the question is, can they give us a date and the time when will they tell the country that the nuclear deal is viable to go forward? Or, and again, can they tell us how much money they would have spent in order for them to determine that this nuclear deal is viable to go forward? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other party? None. Is the Minister ready to respond to the question? Minister, Economic Development? Energy, sorry. Energy, sorry, or Deputy Minister? I'm not informed who is standing in his place, on her place. So I believe, Honorable Dlamini, that your question will be printed over to the ministry. They are not here. Thank you very much. I now put...
Chairperson, can we suggest that at least...
Honorable member, why are you standing? Honorable member, why are you standing? Let's start there.
On the point of order that we need
Rule?
an answer.
On which?
Rule 92, what demanding an answer on the
no,
question
Honorable
of
member,
when
I
is
just
the nuclear
explained.
Build program going
Honorable
to commence?
member, I'm not going to allow. I just explained that yes, 92 allows you to stand, but you must quote the specific rule on which you're going to speak as a point of order.
The rules of the National Assembly demand that when we pose questions, particularly for this process, they must be responded to. There was an indication about ministers that are not here, that they're not here, and other ministers are going to stand in for them. So we're demanding an answer on when is the nuclear deal going to commence and what will be the cost implications of that particular deal. That is a question which we rightfully must be responded
Honorable,
to
you've made your point.
The adjustment budget.
You made your point. And as I said, we will print out the question and send it to the specific ministry. I now pass. Honorable members, even those who are still coming with point of orders, I think I've explained the Rule 92. The Rule 92 does not mean you can raise any point of order. You have to quote a specific order that you are going to raise a point of order on. I now put vote 27, environmental affairs. Are there any declarations or questions? No. I now put vote 28, labor. Are there any questions or declarations are there?
On a point of order quickly.
Yes.
On your wrong interpretation of Rule 92.3A, can you please read it along with all of us so that you don't...
No.
ruling again?
Honorable member.
Because I want to correct you because you are giving a wrong guidance to the House. It doesn't say you must only quote the rule that you're standing on. It says you can quote the rule or the subject.
Yes, I agree.
You must allow us to say, I'm raising on a point of order in this particular topic.
Yes.
Not necessarily on the, because you are insisting that when we stand up on 92, we must now quote another rule instead of raising the point of order.
Honorable member, thank you very much. You have made your point. I made that so that people can be clear on how you raise a point of order, because 92 just allows you to stand. And
When you raise it, you either quote directly or you raise a matter, the principal matter that is there, or upon which you are speaking about. I do agree with you. But if you do that,
That's a revised version as compared to what we're saying earlier. At least you have come to your senses
no,
now.
if
Let's continue.
you do that, if you put that principle, I will allow it, Honorable Shibambu. Please. Honorable Ollis.
Oopsie. Chairperson, there's no elephant in the room.
There is no what, Honorable Ollis?
There's no elephant in the room.
What is that?
I beg your pardon, Minister Oliphant is not in the room. The country is in a jobs crisis and the Department of Labour is failing South Africans. In the third quarter, 136,000 more people became jobless, bringing the total to over 9 million people who are unemployed. In this arena, the Department of Labour has failed to achieve any of its targets for labour reform, and the Minister continues to operate her department as a personal spaza shop, promoting her friends, protecting her friends from scrutiny, and not dealing with internal failures. The Minister is also not accountable to Parliament. She has only attended the Labour Committee once in 6 years and stayed for 13 minutes. The committee chair refuses to summon her to the committee to answer questions. In this environment, this department and minister want us to agree to budget requirements for overseas travel, for luxury hotels, for fancy office equipment. We're going to vote no. Incidentally, I don't know why you keep this minister on. The deputy president has to do half of her job anyway.
Thank you. Any other party? No, any other party? The minister, the
ANC.
deputy minister? ANC, you are calling somewhere. Oh,
Okay. Sihlalo. I-ANC iyalwamkela uhlahlo lwabiwo mali. And i-ANC iyothulela umnqwazi i-Department of Labour ngemisebenzi eyenzayo ukuphuhlisa inhlalo yabasebenzi. Indaba eziraiswa apha ngumnumzana uOlisi esiqala ukuziva zindaba esingekhe endicela ukuthi umphakathi ungazingqaleli kuba pha kwikomiti siyaqala ukuyiva ukuba uminister unikezela izinto kubantu abazifriends zakhe sisityholo sokuqala endingathanda ukuba aze ayokusiphuhlisa phaya kwikomiti ukuze siphefumle ngaso. Ndikwayothulela umnqwazi i-Department of Labour ukuthi ngeli xesha kunzima sishotelwa yimali ukuba ikwazi ukungena kwinkampani icheke inhlalo abasebenzi abaphetheke ngayo, but iyenza within the limits abanazo. Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Sithokoze. No response? Thank you, we pass. I now put vote 20. Oh, there is a response. My apologies, Nkosi yami.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Really, there's nothing to respond to, except to convey our gratitude to the members of Parliament of this portfolio committee who support the department, both in terms of advices as well as encouraging the officials in the department to do their work much better than they are doing. The last point I need to make for the Honorable Ollis is to remind him of the basic fact that the Department of Labour is not about creating jobs. It is a department that regulates the labor market. And it is for those who are in the position of creating employment opportunities that you should be calling on. to do the necessary. Thank you very much.
Inkosi baba. Sithokoze. I now put vote 29, mineral resources. There is a declaration requested. DA.
This department's stewardship of our mineral resources is being shown as being deficient once again with the proposed new mining charter. The industry is at the end of its rope. It's lost 46 billion rand over the last 2 years. Now the government wants to impose massive new costs. This charter will be good for an inner circle of empowered oligarchs. It'll be bad for tens of thousands of people who are likely to lose their jobs. Perhaps it's best summed up by Ricardo Hausmann, a former finance minister of Venezuela, now at Harvard, who also served on President Thabo Mbeki's international panel. He said, "It is as clear now as it was in 2004 that black economic empowerment is more about making the top of society black than it is about making the bottom of society better."
Thank you. EFF.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano le tona lena le sa tshepa le la Kandasi o tshepa la fela lapeng la di-Guptas le tona lena Alibaba le mashodu a mashome a mane Alibaba ne 45s ke se kena morung ke se tsetse o dumela fela hore phokojwe o phela e diretsana o dumela hore leshodu ke le tshwereng mme o tla dula a etsa manyala le bobodu lefapheng lena la tsamaiso ya merero ya merafo le diminerale a ithuisa mmoho le lelapa la di-Guptas ha a tshepahale ka bao la bua maaka hore tabeng ya amanang le dibanka le lelapa la di-Guptas mme ka baka la maaka a hae le bobodu le manyofonyofo a etsang hore sitwa ikamahanya le tlaleo ena ra leboha.
Honorable, yes, honorable member, what's your point of order?
The person was here made serious allegations about the minister without coming with a substantive motion.
Honorable members, we all know that if there are any allegations, we have to come with substantive motion. And I must say that in this case, we will listen to the allegations and we rule on them. Honorable member, yes? Why you raising?
No, Chair, on a point of order. You know,
on which rule are you standing?
91.
On 91?
Yes.
91 is about explanation, yes.
Yes. Do you know, we keep raising this issue of substantive motions, right? But we have put a substantive motion and we have debated the issue of state capture in which that issue of who lied and who said anything about it has been thoroughly investigated in this house.
Thank you very much,
so we must
honorable member. Your point is made. Your point is made, and I must say that I stick to the ruling, and the explanation that you were giving has nothing to do with this ruling that I'm making. Thank you. Honorable member,
yes, Chairperson,
are we still on this issue?
Yes, exactly. I rise with respect to the Rule 91 that the honorable member referred to. The honorable member was not speaking in the debate, and no part of his speech was misunderstood. Thus, he could not stand to give an explanation. Presiding officer, Chairperson, I do ask again, could the presiding officers ensure the rules are observed?
Okay.
And could the matter of sanctions where there are breaches?
Thank you very much. That is noted. Thank you very much. I pass. Is there any other member who wants to raise a motion? ANC?
Can I continue, Chair?
I mean, sorry, not a motion, a declaration or a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the ANC, we support the budget adjustment in relation to the Department of Mineral Resources. It is common cause, obviously, with reservations that in order to address the demand for the services sector, there is a need to invest more resources on the revenue generating sector for our economy. And regrettable, this reality is too complex for those who suffer from political drought and ideological deformity. Theoretically, delinquency and retardedness becomes the only measure or to resort to by them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister. Honorable members, can we lower our voices?
Chairperson, thank you very much. We want to thank the African National Congress for supporting the proposal for environment that is on the table. But secondly, to remind the DA, because all the time when they stand up in this house, they raise the mining charter. The mining charter is part of our law, is part of the MPRDA, that was passed in this parliament. And section 100 says that we must transform the mining industry so that the indigenous people and black people must be able to benefit. So this transformation is going to happen. 26% is part of this transformation for black economic empowerment. Clearly, there are issues that we are looking into to derive lessons from the history of all these matters. The 46 billion and whatever that he's talking about, mining industries across the world have lost money due to commodity prices. And I'm happy to say that the commodity prices all across the board are bouncing back, and this matter is going to become better, including for South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put vote number 30, science and technology. Do we have any declarations or questions? None. I now put vote 31, small business development. Are there any declarations or questions? ACDP, you will follow NFP.
Chairperson, the Department of Small Business has been allocated 0.1% of the total budget of government expenditure, while SMMEs and cooperatives are expected to create 90% of jobs in the country. This is a serious concern to the ACDP, considering the fact that high unemployment rate in our country is causing people to suffer. As this allocation is not enough, the targets set out by the National Development Plan, I want to know if the minister has requested for an adjustment of the allocation so that there will be sufficient funds to enable the department to train and mentor struggling SMMEs and cooperatives? And if yes, when and how is this adjustment going to be made? Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngaphambili. Uma sikelijikayo nathi kulolu daba lesabelo imali salomnyango. Sifuna ukuthi kumhlonishwa noma sixhasa isabelo zimali sakho. Kodwa sifuna ukugcizelela ukuthi engathi kungaphakamisa kakhulu amasokisi ekuthuthukiseni imfelandawonye phecelezi ama cooperatives. Siyazi ukuthi imfelandawonye kakhulukazi endaweni zasemakhaya izona ezilekelela kakhulu ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukuyisebenza baphile. Noma sithanda ukuthi osomabhizinisi abancane nabo bathuthuke, kodwa siyacela Mageba ukuthi imfelandawonye uyinakekele kakhulu ngoba iyondla imindeni eminingi ngesikhathi esisodwa. Iloko nje elijikayo bese lisika sihlalo siyabonga.
Sithokoze. Nqonqe. Oh, IFP.
Sithokoza sihlalo ngixolisa ukubuyisela emumva. Mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe, enye yinselele ebhekene nomnyango wakho ikakhulukazi ukufinelelekisa amathuba aqondene namabhizinisi amancane endaweni zasemakhaya. Ngakho-ke noma sibone ukuthi sowunemizamo emikhulu oyenzile yokuthi umnyango wakhe ikakhulukazi kuzwelonke nokumele kwawo ngamahhovisi. Kodwa umbuzo omkhulu ukuthi iziphi inhlelo nazo ikakhulukazi nokubambisana neminye iminyango yahulumeni yezolimo nezomhlaba ukuthi imfundondoni yasemakhaya namabhizinisi asemakhaya athola ukulekeleleka ngendlela efanele nawo bese sondezeka emathubeni omnotho kakhulukazi njengoba sazi ukuthi asilele emumva kakhulu nokuthi bakuthi namadolobha nolwazi lwamabhizinisi abanalo bese begcina sebesala amathuba athoyile abasemalokishini nabasemadolobheni ukuthi indawo zasemakhaya zingabi nayo intuthuko esezingeni elifanele kanti indawo zasemakhaya umgogodla wokuphila kwazo wamabhizinisi amancane nemfela ndawonye. Ngiyathokoza sihlalo.
Sithokoze. Kukhona EFF?
Asibonge sihlalo minister osifuna ukwazi nje ukuthi njengominister obhekela amabhizinisi amancane bangapha amabhizinisi amancane la eSouth Africa mangaphi amabhizinisi amancane asethuthukile aba amabhizinisi amakhulu ngosizo lwedepartment yakho futhi okugcina bangapha abantu abaqashwe amabhizinisi amancane la eSouth Africa.
Thank you. UDM?
Siyabulela sihlalo Mama Minister. Ihamba along the lines of the questions esesibuziwe. Kodwa nto sifuna uyiqonda si-United Democratic Movement Mama is kulo mcimbi kuqala wokuzama ukuthi imali eniyitholayo neniyifumanayo ayizonelanga iimfuno ze-department yenu. Siyitshilo loo nto nakaninzi kwi-portfolio committee ye-small business development. Si-highlighta kanye le nto ukuthi ufumanise ukuthi some of the municipalities, for example, zine-budget engaphezulu kunani ningu-national department. Nizayilungisa njani loo nto. Okwesibini, kukho ingxaki yokuba if you look at minister le discussion about the minimum wage ukuthi izawusethwa kweyiphi level, into esifuna unikhumbuza yona into yoba into uzoyikhumbuza once kubekho i-minimum wage ibe ingeka-adresswa into yeekhampani eMzantsi Afrika ezivele ziqeshe illegally abantu bangaphandle bangakhuselwa abantu, izawuba ne-impact enkulu kuba ithetha ukuthi i-small business development AC abantu bazawulindela into yoba isisombululo se-unemployment sivele kubo up until such time that sikwazi ubakhusela abantu kwi-job market ngakumbi balapha eMzantsi Afrika singakhange sibe kanti si-discriminate against foreign nationals. Siyabulela.
Sithokoze. Any other party? ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC supports the adjustment budget, although it is not enough. South Africa is a third world country for the poor and a first world country for the rich. This department is central to facilitating participation of communities who are exploited as workers and consumers. It will enable them to participate in the mainstream economy and therefore needs to be fully capacitated in terms of resources. I thank you.
Sithokoze. Ngqongqoshe. Hlonishwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I agree with the ACDP as we have had these discussions in the portfolio committee about the fact that the department needs much more what has been allocated to it, and I would like to confirm in the House that the continued engagements with the Department of Treasury and other relevant departments will continue to request for more money. And I think it is in the same House that I've tried to explain that unfortunately we were also formed at a very difficult time at a time when the finances of the country and government were not good, to a point that we were also requested to do exactly the same as other departments with a haircut, where some of the money had to go somewhere else. And we agreed that as a department, we cannot escape that, but we will continue to fight for more money to make sure. But also I would like to say that in as far as the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency is concerned, and the other agency, more than 80% of our budget does not sit with the department. It is a budget that is given to the agencies in order for them to support small and medium enterprises from a financial as well as non-financial point of view. With regards to ama-cooperatives omfela ndawonye, sivumelana nani ukuthi ama-cooperatives ifuneka akhule, but ngicela ukusho futhi ukuthi ama-cooperatives awadependi kuphela kweyethu i-department. Sibhekene nokuthi amanye ama-department anemali for ama-cooperatives. Singasebenza kanjani ukuthi sibe coordinated, because into engikhalisayo ukuthi esikhathini esiningi each individual department has got their own programs and there's no proper coordination. And through that, we have then agreed ukuthi ama-transversal agreements esiwasayinayo are part of trying to agree with that. And I'm a rural enterprise, ngifuna ukusho ukuthi department has prioritized rural development, rural enterprise development. Nakhona lapho, ngifuna ukusho ukuthi kufuneka sisebenzisane with the three spheres of government. With the three spheres of government, so that there's a coordinated approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put vote 32, telecommunications and postal services. Any declaration or questions? None.
Chairperson?
I allow you wherever you are. Oh, ANC?
It's a declaration. Telecommunications and postal services supports the budget as it will enable the previously disadvantaged communities to access opportunities which have been racially segregated to benefit the advantaged group. With the budget, we need the support of the masses to ensure the South African Postal Services is not privatized, as privatization will benefit those who think they are the chosen nation and have the monopoly of wisdom. It is through the approval of the budget that the government can be able to improve on skills development so that we are able to communicate with the global world and learn from the best and contribute to the economic growth. They have forcefully governed South Africa for over 100 years and never associated you with any sensible development except cheap labor. The advantage group is used to a sectarian government which perpetuates separate development through budget at the expense of the poor. Unlike you, the future of their children is not dependent on the public budget they can afford, hence the arrogance. This adjustment is meant to improve the welfare of all needy South Africans, regardless of color. Thank you.
Sibonge. Snayo, any response from the ministry? No, they are not here. Okay, thank you very much. I now put vote. Oh, Angiza, I'm sorry, ma'am.
So I say that we have nothing to add. I think the honourable member set out the matters for the ANC. I'm acting for the minister.
Oh, thank you, ma'am, for that. I now put vote 33, tourism. Are there any declarations or questions? None. I now put vote 34, trade and industry. Are there any questions? Trade and industry. Take the floor.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Millions of South Africans daily live under the stress and anxiety of over-indebtedness and the violence and intimidation that they face from unscrupulous lenders and particularly illegal money lenders or so-called mashonisas. The only environment that we asked for in this adjustment was for additional funding for more inspection agents at the National Credit Regulator, who currently only have 8 for the whole of South Africa. That adjustment was turned down. The 2 that were approved were 1.5 million rand for 2 new vehicles for the minister, 2 new Toyota Fortuners, and 200,000 rand, which we have now learnt has gone directly to an organization that is housed within Luthuli House, an ANC organization called Progressive Youth in Business. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of how exactly public money was funneled to an ANC front organization. There will be accountability, and those responsible will be disciplined. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF?
Chair, I wanted to ask a question. I don't see the minister here, but the specific question is that when he signed the AGOA threats, he capitulated to the AGOA threats, he gave an assurance that jobs will not be lost, particularly within the poultry industry. Now, recently, Rainbow announced that they're going to unemploy about 3,000 workers because they cannot keep up with the imports that are coming mostly from Europe and the US as well. And Counterbed Holding, Astral, all of them are coiling their operations because they are saying that there's too much imports that are coming from outside the country. And that affects directly most of the black chicken growers who supply most of these big poultry farmers. How do we get to trust the Ministry and Department of Trade and Industry when they are giving assurances that later on do not get to be realized when we deal with the trade issues. We want to be given a proper account before we agree on the adjustments.
Any other party? Honorable Williams, ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I have a question. Minister, the ANC would like to know, why did the DTI pay 200,000 Rand to the Progressive Youth in Business? Thank you.
Thank you. We are done. Can I ask the ministry to respond?
Thank you very much. Minister Davies is unable to be here this afternoon and he's asked me to respond. Both Honourable Hill Lewis and Honourable Williams referred to a particular transaction in the environment. And Minister Davies brought to my attention a letter he had written this morning to Honourable Hill Lewis. I'll briefly quote from the letter. It says, according to the information provided to me, the company Regoapile Capital Wealth Engineering was introduced to the Broadening Participation Division of the DTI by the Progressive Youth in Business. But the technology company applied for funding for the development of a mobile ICT application. In terms of the sponsorship policy, payment of an amount of 100,000 Rand to Regoapile Capital Wealth Engineering and not the PYB was approved. In other words, it was paid to the company according to this letter. The remainder will depend on the approval of the adjustment budget and subsequent further processing. On the question raised by the Honourable Shivambu, the AGOA deal essentially had the following three phases. Before we put the anti-dumping duty in place, chickens from the United States had free entry to the South African market. We put an anti-dumping duty in place that essentially discontinued the access that they had. In the quota agreement, what finally came out of it was a limit, a cap placed on imports from the United States. And Honourable Shivambu, I think, correctly quoted the media reports recently that said the bulk of the chicken imports are in fact not from the United States, but from the European Union. I hope that would allow the EFF to support this environment and this adjustment budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We pass. I now put vote 3-5 transport. Any declarations or none? Thank you. I now put vote 36 water and sanitations. Any declarations? GA?
Chairperson, 0% assessment of the 963 sewer plants, 42% assessments of the 1,084 water treatment plants for drinking water, no blue and green drop reports. Chairperson, water is life, sanitation is dignity. This is only a slogan for the ANC, while South Africans are struggling. Minister, it's time for you to listen. Desperate times require desperate measures, Minister. We need better leadership than you, and therefore it's time for you to go to prevent a total collapse of South Africa's water infrastructure. Thank you.
EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. The department has made an adjustment of about 290 million for mobile desalination plant in the coastal areas. But this is the same department that has accounted for fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 87 million. 52 million of that relates to duplicate payments. Duplicate payments mean, Minister, when you pay Mabala Noise twice on the same invoice. That is duplicate payments. So there is no way you can support a budget when you're failing to do a basic thing, just making payments, just payments, Minister. So before you deal with serious issues, go and learn how to make payments, then we can talk. Thanks.
Any other party? Yes, Honourable Member ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports vote 36. We do so because we are committed to servicing our communities, business and industries out there with drinkable and water that is suitable for industry development. Those of us in this House who object to this are now exposed for who they are. They do not want you communities out there business and industry to be serviced with water and sanitation. They have done so by objecting to any budget adjustments. They want you to die because water is life. They want you out there in Lamontville, in Chesterville, in El Rodo Park, in Mitchell's Plain, in Kwamashu, in New Brighton to die because they do not want you to get more money for you to be able to get enough water. That you must be able, as a constitutional right, is for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response from the ministry? Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. I really want to appreciate the comments made by the African National Congress and other members on sensible contributions that they have made. The green drop and the blue drop reports are all with their respective municipalities. We don't only account and release the reports to the Democratic Alliance, we release the reports to the respective municipalities so that they can have effective planning and better management and maintenance of water. So those reports are zero with the DA, but they are 100% with the respective recipients of such reports. Secondly, the issue of desalination. Exploration of alternative water sources is a priority, and we are committed in making sure that our coastal cities are capacitated to have alternative water sources. As for the others who continue to back, let them back. We are proceeding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put vote 3-7, arts and culture. Do we have, thank you, DA?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the rate of irregular expenditure in state entities, the failure of the department to support these entities, the minister's don't care attitude on purchasing 2 brand new BMW sedans to the value of 1.5 million, while the rate of unemployment continued to rise, is a slap in the face for the poor. Therefore, Chairperson, it will be very irresponsible for the DA to support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other party wishing to make a declaration? ANC?
Enkosi Sihlalo, uKhongolose uyalamkela eseka uhlahlo lwabiwo mali olungqameneyo. Sisitsho kananjalo into ba isebe eli kumsebenzi walo elwenzayo obalulekileyo ingakumbi kwi-entities zalo sikomiti into esijonge ngeliso elibanzi le. Yiyo lonto siseka kuba umsebenzi wesebe ubalulekile. Enkosi.
Siyabonga. The ministry want to respond?
Thanks, Chair. Order.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, do you want to make a declaration? Also continue. I'm sorry, my apologies, Minister. You can continue, Honorable Member. Let me remind you, you have a minute left as the EFF.
No, I'm going to ask a question.
Yes, okay, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, Minister, in the last tenure, the department promised that they were going to equalize the language space, also in the education space. And secondly, the industry itself has been asking for regulation of the industry itself. Now that PENSALB and the National Arts Council have been dissolved, how do we plan on resolving these issues of equalizing language space and regulating the industry? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. I think I must start by thanking the member of the ANC, the honorable member here, who showed the understanding of how the department is operating, the challenges, and what it has done. I didn't hear honorable member. He ran very fast. You are feeding yourself with a propaganda by your colleague there. There are no 2 cars here. You must go and check. Don't say something you don't know. But I think the question asked by the member here is a sensible question, which is concerned about the development of the languages. We have said this and we have interacted with the committee that the process there is continuing. There is an advisory committee which is working with PENSALP currently to change and turn around the situation. And we've started that turnaround because the last term you had a disclaimer at PENSALP. This time around it's a qualified audit, but you can see the roadmap where we are going to. Over and above that, there is a process of reviewing the white paper. I hope, Honorable Member, some of the intelligent suggestions we are coming up with here have been able to be processed through that process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now put vote 38, human settlement. Are there any declarations or questions? Thank you. Continue. I now put vote 39, rural development and land reform. Are there any questions? Declaration?
Thank you, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance believes that rural development and its running mate, land reform, presents a fundamental opportunity for South Africa's future. The DA, as the only party that supports the notion that the poor should own property themselves, whether it's in cities or in rural areas, regard this as essential. We are the party of title deeds and ownership of shares in businesses. We want nobody to be subjects of the governing party. We therefore cannot support this item. We object to this item because it represents an unfunded mandate created by election lies. We object to this item because it prevents fairness and justice from being a reality for our people. We object to this item because it covers up the perpetuation of patronage, poverty and corruption, destroying both our collective future and those of individuals. A DA government has shown how a unified win-win approach can change the trajectories towards our future created by our terrible past. The DA will use land reform to help our people own their own future and own their own destiny. The DA will lead South Africa to true freedom if we were in charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NFP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. This question is for the Minister. With regards to the issue of which I think I mentioned the other day, the Amandebele Moletlane tribe, could you please tell us what is the latest development 100 years later? What is going on? Are these people going to get their rightful ownership of the land that belongs to them? What is the process and how long it will take? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. IFP?
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Noma i-IFP ingaphikisani nalombono, kodwa ke sikhathazekile kakhulu ngokuhamba kancane kohlelo lokuthengela kanye nokubuyisela abampisholo umhlaba wabo. Nakuwo lo mbiko sikhathazekile kakhulu ngokubona ukuthi ayikho imali eqondene nokuthengwa komhlaba. Lokhu sekube nemphumela emibi eindaweni ezithile. Abantu bangena emaplazini ngendlovu yangena kuleyo mihlaba okulimaza kakhulu uhlelo umnyango obuza nalo. Siyathokoza.
Sithokoze. Any other party? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the ANC, we support this adjustment budget, which will transform the rural areas and the rural economy and make sure that the land reform programs are implemented to address the skewed land ownership and the legacy of the 1913 Notorious Native Land Act, and which will further empower the rural youth and women. Those who oppose to this budget, they don't understand the important role of this department. They deprive rural community services and economic development. They deprive rural youth skills acquisition and employment opportunities. They deprive people their right to land. They deprive people their right to title deed. They deprive farm dwellers and farm workers the tenure security. As the ANC, we support this adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Minister? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair. Title deeds
Honorable Chair, yesterday, we handed over title deeds to 5 CPAs in the Northwest. It was 54,000 hectares yesterday with title deeds to both the CPAs and traditional leadership together. And secondly, yesterday in the Northwest, we handed over 5,000, just over 5,000 hectares of a farm to farm workers constituting a new company that owns that business now. So DA, secondly, agri-parks, your own districts today are meeting on agri-parks. They are meeting with me on Thursday in Johannesburg. They are part of the work that we're doing, your own districts. You are just speaking here without understanding what's happening in your own backyard. Ndebele, honorable member, there are 2 groups there. You only speak on one. You have not mentioned in Zuza one. I am going to meet with them. The deputy chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders, the Honorable Mahlangu, who's the deputy chair there, has already arranged with me to have a meeting. We're trying to resolve, it's a very complicated matter. The slow pace of land reform. I don't know how to explain to the honorable member, but I understand, I take the point. It is slow. However, you know what we have done? We have established an Office of the Valuer General for the country for the first time. The reason being that we want to make sure that, firstly, land is cheaper. 2, that we want to make sure that the Valuer General has a last say when there is land purchased in terms of Section 25(3) of the Constitution of the land. One big challenge for the country, sorry, Chair, you know the country doesn't have land valuation standards, our country. He's
Thank you very much. Your time
to establish
has now
that for the
expired,
country.
Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now put vote 40, Sports and Recreation, South Africa. Are there any declarations? Yes, Honorable Malazi.
Thanks, House Chair. The fundamental problem with this department and anything associated with it is that it is run by a celebrity groupie who doesn't have the best interest of sports. That minister dodges oral questions like a tricky pickpocket. He has all the time to gallivant on endless junkets, as is the case with the recent Barcelona trip. The department and its budget have now become the minister's instrument for political showboating, yet when he has to come to parliament, he is found wanting. Therefore, to support this budget would be to support the minister's dereliction of duty, and we ain't got time for that. The fact of the matter is that the minister fails to fulfill the mandate of his office. He makes ridiculous commitments and promises to athletes, yet when it's time to come and pay the money, he is found wanting, as was the case with the delayed payments of bonuses to the comrades runners. It took you 5 months to make that payment because you made a promise knowing very well that it wasn't budgeted for. So all these adjustments are now being done to close all those gaps that were created by the minister, because everything that is associated with that minister is done as a result of rush of blood to the head rather than due consideration. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. Any other party? NFP, IFP, EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. To the Minister, Honourable Minister, it is clear that maybe you did not budget enough for the Commonwealth Games that are coming. Could you please tell us, is everything on track? Have we paid our deposit? Have we signed the guarantees? Are we ready to host the Commonwealth Games that are coming shortly? If not, why not? Thank you.
IFP.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Mhlonishwa Minister, mhlonishwa Ngqongqoshe. Ekade ngicela mhlawumbe ukwazi ukuthi asiphikisani nebudget ngokomthetho ibudget yakhona incane mawuyibheka. Kodwa nje engizama ukubheka ukuthi iziphi inhlelo onazo zokunceda labantu abaselokishini. Nanokuthi ke laba basemakhaya impela eqhudeni. Iziphi inhlelo ekhona ngoba badlala ibhola ngama plastic ukuthi uminister iziphi inhlelo nazo nanokuthi ke kunama boxing association asemalokishini awalithola uncedo ukuthi khona inhlelo angakwazi ukuthi le mali ekhona encane ikwazi ukuyosebenza kulabo abantu abahlupheke kakhulu. Ngiyathokoza.
Sithokoze, EFF.
Thanks, Chairperson. Minister, you went to Spain. Osifuna ukwazi nje ukuthi ubani okhokhela le trip yase Spain. Maba kwi Department of Sport bekuyimalini. Phela sifuna ukwazi nje lo.
Sithokoze, ANC.
Thank you, Slalo. ANC is supporting this adjustment budget because that 6 million, which is an additional to a small budget, will assist to build infrastructure. Let department sisayilwela okokuba imig, it must be reinforced, but as long now that at least something is happening, we'll fight until treasurer and the copter, they must see that we need infrastructure whilst uNuspala engakwazi kuyenza ngokunokwakhe infrastructure benza ezinye izinto ngalo mali. Siyayisupporta le budget.
Sithokoze, Mohlomphegi Tuna.
Let me start with serious stuff. First, with regard to Commonwealth Games, we are very much on track. We are still committed to hosting Commonwealth Games. We have not signed any agreement yet because we have not agreed on the total budget with CGF. We are still in negotiations with them. Once we are done with those negotiations and there is a breakthrough, we'll be able to brief Parliament and the public in general about the hosting of the Commonwealth Games. But as a country, we are very much committed. We are working with eThekwini and the government of KwaZulu-Natal. We have implemented and launched the rural development in sports. By next year, we'll see the rollout of that program to many rural areas in the country. We launched in Umtata. Quite recently, we're in Venda, Bembe region, and we're rolling out the program in all the rural areas to supply sport equipment in all the rural areas. So, and then the last point with regard to MIG budget, we are working with COCTA and Treasury to allocate the first tranche of the budget in all provinces and the projects that are actually identified. We have agreed with COCTA and Treasury that the initial tranche of this particular amount will be allocated in cooperation with COCTA and the Department of Sports. The budget is not with us, but there is total commitment to allocate infrastructure development resources. And in this regard, we are moving with the necessary speed and we'll see the rollout of this project in all the 9 provinces throughout the country. Thank you very much.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members. That concludes the question and answer session.
Just Chairperson.
On what point are you raising, Honorable Member?
Guide us on what happens with the relevant question we asked about the hobnobbing in Spain by the minister.
I'm not sure.
We want a response on who paid for
Honorable
the
Member
activities and Instagram activities of
Honorable
the minister.
Member, the question was heard very well, I think.
So what
Unfortunately, it was not one question.
Can we have a special
Honorable Member,
allow him to answer?
I'm going to switch off your mic if you continue because I'm trying to explain what could have happened here.
All right. Yes, I'm listening.
I'm saying the question was clear, but we have to time the responses. So the minister's time was finished. I'm not, from here, maybe you can write and still ask the question to the minister. Thank you
We need a
very much.
response as soon as
Thank
possible.
you. Honorable members, that concludes the question and answer session on the votes. We shall now proceed to decide the votes on the schedule. Honorable members, the break is coming. Don't worry. I know. Unfortunately, even if we give you a break now, the restaurants are closed. So they will only be open at 6. So let's agree that we continue, but at 6 o'clock you'll have your break. We'll explain the minutes and all. Thank you very much. I now put vote number 1, Presidency. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. I still see a lot of movement. Can I please plead with you to go back to your allocated seats? As I'm speaking, I believe the doors are closed. Locked, actually. Thank you. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats when requested to do so. Members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 1, the presidency be agreed to. Are all the members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Are the gadgets working well? Okay, for everybody? I don't see any hands. It means the machines are performing. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. The results are in. Those who abstained, 0. The noes, 94. The yes, 214. That means that the vote now is carried. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I now put vote number 3, communications. Are there any objections?
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
I want to raise on a point of privilege which provides a member an opportunity during the sitting to move an urgent motion. The urgent motion is that
No,
John
honourable
Block
member.
has just been given 15
Honourable
years
member,
in prison.
I am not
for money laundering
inclined
and
to
corruption,
allow
and
you
it's a
to move
strong
any
question
urgent motions.
against those who are
Please
committing
take
corruption
your
and money
seat.
laundering. You will be arrested.
Honourable member,
And as Parliament,
please
we must
take
applaud that.
your seat.
15 years in prison of
Honourable
AIDS
member,
chairperson.
take your seat.
There in the
I'm now switching off your mic.
down. You are following the rest of you.
Honourable members, order. Order. I put vote number 3, communications. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable members, when the bells ring, it's indication you must go to your seat, not leave your seat, because it takes another 30 seconds to get back. Order. Order. Honourable members, all of us are now familiar with the voting procedure. The question before the House is that vote number 3, communications, should be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. Those in favour 205, those against 100, there's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 4, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 4, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 217, those against 90, there's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 5, Home Affairs. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
EFF call for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Chairperson, on an urgent motion of order, the minister there speaking on the phone, she thinks it takes a rank here. She's speaking on the phone when we're inside the house.
You're
And I'm
rising,
saying to
honourable
her that
member.
She must drop the phone.
Order,
You can't
honourable
speak
member.
on the phone inside.
There's no such
the
thing as a
house.
motion of order. What is this you're rising on? There's
A
no
point
such
of
thing.
order, as rule number 92.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, we are, as you will follow, you may take your seat, honourable member. You may take your seat. That we are busy in a voting session that we're trying to get through with the least possible disturbances. So I would like all members to pay attention. Please, all members pay attention so that we can conclude this process speedily. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 5, Home Affairs, be agreed to. Are all members now in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 218, those against 89, there's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. Yes, honourable member.
Chairperson, I raised on a point of order.
Which is
that
what,
the
honourable
minister-
member?
The minister is speaking on the phone during the House sitting. Is
Honourable-
it allowed? Because if we can speak on the phone, we can do that, all of us. Like,
No, thank you for
important
bringing it
things,
to
more
us
important- More
attention.
important things to run in this country.
Thank you, honourable member. You may take your seat now. Thank
But
you.
what is your ruling?
Take your seat, honourable member. Take your seat.
We want a ruling if it's
Honourable
allowed
member, take your
to
seat
use
so
a
that I
phone.
can make the ruling.
It's not a
Honourable
taxi
member,
rank here.
order, honourable member, take your seat. Honourable members, whilst we are busy during the voting process, please do not make use of your cellular devices and take calls. It is a possible distraction for us. So let us get on with the business. Why we are here. I put vote number 6, international relations and cooperation. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
EFF call for division.
The EFF has beaten you to that one. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 6, international relations and cooperation, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 220, those against 88. There's no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I put vote number 7, the National Treasury. Are there any objections? There are objections, I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Do you want your objection to be noted, those who objected? Not. Honourable members, the vote is... Honourable member, you see...
We call for division.
You must follow the proceedings, honourable member.
Can the bell ring for 2
A division
minutes?
having been called, the bell will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 7, the National Treasury, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote be agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 293, those against 15, there is no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 8, planning, monitoring and evaluation. Are there any objections? There are objections, I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
The objection of the DA will be noted.
We call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 8, planning, monitoring and evaluation, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 220, those against 87, there are no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 9, public enterprises. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 9, public enterprises, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 215, those against 91, there's no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 10, public services and administration. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection will be noted.
EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 10, public services and administration, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows.
Chair. This
Yes.
machine is not working.
Will you check? Is it the Honourable Shavambu? Before I declare the result, will you just check if the Honourable member's vote has been recorded? We've recorded the vote, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 219, those against 88. There's no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 11. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thanks.
The objection of the DA will be noted.
We call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 11, public works, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 219, those against 93, there are no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 12, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections? There's no objections and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 13, Women. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The objection of the DA will be noted.
We are dividing the house. We are working here.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is order that vote number 13, Women, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 214, those against 87, there's 7 abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I put vote number 14, basic education. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 14, basic education, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor will press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 221, those against 89, there's no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 15, higher education and training. Are there any objections? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote number 15, higher education and training, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 215. Those against, 94. There's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I put vote number 16, health. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
The division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Oh, Sherbert. Sorry, you were supposed to give objection. I do apologize. Okay. They would have called They would have called normally. So 15 seconds divided by 4 is a minute.
Order. The question before the House is that vote number 16, health, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 220. Those against, 89. There's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 17, social development. Are there any objections?
Yes.
I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
EFF, we call for division. John Block is sentenced 15
division
years.
having been called.
Can't allow corruption here.
Order, honorable member. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 17, social development, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 219. Those against, 90. There's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 18, correctional services. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Are there any objections?
We call for division, Chair.
A division having been called. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 18, correctional services, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 292, those against 17. There's no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 19, defence and military veterans. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 19, defence and military veterans, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 217, those against 94. There are no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 20, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection will be noted.
We call for division, Chair.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 20, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 219, those against 91, and there are no abstentions and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 21, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections? There are objections and I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection is noted.
We are dividing the House.
A division having been called, the bells will be run on this vote for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 21, Justice and Constitutional Development, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 219, those against 91, and there are no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I put vote number 22, Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 23, Police. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote number 23, Police, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 216, those against 94, there are no abstentions and the vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I put vote number 24, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 24, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 216, those against 92, there's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 25, Economic Development. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection is noted.
Please, we are calling for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 25, Economic Development, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is closed. Order, honorable members. The outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 216, those against 89, there's no abstentions and the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 26, Energy. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
EFF calls for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 26, energy, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 293, those against 17, there's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 27, environmental affairs. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. The ayes have it.
We are dividing the House, Chair.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 27, environmental affairs, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 290, those against 12, there's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 28, Labour. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection is noted.
EFF calls for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 28, Labour, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 216, those against 91, there's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 29, mineral resources. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
We call for division as EFF. No
Division having
Mutase.
been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is order that vote number 29, mineral resources, be agreed to. Are all members now in their seats? Voting will commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is thus closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 213. Those against, 89. There's no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 30, Science and Technology. Are there any objections? There's objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can we divide the House, please?
A division being called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Order. The question before the House is, honourable members, that vote number 30, Science and Technology, be agreed to. All members now in their seats. Voting will commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button, and those against the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is thus closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 293. Those against, 10. There's one abstention, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 31, Small Business Development. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, we are calling for division.
A division having been called.
Never. Must fall.
Order.
Must fall.
A division having been called. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 31, Small Business Development, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is thus closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 218. Those against, 91. There are no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 32, Telecommunications and Postal Services. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The objection of the DA will be noted.
We are dividing the House.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 32, Telecommunications and Postal Services, be agreed to. Are all members now in their seats? Not yet. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 208. Those against, 98. And there's one abstention. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 33, Tourism. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
We're calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 33, tourism, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor will say aye. Oh, sorry. There's no aye on your instruments in front of you. You will press the yes button. Those against will press the no button. And those wishing to abstain will press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 296. Those against, 13. There are no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 34, trade and industry. Are there any objections? There's no objections, the vote is thus. Honourable members, you must follow. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no.
Chair, the
Call
chair
for
calls
division.
for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Yes. Order.
I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't quite hear. Did the honourable members say they call for a coalition?
I didn't hear that, Honourable Minister.
On
I
a
didn't
point
hear
of
that.
what, it's too early for that. We will show you in 2019 when we defeat all of you combined.
No, I didn't
We'll
hear
take you
that.
out of power. Don't rush. Relax.
Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 34, trade and industry, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. Order. The outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 218. Those against, 87. There's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 35, transport. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 35, transport, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor, 219. Those against, 89. There's no abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 36, water and sanitation. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
We are dividing the house, Mona Pala noise.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 36, water and sanitation, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 217, those against 92, and there are no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to.
Chairperson, the ANC must note that they've just voted for Regine Binde to continue stealing money.
Honorable member, please take your seat so that we can continue with proceedings. I put vote number 37, arts and culture. Are there any objections? There's objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 37, arts and culture, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence, and those in favor of the vote being agreed to will press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The session is now closed. Honorable members, order. The outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 217, those against 89. There are no abstentions and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 38, human settlements. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
EFF call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 38, human settlements, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The session is thus closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 294, those against 16, there's one abstention, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 39, rural development and land reform. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 39, rural development and land reform, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will thus commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is thus closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 217, those against 87, there are no abstentions and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 40, Sport and Recreation, South Africa. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
We are calling for division. What
Division
Chiki was
having
doing
been
in
called,
Barcelona.
the bells will
Must
be
tell
rung
us.
for 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. The question before the House is that vote number 40, sport and recreation, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Order. Those in favor 221, those against 87, there's one abstention, and the vote is thus agreed to.
House Chairperson, I wonder if you wouldn't mind repeating that in Spanish for the Minister.
I think whether you use Spanish, French, or any other language, the result will be the same. Order, honorable members. Are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule? There's no objections, and it is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading debate, adjustment, appropriations bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Yes. There are objections. I will thus put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Objection of the DA is noted.
And then the leadership of this country calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against, the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favor 218, Those against 87. There are no abstentions. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Adjustments Appropriations Bill.
Honorable members, order. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, I wish to make the following announcement regarding the earlier motion on the Gender Commission. Honorable members, we wish to indicate that when we extended the term of the ad hoc committee on the filling of vacancies in the Gender Commission, the committee was captured on the order paper as a joint committee. This error will be corrected in the minutes of proceedings of the House when it is published. Everything else remains the same. Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.